Hello everyone, welcome back to our 5th day, our first Friday of 3 or 4 here for the Dota 2 Champions League. We've got Fantastic 5 kicking us off versus the Hellbear Smashers, an undefeated team, versus a team that's going 1-1, so we could look to close that gap and make the top of the table here a little bit more exciting. And speaking of excitement, I am excited to have Bowie joining myself, Seek and Strike, today for our first 2 series today. Bowie, how's it going?
Hello, I'm doing great, dude. Really excited to cast some European Dota. It's been a while, so just very, very hyped. What do you think about these teams here? Do you have a favorite?
Hellbear Smashers have looked pretty unstoppable this tournament so far. I thought that their match versus Gambit was going to be probably their biggest test. You know, taking a look at especially the rosters before this with hard carry ALTW, but I was sorely mistaken there. Perhaps this is going to be a bit more of a test for them then, because Fantastic 5, although they're coming in with two different people on the core roles, they've been making it work so far. I think Creed Oz, who is this gentleman here in the middle here, as a hard carry, has done a lot of work for them. Now that being said, Hellbear Smashers, pardon me, have snatched away already the Luna that he's gone to in their last series that he used to get a couple of wins. So we're gonna have to see something different from him today.
I feel like, in my opinion, I just rate this Invoker Luna so highly. It's probably one of the strongest combinations in this patch. It's like you have the early game from the Quaslex Invoker, but at the same time, you scale so much with the Luna and the Invoker at the same time. So for now, I think they really have the right idea in this draft. But, you know, Void Spirit's a good matchup versus Invoker. It's not a great hero, but it's definitely one of the best heroes to... Just because you don't get a mana drain by the EMP, because you can just press W.
Yep. I think I'm curious because Stormstormer, he would like to go for that Quas Exort Invoker if he can swing it. But versus a Void Spirit, that's not going to leave you, I think, with the control necessary that you need to deal with this hero, right? Because we would need like a different kind of support. Like we'd need like a Lion. We'd need some sort of instant catch, right? That the Invoker provides a lot of. Not instant, but of course, Cold Snap, EMP, Tornado, right? That's a lot for Void Spirit to deal with compared to just, I mean, what do you have if you're a Quas Exort? What's your catch? I guess Cold Snap, that's about it, which is not really enough to cut it. So we'll see. We'll see how they adjust things. Because he can go for Quas Wex, but he's got a love for that Quas Exort.
5 seconds.
I feel like that's usually a little bit greedy, but there are some Invoker spammers that they're just gonna go for that regardless. I hope if they go the Exort route, they, you know, pick more stuns just so they can land those stun strikes. Right now, you know, Luna, the Lucent Bean, not really that good to land those spells. And Kato instead of Fantastic 5. I really like it with Hoodwink, Void Spirit. They already have so like very low cooldowns, so you just get a lot of spells off.
Yeah, a little bit of the Void Spirit Coddle, you know, blast from last meta, right, where we had Void Spirit mid, Coddle TB basically every game. But it is a BZZ hero. He's been expanding his hero pool a little bit, and I must commend him for this because towards the start of the DPC season, teams would quite literally just ban AA and Snapfire because those were kind of the only two heroes that he was really capable at playing. I would say like at this level, right? But he's since then expanded the pool quite a bit, and I think his Coddle makes a good addition to the team here. Now we have 2 supports, though, I will say, that can cut lanes and get a lot of farm, and are... Yeah, right? So we'll see, because that's what they do best, is well, this Hoodwink is so-so, but Coddle definitely can keep pushing these waves and keep, for example, this DK off the tower, right, if he's trying to siege. So I think it's actually a plus point here for Fantastic 5.
I'm actually kind of scared for Fantastic 5. Like, I think Kato is a good direction to their draft, because they already had the Luna Invoker push. But with this DK, I feel like they can still, like, do so much if they get a good early game. I wonder if they're just going to try and get a little bit of team fight so that they can stop the DK from actually sieging those tier 2 towers early. Or if they're going to go full split push mode, you know, maybe get a Terror Blade, as you said. It's actually banned, so that's not going to happen. I don't know. I feel like the Hellbear Smashers draft is... Like, the heroes are so valuable, you know? There's a reason they're picked so often. I think Fantastic Five is just trying to wing these like these new heroes. They're also they're not bad heroes, but I don't think they're as high value as Hellbear Smashers.
I mean, the hoodwink aside, right? I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I think what's incredibly bold to me here, Bowie, is that we've essentially drafted our 2, 1, and 3 basically in order here for Hellbear
Yeah,
Smashers.
exactly.
Like that just strikes me as a bold move because I think we're gonna see for sure 2 supports get banned out, and honestly, it's not a bad opening trio. You know, you got some stuns, you got some team fight, you got some late game, you got some nice mid game power spikes. Like I like it. It works.
I love the Brewmaster. I think that's probably why they banned the TA that early. It's been like it's the hardest Brewmaster counter, and Brewmaster it's a good hero. Fantastic Five they're playing 2023 Dota. Like all of their heroes are decent dispatch, but they're not like what most players and coaches would say are the best heroes. But I think Brewmaster is underrated, especially against this push sort of meta, just because you can lift someone up, you just like split them, and you can get a good fight off. So I'm interested to see how Jenner's gonna play this. You said he plays a very greedy style of offlane, so maybe he goes that Midas route or something like that.
He could. I think he's real about it, where he is like, if I'm losing my lane, and we've yet to see the carry pick here for Fantastic Five, and with a Coddle bringing a lot of magic damage, he very well could lose his lane, as there's going to be the Abba pick for Tofu, big fan.
Okay.
He's real about it. So if he's losing his lane, he's not going to like queue up a Midas in AFK jungle, but like if he wins his lane, he wants to keep that momentum going. I think like that's the best way to describe it, right?
Yep. I like it. I think you need to be very confident about your skill level. So like sometimes you just gotta use those opportunities and really scale, especially with a hero like Brewmaster. I really like the Abba pick. I think Hellbear Smashers, this is pretty much it doesn't get more meta than what they are doing. I love the Abba. I love the Luna combination because, she's kind of squishy. So you're going to have that support in the early game. Their 4 now is going to be heavily countered. I think they're going to have to pick something very out of the box, right? There's no Earth Spirit, no Nyx, no Clock, no Willow.
I'm expecting probably the Lion ban as well here. Right, because we've got Void Spirit, who's going to be a little bit vulnerable to that Hex. So I think that'll be our last ban, because he is like kind of your fix-all, or the Band-Aid, right? What do we need? A catch, a nuke, some damage, a decent laner. I don't know, just slap a Lion into the draft, right?
You know what I would like to see from Hellbear Smashers if they ban the Lion? I think Rasta, not that meta, but I think it actually gives them a lot of push, which they're already kind of going all in.
Push. Yeah, we had so much push already. Holy moly!
And it's the soft Lion, substitute pretty much.
Okay. Yeah,
I wouldn't mind that. They actually the only stun that they have that's like actually they have no reliable stuns besides the Brewmaster Brewling. So
yeah,
it's actually pretty hard to stop the shackles.
Bushwhack is decent, especially if you're channeling something, right? You're probably gonna get caught by that, but yeah, I'd agree.
They didn't ban the Lion, so maybe they'll just go for that.
I think banning Gilgar Morana is a good move, though, to be honest. Especially because that's usually what they like to pick with this Quas. If and when they do like running Quas Exort Invoker in the mid lane, they like running it with a Morana with a stun in the side lane, because then
so good with DK.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because then basically you have guaranteed kills, right? If you ever get caught by a Dragon Tail stun, there's going to be a long duration arrow, and you can bet your bottom dollar, Bowie, that there's a Sunstrike coming for you. So I think Fantastic Five do well to ban that one out.
I agree. Well, they don't have a lot of reserve time here. Let's see. I think the Lion is a good guess on what they're gonna go for. Actually, it ruins Brewmaster quite a lot too. It can drain his mana. But they go Rubik.
Gilgar Rubik, another big treat. The thing is,
the Brewling still. That's so nice as a Rubik.
That would be sick.
Because it's hard to
so
cast
unlikely.
a spell after you ult. As
because you got that like animation wind down. He's kind of got to like take a bow, right? Is kind of the best way to put it. So it's possible. No, you're completely right. It's possible. He played Gilger. Gilger played Rubik in the last series we saw Hellbear Smashers in versus Sand King. And oh boy, was he stealing just every single spell he would have wanted. It's not as great as a Rubik game, especially Eye of the Storm can be busted on a Rubik, but it's, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel. Actually, I'm not sure how I feel about this Razor pick at all. The lane is super good though versus the DK.
Yes. I actually kind of like it. I think DK is a hero that, he's really annoying, and it's kind of tempting to just give him an easy lane and go greedy against DK. But if you do that, he just takes all of your towers. He's just a really strong hero. So I think you kind of have to counter it. It is, the last pick. So I'm okay with the Razor. It doesn't scale nearly as much as the Luna though, so they're gonna have to get a lot of momentum early on and keep pushing it. Because if this goes 35 minutes, 40 minutes, it's just almost impossible for Fantastic Five to win, I think.
I think, I don't know how we take this late game either, to be honest. Razor needs a lot of time to get his damage up, right, in fight, relatively speaking, right? Because Dota team fights, especially with an Invoker Cataclysm, Luna Eclipse, they're quite explosive this game. If it was something like a Gyro, an Ember, something where we need time and more casts of these abilities to do damage, I'd say different, but these are pretty explosive fights. I don't see how Razor in the late game hopes to even live long enough, even with a 9-second BKB, to steal enough damage to really turn these fights. I think it's going to be kind of like a blitzkrieg here out from Fantastic Five if they hope to win.
Yeah, I totally agree. Actually, my Dota crashed. Not sure if yours did, but
no, I'm good to go here. I'll let you know if we miss out on any action, but you should be able to get reconnected here.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think this has to be a game where they're 2-3K up in 15 minutes for Fantastic Five, or else that Luna is just gonna become so big, and every core that they have scales so much. Well, I cannot go back to the game.
Oh no!
What is happening?
Have you been? Do we have the notorious disconnect bug where the thing just disappeared for you?
Oh, there's an update actually. What the hell?
Oh okay. My goodness.
Yeah, it's gonna take 7 minutes, but I'll be back.
All right, I'll tell you what here, Bowie. I can go ahead and just start a call with you on Discord and share my screen for you here.
Oh, very nice, very nice, very nice.
Yeah, so just give us a second here, folks. It's gonna sound a little bit weird. I'm gonna have to mute you here. Mute and this.
30 seconds to battle.
Share my screen. Hope you don't mind a slightly scuffed version of the Dota. There it is.
Nice.
I think you got it.
This is perfect. Very nice.
All right, lovely, lovely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I got you. It's the backup here. We've got all the backup solutions in place, ready to go. Luckily, Bowie, it was a good time to disconnect here because we're just now at the horn. I haven't missed any action as there goes the GLHF. Yeah, I really like this draft from Hellbear Smashers, though. I think a big reason why we don't see Rubik too much these days, even if there are a lot of heroes in meta who have awesome spells to steal, is simply because he doesn't give you the best catch. We're in a little bit of a different meta with position 4s, where we want them usually to have some killing potential just between themselves and the offlaner. As we can see the lane swap here, actually, they're going to send Luna down bottom to try and preempt this Razor rotation, but Greedos is already here set in the top lane, so we're set for some musical lanes. But this game, I think we do enable the Gilga Rubik very, very nicely, because everyone else has lockdown, except for Tofu, but all the cores have got their own lockdown, so he can just be here stealing spells and being here for telekinesis for the setup onto the Void Spirit. I really, really like it.
I actually still feel like this is going to benefit Fantastic Five, even though there's not that much room for the Razor to chase the DK. Ever since they changed the speed that you suck the damage, still gonna be super annoying, but at least it's gonna be harder for him to die because he's gonna have the trip equilibrium advantage.
Try lane down bottom then is going to be the name of the game. This is going to be a lot of damage with the ignite, and actually into the bushwhack already. They've caught Gilger. Can they get the kill? Absolutely. Ladon there with the crossbow is going to be able to pick him off. Abba, though, not too bad in tri-lanes himself either. Does need a little bit of XP to make it work, but if he can get up to level 2, level 3, he's also not easy to fight here if they continue tri-laning.
Yeah, I think they underestimated the potential damage. Clodo Blast doing 300 damage level 1. Have to be very, very careful. They didn't have vision of him. So nicely done by Fantastic Five. I think this is a great start for them.
Well, we're going to see a little bit more. There's the Ignite. They're going to refresh it.
God.
Tofu, Bushwhack. He's dead, too. They've got so many things to refresh this Ignite. Oh, he's going to live on a hair of HP, but the Coddle right-click, 48 base damage, Bowie. It'll get the job done.
All right. I mean, you said Hellbear's match was looking good, but it looks like Fantastic Five. They definitely wanna prove that they're great too, because I really like these early lane movements. And you know, this is one of the disadvantages of playing a hero like Rubik. He scales really well, but his first levels are so bad.
Oh, it's awful. It's awful. What, he's got Fade Bolt? That doesn't help at all, unfortunately, in this lane. I mean, it helps to secure range creeps, I guess. You know, for Gilgir, that makes him happy. But he still finds himself at level 1. And Tofu, I mean, credit to him. He knows how to play the ABBA. Normally in the lanes, when it's not an aggressive tri-lane, you can just use a Aphotic Shield the way he has been, just kind of using it to run at enemies and using it for the AoE damage. But in this lane, he needs to save it for probably dispelling Ignite. It's a big problem for him here.
Yeah, and I actually didn't see that many Hoodwinks tri-laning ever, but now that I think about it, she's actually such a good tri-lane hero, because there's so many trees, right? Unless you're playing a carry, a melee carry on Ace, and you actually cut all of those trees, it's really easy to land the stuns. Like, it's not unreliable. Hoodwink is not an unreliable stun in the lane stage. I guess that's what I want to say.
No, that's very true, right? Especially because if you're a good support, really, above the Ancient level, you're not going to stand in the middle of the lane when you're harassing and aggro all the creeps, right? You're going to stand over to the side to make sure that your carry doesn't destroy his items 10 minutes in. So it's...
That is a good way to look at Dota. You don't want your carry destroying items.
Exactly. No, exactly. So that makes life difficult, right? Because Ladan in these trees is going to be an absolute menace. You're totally right here. So they've rotated Rubik up top lane, and I think this is because they need to give him levels. Plus, Rubik, at least in his early levels, can be impactful versus the Razor, because whenever this starts happening, if there's actually any kill threat, you just telekinesis him away.
In terms of CS here, looks like Ace still doing very well. Actually, let's see if I can join back into the game.
Sure. Tofu in trouble. There's the Ignite again for him, as the Illuminate Blast is just going to miss. Definitely would have secured his life, though, with even a little bit of damage here. It's still only Ignite level 1, but now we've got the Urn, so it's going to constantly be refreshing. This could be difficult for... really, everyone in this bottom lane, especially if they can get some Urn charges online. There it goes.
All right, I'm back.
Alrighty, nice. I'm gonna go ahead and save some bandwidth here and end the Discord stream. You no longer have to be stuck with my camera. Be free, Bowie.
Oh, beautiful. All right, yeah, the quality on Discord, unfortunately, not as good as the client, so I'm feeling very happy. What about this mid lane here? 21-21, so pretty even so far. And as you said, Stormstormer did go for this Exort build. You know, I agree that it scales a lot, but they don't really have that lion you mentioned. I think there's a lot of potential for this Void Spirit to be incredibly aggressive in the mid game.
I think it needs Ags first, to be honest, Bowie, because Rubik, it's not as good as a Hex, but it is instant, right, with this telekinesis. And we just need the one. That's what I like to say against these spirits, these pucks, or even against this Razor, who, here we go, first Sunstrike of the game, is not going to pick up the kill, but it'll be the Breathe Fire. Level 3 Breathe Fire on General, by the way.
Okay.
Feels like he can get away with that in his lane, and so far, I find it hard, rather, to disagree with him. I mean, he's doing a great job up here, but basically by himself. Now with Gilgir nearby, of course, that's going to relieve a lot of pressure that the Razor otherwise would provide.
Looks like a little bit of pressure in the bottom lane tower, but they're not going to be able to do that much from Hellbear's Mashers. Time for the rune here. Let's see who's going to pick it up.
Yep, Gilgir's coming from top. Brown boots in the inventory. Telekinesis there, but the rune spawns bottom. BD into the bottle for Askold. Can we make anything out from this, you think? Is this the time to rotate, especially versus a Quas Exort Invoker?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is any rush, but he's definitely gonna save this DD for, you know, a counter TP. Or if they really want to go about it, I guess they could try and take the offlane tower from Fantastic 5. I'm sorry. It's just that The problem for them is that they don't really have a lane that they can rotate with this Void Spirit and actually get a tower, which is why, you know, I said that their draft isn't really meta, because it is something very popular these days. So we'll see. I think he's just chilling for now, maybe waiting for the phase boots, but bottom lane, looks like, there you go.
Okay, we got the kill. Great Sunstrike, though. Great Sunstrike. Unfortunately, he didn't get it in time, so the Urn Charge is still available for Proletariat. And in fact, there comes a rotation from the Void Spirit. DD active. Ace. Yeah, he's going to regret going too far for that kill, as the last Loosened Beam is not enough damage here to pick off the Coddle. It's going to be the 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, like nowadays with heroes, with the spirits, you really want to prioritize your own farm. So this is the type of rotation that matters. You know, when you're sure you're going to get the kill, rotating... you know, teams are so good at warding these days. Very hard to justify going blindly.
Yep.
Very nice by him.
It's a bit of damage onto his tier 1 tower, though, right? Because he rotated right as the wagon was arriving. But luckily, they had a Fortify, so they avoid the bulk of the damage. And again, versus an Invoker, especially Quas Exort, right, without the Alacrity to buff the wagon, your tower is relatively safe. It's if it was DK mid, of course, this is a completely different scenario, but it's not. It's the Invoker, so we're okay.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to think about the build that Asco's gonna go for here, because he could go Eggs, as you said. I do feel like they're gonna lack damage. So, you know, I thought that maybe Vessel or an Orchid would be a good idea. It really depends on what the Invoker is going to go for. But yeah, I want to keep tabs on what he builds, because that's the problem with Void Spirit too, because he doesn't have this clear build that just facilitates the way you're going to play, right? Some heroes, you can only go like 2 items, and it just makes the game easier for you. With Void Spirit, it always feels like you have to kind of build this super fantastic item, and a lot of times it's just... it doesn't exist, or it just makes your life harder as a player.
Well, Don's getting chased around here. General, Phase Boots online. He is very fast and might even be able to catch up to Ladon. Breathe Fire, proving that Sunstrike not necessary here for the kill, but Predos trying to give chase to General. There's that Telekinesis. Even a level 4 Rubik with a level 1 Telekinesis is going to be able to get off, and it is going to be at least a little bit of a stack stolen here. Kredos coming through with the Eye of the Storm. We'll be able to clean these creeps up. But no counter kill here for Fantastic 5 to be found.
All right. Brewmaster, though, still level 5 on General, so on Proletariat, so it's gonna be a little tough for him.
These Abba illusions. Illusions, of course, benefit from your passives, so
Yep.
he was a little bit annoyed to get silenced by an illusion. Very, very strong. That's why, you know, what is it, Ector, whenever he goes carry, he will occasionally pick up the Manta style, right? Just to basically instant silence someone and get more attack speed going.
So powerful, actually. It's one of those things that, like, are only still in the game because Abba carry never got that popular. Because I think if he ever becomes popular, that's the first, like, obvious nerf you can do to a hero.
Yeah, it's how Ice Frog, he buffed the axes. You know, he got rid of Necrobook. He's like, well, what is Beastmaster supposed to do now? And he buffed the axes, and okay, maybe we gave you too sharp of axes, right? That's the treatment he's gonna get immediately. I definitely agree with you on that one.
Yeah. The Ice Frog way. You know, I don't know. I'm starting to get a little bit scared for Fantastic 5, because, you know, the early stage was fine. They, you know, this is a 4-3 game, but the fact that they're yet to take any towers, and the fact that this Invokers, you know, has a drums already, going for either Blink or BKB, they're just gonna start scaling a lot, and they have to use this Primal Split. They're TPing the Brewmaster top, which I like. I really feel like they have to use this Catapult Wave. If they miss this opportunity, the game's gonna become super hard for them. This is mega important right now.
Yeah.
If they can find this DK, or at least find a tower. You don't really need the kill.
Well, Kredos is he considered going diving for it. General's sticking around here, but mid lane we also have to be cautious, because there's a pretty big push coming from mid as well, from the Hellbear Smashers. And in fact, Stormstormer is even tanking some tower hits. Now he's going to summon the boys here, Drums of Endurance, to go diving even further. TP is being scouted, though, from Askold, and they've got enough damage for the tower. It's going to be denied, but the important part is that tower's off the map.
That's such a good play. You know, Hellbear Smashers, they know that the Brewmaster TP top, he actually TP'd in the creep wave. They're like, sure, we don't have to defend top, we just get a better objective, and they get mid. Let's see, since they didn't use the split though, they could potentially force mid, and now whether Hellbear Smashers can defend this or not is going to be the important question. Let's see how much they're going to pressure this, because that's the only way they can get ahead in this scenario, actually taking the mid tower as well.
Yep, so just a quick update here, because we were curious about Askold's build. He currently has the Acceptor queued up, as I've got a bit of server lag. Luckily, didn't miss anything. I just kind of recall, because I got to cast these guys when they went as IPG in Season 1, back when Void Spirit was every single game. He loves this build. Again, the hero's not very meta, so I like the suggestion, honestly, of an Orchid, something a little burst heavy, you know. But he does love that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, it's really powerful, especially against hero like Abaddon, you know, just making sure getting the AoE silence so that obviously the Orchid's going to be dispelled unless you use it on the Abba, but if you silence everyone, then you know, it's going to be very impactful in team fights.
It's a good point, actually, right? That's the problem with the Abbas. If you silence him, and then you don't have to worry about the Aphotic Shield, or you silence someone else and hope that Abba's not around.
Yes. They also, I mean, they actually have lots of ways to deal with the Abba. That's why I like the way they were inventive with the draft. You can always just use the Tornado on him. Even if you Tornado someone else, you cannot dispel the Tornado, because it's just like you Scepter. You can really target someone that's lifted. But they have tons of ways here. The real problem is whether this Razor is, like, you know, when is his timing? He just finished the U-Scepter, he's going BKB. They gotta start using those timings. They dealt a little bit of damage middle, but, you know, they lost their bottom tower as well inside of Fantastic 5.
General was blink.
And
there it goes.
Oh, God.
That's a high-level Sunstrike as well, and that's going to be a stick charge popped by Karitas, trying to use the Yules to buy himself time, but not really much of a happy sight for when he returns from that Cyclone. He is going to be killed off. Blink reveal, though, for General, and actually it looks like the rest of Hellbear Smashers are going to capitalize off this, even getting the Fortify through. They want to get this tower.
Yeah, they're always on the aggressive side, it feels. They have the heroes that take a little while to start scaling, and yet they are the ones always initiating this fight. So, you know, that's the mark of a really good team. They are already TP Invoker middle, so they're not really gonna give up their map control middle, and at the same time, they dealt, you know, decent damage top.
Yep, and
nicely done by Hellbear's
even down bottom, Ace is going to be able to TP and reduce the efficiency of the farm, right? Askold was at least picking off that tower, but Ace TP's in to deny it. So tower denied mid lane for Hellbear Smashers, tower denied bottom then for Fantastic 5 as the Invis Rune here on top of the DK mid lane. This should put Brewmaster rather in a bit of a rough spot. Sunstrike, nice bushwhack. Unfortunately, it's not going to matter, man. These high-level Sunstrikes, it's almost maxed already. Tofu, they're going to proc the ultimate here. Should be able to save General, especially after that stun onto the Void Spirit. A Stormstormer threatening to re-engage here back onto the Squishy Coddle. General wants to go for more here. 400 HP, buffed a little bit now by Tofu. So he's going to hold off for now, not wanting to dive too aggressively. I think you use that Blink Dagger versus the Razor, and you're gifting him a ton of damage here. As Stormstorm is actually in a bit of a rough spot now, caught by the Bushwhack, but General counter-initiating with a couple of stuns. Now Ace on the way in. Kritas has to use himself up, but the Eclipse is still going to do enough damage for him to die just as quickly as he returns, when he returns. And once again, it's two fights that look pretty similar, even though it's Fantastic 5 trying to give the boot to Hellbear Smashers.
Yeah, you know, when you actually look at this game, I don't think Primal Split was used in 15 minutes. Right. Which is why I really wanted them to force that mid tower, you know, just pop the spell and try to force them back and do damage. Because it feels like, since they have so much burst damage, the Brewmaster can't really be in a position to counter-initiate, because someone's gonna die in 2 seconds before he even, like, is ready. So yeah, that's really their problem. They should be in the aggression side, and they're just being pummeled every single time. I wonder what they can do. You know, they lost another catapult wave, like it's metal, but they're not ready to really do anything with this. They're gonna have to aim towards a mid to late game power spike, and I'm not sure they have one.
I think BKB for Razor is going to be really, really nice because we don't have anything besides Cataclysm that is going to be a major threat to this Razor through BKB. We don't have like an Underlord or a Centaur, you know, that's going to be able to buff your entire team and also make life difficult. So that at least strikes me as a potential mid-game turning point here, but we're still quite a ways away from that, right? And Hellbear Smashes, as we can see, they are making moves in this period as they get another kill here onto BZZ.
I mean, BKB is probably the best item he can go for, I agree. But the threat of this blink DK stun, right? Sometimes you can't press BKB if he actually blinks like right on top of you. So that's, you know, that's a solution. But I can still like if they smoke and just stun the Razor, the Cataclysm might just get the kill because this Invoker is so massive, right? Level 13. I'm gonna get this top tower. Oh man.
Yeah, it's going to go down without really much of a fight. Even Hellbear Smasher is expecting a bit of a fight. Just the one auto attack there, of course, necessary to take down that tower. Fight's coming, but it probably won't be top lane, as Fantastic Five will smoke up in their jungle. Looks like there is sweep across the map, but unfortunately, look who's already in position here. It's General and Tofu, probably two of the targets that you honestly can't kill at this stage of the game. And with this mid-tier 1 tower at Bowie, it feels just about impossible to you know, really sweep into their jungle too quickly.
Yeah, I love the positioning here from Hellbear Smashers. They're holding multiple high grounds. Very hard for Fantastic Five to infiltrate.
Oh, Cataclysm already? Oh, wow. That's already max Cataclysm with a +1 point here. Is Tofu now in a bad spot? He's going to get the ulti off. Can we turn this into a fight? It feels like without Razor, we just don't have any damage, especially because we don't have Ags on the Void Spirit. They're going to try, though, and they actually have found Ace here. Into the Bushwhack he will go. That last little astral step will pick him off. They've lost BZZ in exchange for this as another Cyclone onto Abba. Should allow them to cleanly disengage, but they got the Primal Split.
Oh, actually, no. It's Drunken Brawler. All right.
Okay, nice. All right, that's not what Gilger was looking for, so he's going to have to look for the kill then onto the Panda instead. Oh my goodness, he got sent the other way from that deafening blast, as now onto General they will go. Now the Axe is online here, as we can see for Asgold, silencing all 4 enemy heroes. But again, there's just no catch here to keep them at bay. Razor respawning, didn't even TP mid, doesn't have BKB. It's still looking rather difficult here for the Fantastic Five lineup.
I'm really impressed by Hellbear Smashers in general. I love the Dragon Knight build. You're not gonna see a Dragon Knight in your pubs going for this, right? Blink 4 staff on a core DK, but that's all they need, because you just want to be able to disengage after you initiate. You just want to go in and out multiple times. Oh, middle. Looks like Ledon is dead.
Yep. I don't know if they smoked or not, but if they did, it was good. If they didn't, it was just basically a free kill. I think either way, it's going to end up having to be Roshan.
Yeah.
What's really difficult for me is this feels like about the timing we should have Shred's Yule's +1 item, but Razor's just still so far behind. He doesn't even have the Mithril Hammer yet.
Yeah. So, you know, that's why like these teams that are really confident about their skill level, they pick Luna second, Invoker first. Because, like, they had last pick on the side of Fantastic Five, right? And did they really get a better matchup versus Luna? Did they get a hero that's gonna outscale her? No, they did not. And, you know, because there's so many bans nowadays, it really feels like you benefit a lot from just picking a really good carry early on, and it's your opponent that gets the burden of being able to counter you. And I don't think there was a good hero for Fantastic Five. It mainly goes down to the fact that they were afraid of picking like a meta hero early on, and they ended up with this Razor that, you know, it can be good, but I think it's actually harder to execute because you just need to really you're not afforded a lot of mistakes, basically. All right, let's see what they can do here. They do have a lot of wave push, as you said, so it might be hard for Hellbear Smashers to go high ground with the first Aegis, but they're still set up for success so far.
Yeah, and that was a big issue I saw on the draft as well, right? Like, there are two ways to go about fighting a Luna that I think we've seen kind of come through. You pick someone that can farm better, if not just as well as her. There are not too many heroes that farm, I would say, better than her, but there are some heroes that can keep up. Or you can go for the tempo route, and I think Fantastic Five tried to play tempo here, right, with a Void Spirit mid, with a Razor especially, one of the biggest anti-carries, right? You've got a Brewmaster, sorry, to disable key enemies in the fights with Cyclone, but it just hasn't come together here is the fact of the matter, and the Razor's not really a hero who can match the farm of a Luna.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And
attack.
just really good positioning by
Look at this.
Stormstormer
Look
there.
at this. Hellbear Smasher. They're going to cut them off. The counter smoke is going to find
no.
all of them. As Kratos is just going to have to try and run. There's the Cataclysm. No stuns at least out from General because they canceled the Blink Dagger. He's a little bit not positioned ready to go on in. And they're going to try and run. There's going to be the Primal Split then at least as they're going to have to buy back on Ladon. This is the fight. Fantastic Five have to try and get something out from this one, but it's so hard as they're fighting into Aegis. Ascald is in now. Ace with a BKB up trying to fight onto the Razor as he's going to get the kill on the BZZ. There's Lucent Beams waiting for this Razor. As soon as he comes down, they've at least gotten Tofu. I think that's going to be thanks to Ascald, who still has an Astral Step, still has that Dissemblate, but now without Primal Split, Brewmaster is incredibly vulnerable here. General throwing down the Fireball as Ascald's going to be able to make the jump onto him. We don't have a Sharpshooter, though, so General mostly safe as the Lucent Beam will be able to snipe the Brewmaster trying to escape from the fight, and a secondary one for the mid lane Void Spirit. 5 for 1. And unfortunately, I think now this is going to become an unsurmountable lead here for Hellbear Smashers.
Yeah, it's just such a... You know you have to play tempo, then you get cut off beautifully by Hellbear Smashers. You know you're against an Aegis, it's not a good fight, but you buy back your Hoodwink just so that, you know, maybe there's a chance that you can take that fight. But it was really low, so... I don't know. I don't blame the buyback. I think they're already in a pretty bad spot, so you're gonna... Like, the longer you wait, the harder it's gonna get. But I just feel like the draft from Hellbear Smash is just much superior. So I can't really blame the gameplay from Fantasy 5 that much. I just feel like they have to step it up in the draft. Because their lane stage was fine. It's just that their heroes, like, they had to completely, like... They would have to smurf against Hellbear Smasher to win this. Okay.
Asphalt. Yep, they got him. There's the Blink stun out from another Invisorin for General, so that made it real easy for him. In melee form, of course, so that stun is instant when you're right next to him. And that didn't leave Ascald a whole lot of time to react. Down he goes, dead for 40, no buyback. BKB is up for Razor. He was probably wishing he had that last fight, but unfortunately he couldn't quite get it online. As they're going to lose BZZ. Stormstormer though, he's going to be the one to get the BKB revealed on him. Ace can drop because he's got Aegis, and he's going to have to use that now. BKB when he comes back up as well, as there's some good damage onto General. Ace is just going to fight through. They might not even need BKB because Kratos is just going to go down.
God.
And I think that's going to have to just be the GG here, Bowie. I don't think there's any much fight left here in Fantastic 5.
Yeah, it's just really rough to take this fight. I think, you know, that's why Brewmaster is not a meta hero. He struggles to play you know, dominant like General is playing. Not only he had a better laning stage even though he was against Razor, so that's definitely, you know, on Hellbear Smashers for playing really well. But the hero is just incredible. DK is so OP. I'm surprised it's not gonna get nerfed before TI, but you know, sometimes Ice Frog's gonna be Ice Frog, I guess.
Yeah, you know, I think we're gonna nerf Locket. We're gonna buff Earthshaker, so he's like must pick, must ban. You know, that's a TI classic hero right there. Of course, not a TI without a Shaker, at least since TI 4, TI 5 anyway.
You feel like they're still gonna drop a patch before TI? Because I saw, you know, Kyle's tweet, and I feel like I actually kind of agree with him, considering it already took so long. I would love a patch, but
I think we're gonna get one. I think we've been on this patch since February, March, has it?
I think so.
It's been a long time. Like I think. Especially because Dota, hold that thought here, Bowie. They're interrupting our Dota 2 podcast with a team fight as BZZ is going to be glimmered up, but he's got nowhere to go, stuck in the ice wall. We've got a second Primal Split here coming up pretty soon because we've got the Ag Scepter at least for Proletary. But Hellbear Smashers, yeah, after the buyback and without Aegis, they're not willing to pretend. Sorry about that, some upstairs neighbor noise. But there's going to be the jump, and that's the telekinesis I was talking about. They've actually thrown him out from the Sunstrikes, but it's not going to matter much because they have plenty of damage for the kill. Great tornado from Stormstormer. Oh, immediately on in. That's going to leave Kurdos absolutely nowhere to go. He's got to use the BKB, but he's surrounded only by enemies. Oh, and the damage is too high. Alacrity. Luna is going to nuke him down. There goes BZZ, and the last one to go is going to be all these Panda Brulings, man. That is the GG well played in game 1 here in favor of Hellbear Smashers.
Stormstorm is so good. Wow, I'm very impressed by his performance. I think, the lane stage was fine, but he was so active with the Exort Invokers. Overall, I think, gameplay, draft, Hellbear Smashers, they feel like 1.5 tiers ahead of Fantastic 5. But maybe with a better draft, they can take game 2.
Yep. Oh, I mean, that's 2 big comfort heroes, right, for Hellbear Smashers. Level 29 Invoker, level 29 Rubik. So, yeah, they knew how to make that one work. Yeah, no, I would be really surprised if we didn't get a patch. I think that's a long time. Don't get me wrong, the days of Valve's experimental, every 2 weeks we're going to patch, those are long gone. But my goodness, I think just for the health of the community game, I think they've got to give us a patch, Like
yeah,
that's what I'm kind of leaning towards.
I totally agree. I think there's definitely a couple of things that should be tuned before TI. I guess because it got delayed so much with changing countries and everything. Maybe that's why it didn't drop. I hope they do, because I don't want to see TI being the same as the major. I want to see different stuff.
Yeah, no, true. That's another good point. It does feel, that also would feel real weird. I don't know. I think Kyle was trolling. Was it this everyone's begging for a patch, nothing's coming until after TI?
Yeah.
I think that's Kyle with a little bit of je ne sais quoi right there in that tweet. It's the Kyle goodness that everyone loves to say.
Maybe that's
Kyle,
actually his plan, right?
Yeah.
If he actually says there's not going to be a patch.
He's trying to curse it. It is what it is. I think almost certainly we'll have a patch, which would be nice because I think we could get some different heroes in the rotation. But it's been cool to see a bunch of heroes come back into the limelight. This Hoodwink is definitely one of them, right? It was picked a lot. I want to say NASA, but now it's kind of everywhere, right? It's spread like wildfire. Luna is another hero that would literally get picked at the start of DPC Season 2, which, may I remind you, is the exact same patch we're on now. And people would groan, and say, "Oh my God, this Luna hero, she's so bad." And look where we are now, right? We first face Luna and we go, "Oh, it's unstoppable." So
it definitely grew because like every region you would see casters just complaining, "Oh God, another Luna game is gonna get trashed."
Yep.
But people learned, and I guess the casters also learned.
Yeah.
I was the one that would complain about Luna often. But it's so powerful, especially when you just ban Terrorblade, which was a hero they were not picking as much at that time. So it's just probably one of the few counters that are really strong.
Exactly. Yeah, I feel the same way about like all this TA right now, right? Like Batrider is just an okay hero, Like obviously he's gonna do well in a game versus TA, Lena as well. Really, it's just clockwork. None of the very classic mid lane counters are really a problem for her because they're just so bad. Like that's why I'd like to see a little bit because I think we've kind of reached the end game of this patch, where it's like if the server, after you finished your dessert, came up and said, "Hey, can I offer you a dessert?" And you go, "I just had one. What do you mean? I'm good to go." I feel like that's where we're at now, But
yeah, I agree. I think though it always surprises us. Like you feel like you learn everything and like Hekies becomes meta for some reason. But I feel like most of what was supposed to be discovered has already Aeon just being so strong.
Yep.
We finally got the freaking oh God, I actually forgot the name of it. The healing item.
Oh, Holy Locket. Holy Locket's actually good. Yeah, Ice Frog just had to buff it for 2 years straight, and people started buying it. Well, who would have thought? Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, I don't know if this patch holds any more surprises for us, unfortunately, is the fact of the matter. I'd like to see that new inventiveness, right? Because I think we're really coming down to it. When we're buying Falcon Blade and Echo Saber on almost every single core that's not a Luna, I think that means like we're getting to that stage where everything is pretty distilled. But I mean, this is a great conversation, don't get me wrong, Bowie, but we've got to go to a break here because we have a second draft that we're going to need to distill. Some things Fantastic Five need to adjust, some things that we're looking forward to. We'll all get into that and break it down when we're back after a short break for the Dota 2 Champions League. We'll see you then.
All right.
Welcome back to the Dota 2 Champions League, and have a little bit of deja vu. We've been in this place before, haven't we, Bowie? But this time, there's that yellow little box here lit up for the Hellbear Smashers as they're up 1-0 versus Fantastic 5, but we've got the exact same draft for game number 1. My question to you is, are we on track for a repeat of game number 1?
I mean, at least they banned a couple of the heroes that they used. They actually got the ABBA and the DK away, which I think were really important. But at the same time, the fact that they are, even though they have first pick on the side of Fantastic 5 and they're banning Terror Blade and just giving Luna away, this is a big no-no in my opinion. They're trying to play tempo, but I think you have to be definitely the better team to pull something like this off. And, Hellbear Smashers, they didn't lose a single game so far. They are looking like the better team. Fantastic 5, they want to prove they're the better team. So maybe if they win this game, I'll change my mind a little bit about this approach. I feel like you just much better get the Terrible first pick and let them pick Luna. Like, you don't care. It's actually such a good matchup for you.
We'll see, though. That's the thing. It's like I feel like if you don't ban out the Luna after the game that they just, what's crazy as well is maybe the Luna wasn't the problem. Like, there were so many other heroes that were issues first. Like, Luna definitely with the farm she had was an issue, but I don't think she was key in those early fights when everything went bad for Fantastic 5. So maybe that's where they're hoping they could get a better draft here and get some counterplay going.
I agree. I feel like the Brewmaster on the side of Fantastic 5 was the biggest problem.
Okay.
It's not an offlaner up to par to DK, and they did ban the DK this time, so you're definitely right.
And
we'll
the
see
ABBA.
what they get here.
And the ABBA.
Yes.
Which
Mars.
made their lack of catch even more,
Yes.
it exacerbated that issue, shall we say, quite a bit. That felt real weak. So this Mars as well is tough, because to me, like, Drow's not banned, but Drow hates playing into the Mars, right? Not because the lane is bad. The lane's actually pretty good, but he throws up the arena, and even if Drow's got a BKB, it feels impossible to be impactful while those walls are up.
Yeah, I hope they go for like a Juggernaut, or they did get the Nakes out, but I actually feel like Juggernaut fares really well against Luna. You can just, even if she has BKB, you just Omni Slash, do a ton of damage. You don't really care about Mars. You actually do very well against Invoker too. But, not that popular of a hero. We'll see what they'll go. I like this Wyvern. I think it's a good hero. You do have a lot of magic damage on Smashers, though. It's not like the Code Embrace, physical immunity aspect is going to be that relevant.
Plus the pure damage, right, of Sunstrike, which of course is just a free setup, regardless of whether or not there's a Cataclysm, which I think we had like 18 minutes into last game. So yeah, that's also slightly concerning. But what is slightly concerning for me for now here, Bowie, is this immediate catch. Just like I said last game for the Void Spirit, I don't think Mars is enough in this respect. He's no Puck, he's no Jug, no Lifestealer in terms of, when he comes down from Yules, he could still be caught. Do we still need something like this Gilgir Rubik last game to just set them up, or do you think this Mars Luna Invoker's enough?
I think it's enough, especially if he just, rushes the Blink Dagger. I'm not saying they're not going to go Rubik, but... oh, the classic.
This is a classic?
BZZ?
Oh.
Wait, no. Oh, God, dude, I'm actually so rusty. Okay, so Pugna's on the other side. I guess this is going to be a support Pugna, right? Unless this is support Mars?
Looks like it, I suppose, right?
I guess...
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, it's really strong versus Void Spirit.
5
If,
seconds
is there a chance they play mid Wyvern side of Fantastic 5 and this Void Spirit is a debate?
Oh man, that would be something pretty new from them, especially because it could be, because I don't know what Proletary's hero pool is outside of the Brew. I think we've seen him quite a few times on the Mars, but a Void Spirit's a pretty niche pick for the offlane. Like a Mar, the friendly guy, plays it. I think Supernova, their old offlaner, would play it a couple of times, but I don't know, because he is brand new to the team.
I actually feel like there's going to be a Sport Pugna. You have the ability of decrepifying whoever gets Winter's Curse, which is really strong. You actually heal more than a Baton as a Pugna support. You do need level 6, but I don't think this is a bad Pugna support game. It's actually... It's not a popular pick, but against Wyvern specifically, it's actually good.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, so
5
they
seconds
need an offlaner on Fantastic 5, considering this is Wyvern support and Void Spirit core. And they need a 4 or 5 on Hellbear Smashers.
Yeah. I think... What do we want here, though, is the question. Oh, what do we want for Fantastic 5? Teamfight's not actually that bad, from what I can tell. We've got decent pick-off as well between the Void Spirit Hoodwink, although we never really saw that come together last game. I think that's got a lot of potential, this combo.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a bit of early tower push from the offlane wouldn't be bad. I think that is what we're lacking. Right now, we need to win a fight, which involves using a couple of big ultimates. But in the early game, when the death timers are so short, you might not be able to get a tower in time with this lineup. That's a little concerning for me right now for Fantastic 5. We'll see if they can find an offlaner to fit that
5
niche.
seconds remaining.
I think a big upgrade on their draft from game 1 is the fact that they finally got a good carry matchup on the Spectre versus Luna. Like this is definitely after Terrorblade one of the best ones. But the problem I see is that they might lack damage. Like Terrorblade is a super bursty hero from very early on into the game. Spectre not only has a big cooldown on Haunt, it actually takes a long time until you actually burst people down. So the lack of damage is a concern, but they do have another pick. I think, if they can get this offlaner that does a lot of damage, maybe a Centaur, maybe... The problem with Centaur is actually pretty bad versus Mars, but I think they need more burst.
Dire team.
Okay.
Yeah, they take the Centaur anyways.
Centaur is always an option as well for disengaging in fights. Feels bad versus Mars, but he would have helped for the burst. His push is also good.
Yeah.
I mean...
It's actually lanes really well with Hoodwink too, because so much stunning to stun.
10
So
seconds remaining.
what else can they pick here? No DK, no Sand King. It's gonna be an out-of-the-box offlaner, I feel like.
It has to be, right? And I think an issue we have is, like, Timber's in the pool. He's a great offlaner. Not really versus Luna, right? So, because, like, Luna is a good laner versus a lot of the current offlaners we have. Plus, Hellbear Smashers, even if it's, like, a terrible, terrible pick for them. Actually, is Axe still on the pool? Because Axe does suffer in the lane a bit, but he's got a decent game here, actually. Tornado.
Yeah, but the Pugna. I think that's why they picked
no.
Pugna, actually.
Yeah.
It might be their best option, even still. Because if they don't go Axe, what are they going to pick? Like, offlane Bounty Hunter? Like some really weird Bristleback? I don't think those heroes...
Maybe... yeah, man, none of these picks really look amazing right now, huh?
I feel like Hellbear Smashers drafting has been on point. These guys, they are playing like they're a TI team, even though TI qualifier is already over. I really like the way... okay, they go for the Brewmaster again. Ugh.
I like it better this game, kind of. Wow, there's an out-of-the-box pick as well for General, the Underlord.
Oh, so it's okay. So it is a support Mars, right?
Yeah, it is. That's
Okay.
surprising. That's a tough lane for the Spectre, though. My goodness, she's not going to enjoy that one.
Yeah, I like the Underlord here just because, usually as a Luna team going high ground, it can be a little scary, but now you have this Underlord hero that can bring everyone away from the Winter's Curse, can bring everyone away. Like Brewmaster ult, sure, let's just ult out of this and go again. Until Ags is done, at least, this is a pretty viable option for them. And they're super tanky, right? We were talking about lack of damage. They have Mars support, Underlord, Pugna heals, and Luna Invoker are going to have early BKBs. So, again, I think I favor Hellbear Smashers just a little bit less than the first game, but I still feel like they have the better draft.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, especially because I don't see a great way out from some, like, amazing high ground holds, which is possible, I would say, with the Wyvern to punish any bad positioning. Like, it's possible, right? Outside of some amazing high ground holds, like into the Smid game, like or some great Roshan fights when they're contesting Rosh, because I think Hellbear Smashers As if, of course, this isn't the norm. They need to get Aegis on Luna. Probably like second Aegis is their go time here to try and end the game. I would think with this draft, and then by then I don't know if Spectre, especially with her difficult lane, is gonna have the items that she needs. Like I don't think that's late game enough for her. That probably occurs like 32, 33 minutes in, right? So it's I don't know
about
what gets us through
Aegis.
that. Go ahead.
Like they have no Roche taken on the side of Fantastic Five again. So like even if they have a good laning stage, even if they get early towers, can they actually Roche? I mean, Brewmaster's probably gonna rush Eggs and not a Solar Crest.
Yep.
Like all of their heroes are actually trash at Roshing. So
Yep.
we'll see. We'll see. I think they can win this game, but definitely gonna be a little harder than it is for Hellbear's Smashes to win.
This Wyvern's going to have to be pretty big. And at least in this case, what I do think is a little bit of a weakness, for all the strengths that the Underlord does bring you, I really would have loved to see this Mars get some more farm than a position 5, because I think he's great at hunting down a Wyvern, right? Wyvern likes to hide in the trees, uses Arctic Burn to get into these fights and approach from awkward angles to get the curse off. General, he's good at zoning with Pit of Malice for sure, but not the biggest cast range. You know, a Blink Arena is going to immediately reveal a Wyvern, right? And that's going to force the issue for her.
Yeah.
And I don't think that General on this Underlord is going to have the same impact.
Right. I agree with that.
Oh,
Okay, so let's see what's gonna happen here. Bounty fight, maybe?
Battle begins.
Gilger's doing a little bit of dance. Hasn't taken anything yet. We'll see what he takes here on the support. I think he's actually dead. It's not going to matter what he takes. Oh, he's going to decrep himself. No more magic damage. Unbelievable. He's going to live.
This is actually so clutch, because he forces this Void Spirit to start with Q, which is a huge blunder to his laning stage. And like Pugna, he could have used the Crepify much earlier, but he's like, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait until he learns that spell, and then he doesn't even pop his Spirit Fire. Just very nicely done.
No,
again.
actually, you're totally right. I think in this lane, versus a Quas Wex, by the way, Stormer this time around is what he's gonna build in. I told you he's doing a bit of practicing. A nice deny, regardless though, from Ascald, as he's gonna get the deny on the range creep. Or did he? No, he didn't. Actually, he missed it.
No, I don't think he did.
Sorry, I saw it was the purple plus golds, and for some reason I thought the purple hero got. There's a lot of purple here, so I got confused.
Yeah, I know.
But no, you're right, because how is he going to secure range creep CS now versus a Quas Exort Invoker? It's or Quas Wex Invoker. It's gonna a bit difficult. Well, he's got Resonant Pulse now, so now it's no big thing.
Did get level 2. Very nice. I'm actually, yeah, I would love to talk with Starstormer afterwards why he's going for this build over the Exort, because yeah, that's very fascinating. You know, pro players know so much. I wish I was in their brain.
Yeah, especially
the
this
time.
guy with something like probably 2,800 Invoker games now, you know, in rank. So he's he's played a couple of them, Bowie. I think he can probably tell you, oh yeah, I played at 300 Invoker games versus a Void Spirit, you know, and in this one I felt like this was the better, this was the better builds.
This is not his first rodeo for sure.
No, it is not. No, it is not. He's fun to watch on the hero. So, yeah, a treat today. Quas Exort and the Quas Wex. I'm looking forward to what he's going to build. There's a lot of Eastern European invokers who like going for the Quas Wex, who really, really do well there. So perhaps he's just trying to practice that play style a little bit. It'd be fun to watch regardless. Decrep is also brutal for this Wyvern. Just wasted pretty much the entire of Arctic Burn. Really want to use that to harass the Underlord. But of course, when you decrepify, no longer do you even move, but you can't even attack, which is the whole point of the spell. So nice job by Gilger here, really making that
You're actually
feel...
so right. Like, I never thought of Pugna as a Wyvern counter in that regard, but like in the lane stage, so strong.
Yeah, it's brutal. Plus, Wyvern with some pretty mana-intensive abilities. There was a while, I mean, she's got Ring of Bazzi, right, for a reason, but there was a while where you would go Soul Ring on a support Wyvern. Those were different days, of course, when you would basically get Soul Ring and Brown Boots, and that was your farm for the first 30 minutes of the game because you needed to upgrade the courier. Ladon gets this kill down bottom on a support Mars, so there's life in this bottom lane this time around, which is more than we could say last time. But yeah,
This is...
I feel like
Yeah, go on,
Netherward.
sorry.
I was gonna say just to tap off that Pugna point, like Netherward as well is really good versus a Wyvern, right? Because she's got all these big mana abilities. Hates playing around that. Bad attack speed. General is taking some damage here. There's gonna be that Splinter Blast, but General already with this Ring of Health is just, I think, straight up too tanky already.
Yeah. The Atrophy Aura is just really strong for Spectre. You know, these low base damage heroes. And after they nerfed Quelling Blade so much, right? It was like 26 damage in the past. It's 12 now. It's actually really harsh to CS.
That's another good point. How's mid lane going? Pretty smooth for Stormstormer again. Askeld's having difficulties. 2 points into the Resonant Pulse. Doesn't have Dissemblate, so he's going to have to just, you know, use whatever he has because all his mana was going to get burned. It was a bit bad, but Stormstormer having a good time here. Going for the Urn immediately after. So I'm looking forward to seeing him rotate around the map because I think there's a lot of kill potential versus this Wyvern up top with the +1. Down bottom, a good Spear, Lucent Beam into an Invoker rotation. Sounds very promising versus a Squirrel. So I'm liking this game right now for a Quaswex Invoker.
Oh, yeah. I like that they're at least, you know, giving Proletariat a better laning stage this time. He was level 5 at 11 minutes, maybe, last game. Feels like he's going to have a much earlier level 6, and I want to see what he can do, because it didn't even felt like Brewmaster was in the game in the first 15 minutes. So maybe, you know, they're actually insisting in this pick, so they definitely have a reason to go for it, and I want to see why.
Okay. Again, a lot, just like well, not even like last time. This time there was definitely a lot of picks or offlane picks that were banned out. Right, we started talking about a couple of them. So maybe just a comfort pick for him here, and it's still not bad. Again, Cinder Brew. He's got an early Urn. You've got the Squirrel here to, you know, refresh that brew and get the Ignite going. So it's got promise here, and I think that's probably what got Tofu killed once, and why he's so hesitant to get too close to the enemies here. So it's more space for Brew. I'd agree with you. Do you think they're? I mean. Yeah, I mean, if this is an ABBA Tofu, though, of course, this lane is pretty much the same as last time, so it doesn't look as good. But luckily, they did manage to ban that one out here in the second phase.
Exactly. All right, I mean, pretty quiet early game. They did get first blood inside of Fantasy 5 this time. Ace taking a bit of damage there, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Nope, not without Urn. It's a bit difficult for a kill. And Tofu, in the meantime, just getting a bit of damage himself. We're getting through these infused raindrops very quickly as Tofu caught by the tree. There's Ignite. We don't have Acorn Shot, actually. It's the point in Scurry, so nothing to reignite this Mars, so he'll be fine. Gilgur looked to rotate mid as they look to contest the runes. Yet again, second game in a row, it spawns bottom where Askeld's already waiting for it, so he's got the Arcane Rune in the bottle. Level 6, double Astral Steps could be... Well, here's one of them out already. Dissemblate to dodge the EMP, but he's going to have to use that one defensively because he was a bit early. Okay, another Bushwhack down bottom as Tofu is going to go ahead and yeet him across the crystals. Tofu this time. Oh, he's going to live. He's got Fairy Fire, so yeah, Ladan is not going to be able to get that kill.
Yeah, the thing that even though this is a better game for Proletariat, the net worth is already so high on all the cars on Hellbear Smashers. Like, the Underlord farmed 3 large stack close to his tower. Ace doing really, really well. You know, some things going well for Fantastic 5, but still feel like the overall game plan is going towards Hellbear Smashers again.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be a bit tough for them here. They might even get a kill onto Kratos up top lane. Gilgur keeping him at bay. Yeah, that's a level 2 Nether Blast even now. So he's going to bring a lot of tower push here actually early on for the support. As we see Kratos getting full healed. Going as far as to get the infused raindrops. First item, Blade Mail, but it's not the naked Blade Mail for Spectre. It's full power treads for Kratos, so he's at least got some stats to assist him here in this otherwise very difficult lane. And I think that 10 damage goes a long way, right? You can see 58 to 68 makes CSing a lot easier. But they're going to haunt down bottom, where Proletary was getting ran down. Ace caught by the Bushwhack here. That's going to reignite him. Tofu, only level 4. He's got the Spear. He's got the Bushwhack, but doesn't have a real great target to throw it at. So he's going to have to turn for Askeld. And a nice little 2-man bonk, but I don't believe he makes it out alive here. Yeah, actually, he won't, but it's going to maybe put Askold in a bit of a risky position. Big stick, though, is going to get popped as they look now for the kill into Stormstormer. He's dusted up already, so he's just going to throw down the EMP in hopes that he gets anything accomplished, but it's actually just 3 heroes that drop down bottom.
There you go. I mean, that's what they wanted the whole game. Finally, their carry gets level 6 before the enemy one. They still have split. I think maybe a mistake from Smashers to try and defend this tower. They send way too many heroes one by one, right?
Yep.
But this is great for Fantasy 5. This is going to be like an 8-minute tower, possibly?
It's looking pretty good for that. In fact, could be another kill into Tofu with this urn.
What?
Yeah, he just took all this damage, right? It's a level 2 Cinder Brew. Kratos is coming back. Doesn't have enough mana yet, though, for the Spectral Dagger, but it's not going to matter. Another Thunderclap is going to do him in. He needs to respect the amount of damage that Cinder Brew and Urn does. It's pretty bonkers.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, this completely changes it. That's what they wanted game 1.
Yeah.
They finally get it game 2.
And look at this. Askold even scouts a nice stack here. He doesn't really want to farm it yet. He's got the build to farm it, though. Max Dissemblate and Resonant Pulse here is getting maxed to next. They're hunting General? Ooh, this could be a kill. He doesn't have it. He's got a full Hooded Defiance. Not enough mana, though, for the active. Now he does, though, just getting it back barely. Askold will fight him here now inside of the Pit of Malice. General falling low. There's the second Astral Step committed, and they will eventually be able to burst through him.
All right, this is amazing. This is all they could have asked for. Spectre, top net worth. Blade Mail about to be finished up. Tower already down, so they can't possibly collapse middle. Since they are yet to use the Primal Split. And Catapult Wave is coming. This is awesome.
Yep. Tornado is not going to catch Proletary either, so he's going to get to hold on to this Invis Rune. That's somewhat of a scary prospect, isn't it? Especially when he still has his ulti to play with. We've got great ways of stopping him from ulting, especially with Pit of Malice. But if he's Invis, you can't catch him, is the problem.
Spectre, though. Invoker's looking for you.
Oswex Invoker here with Tofu Mars nearby. There's no arena, though, Bo, yet. This is pretty tough, especially with still infused raindrops. Got plenty of armor. They're going to go for it regardless, as the spear, unfortunately, is going to whiff. What otherwise what might have been a nice kill. Tofu, big fan here, is going to say my bad, as now Proletary still coming in with that Invis Rune. Ladan giving chase. Stormstormer doesn't really want to be here any longer, but neither does the Spectre. Without Spectre, is this still a kill? We shall see. Ladan chasing him down. Oh, the Haunt's even committed. But Ladan didn't trust his instincts, wanted to save Bushwhack to make sure he didn't miss. He knows he's the catch that they needed there, just couldn't get it done. And instead, top lane, Kratos actually is going to haunt up top, where Gilger is going to get a little bit of a life drain onto him. That's Blade Mail finish, though, for the Spectre. But unfortunately, Blade Mail or not, you're not going to be able to defend that tower. General will take it down.
Yeah, this is unfortunate, because I feel like if they just ignored Invoker and tried to pressure middle, they knew he had no TP. They could have just taken that tower, but they ended up using Haunt.
Nice. Sorry to cut you off. Just a quick little kill onto the squirrel. That means this ward is also probably wasted. So we'll see if they can get a sentry out for that. Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, nice. Okay, yeah. Hellbear Smashers, they punch back. Not only they take the tower, they don't even get scratched in the mid lane. Love the Midas on Invoker. We're gonna balance the fact that he's going for this Quaswex build.
Yep, just a little skill build check as well for our Invoker fans in the chat, because I think a lot of people are always curious about when you start dipping points into Exort. Lorinov, Rebel, Dendi when he plays Quaswex. Dendi actually does go for this like level 8 point in Exort or level 9. But like Lorinov and some more of the Eastern European Invokers, Dendi aside, like to wait until level 10. So I always think this is interesting. I don't play a lot of Invoker myself, but I imagine to the Invoker players in chat that, this is something that they argue about in their free time. Who knows? Hoodwink is in trouble, though. There's no arguing about that, as she will be killed off with the first arena of the game.
Yeah, pressuring a little bit too much there by Ladon. I talked to a couple of Invoker players, and the overall feeling that I get...
Hold that thought real quick, because this is a Brewmaster Primal split. Almost actually got this kill onto Ace, but now it's going to leave Brewmaster just completely high and dry as he comes out and is quickly finished off.
Oh man, I think they got a little bit overly excited on the side of Fantasy 5. They're like, guys, we're winning the early game. Let's punch those guys. And I think they're going for way too many risky plays spread out around the map instead of playing together. I think this is kind of, I don't want to say destroying because it's a strong word, but I think it's not really helping them solidify the early game advantage they got. Oh.
Yeah. Scold, he's going to be able to get the assimilate out. Unfortunately, without like the cold snap procs immediately there, it's a little bit of a tough kill. This is, I don't know why Gilgert does this. He did this earlier in the mid lane. He just really likes blowing some life into his friends, I guess, at the cost of his own HP. But then he just goes and gets it back from neutral anyway, so he's good to go. Short cooldown on this thing. Heavy mana, but, you know, whatever. Gilgert knows what he's doing on the hero.
Oh, yeah. What were we talking about again?
Ooh, good question. I don't exactly remember. Oh, Invoker skill builds.
Oh, yeah. So what I usually see Invoker players talking about is that you want to get as many quas points until, like, let's say you're playing against a Puck or playing against a Void Spirit. You want to have a stun that lasts long enough so they cannot use their like their defensive spell. So Dissimulate, it has like a 0.7 second cast point, I want to say. So you want to max Cold Snap until you actually get to that point, so that the urn totally prevents them to cast the defensive spell.
And would you look at that, Bowie, just real quick as a supporting point, right? 3 points in Quas here for Cold Snap means that the freeze cooldown is 0.68 seconds. So that seems quite legit to me there, my friend.
That's pretty much what you need. I think they nerfed this a little bit. Yeah, they from 0.77 to 0.57. Wait. Oh, yeah. They nerfed this a little bit, so you might need more points than before. But overall, that's usually what I see the players talking about.
Smoke's going to break here. That's going to trigger the haste rune Gilgert. Couldn't get off the Dissimulate in time. Sharpshooter will find him. And he goes. General throwing up the pit, but is not going to be able to find anything with that net. And he's going to have to go ahead and, well, just continue sieging the tier 1, actually. It's fairly low. We've got Winter's Curse, so it's a little spooky, but some good space in here by the Hellbear Smashers should leave them relatively safe. They're just going to throw the Curse down. That's going to end real soon. Oh, no, sorry. There's creeps nearby to hold her down. Cold Embrace then for the Wyvern as they're going to hit her with a spear. That's going to trigger the Primal Split, though. Now General doesn't like this fight anymore. He's going to try and evacuate Ace. Stormstormer, he's going to stick around, though, as they continue to fight. Ace is going to be brought back to the creep, but it's only a life limpless, really Nova, what they bring back. That's now Primal Split ending as BZZ is finished off by right clicks from the river from Stormstormer. Tofu with a big arena, though, only catching the Brewmaster. However, he's taken down. Had no Primal Split anyway. Sharpshooter's going to be absorbed by the Underlord as the Tornado is not going to be there to catch the rest of the escaping Fantastic Five heroes. A 2-for-1 trade in addition to the tower, but you do lose the Luna here.
Yeah, that's rough. You know, Fantastic Five, they smoke to get a kill, and yet who takes the mid tower is Hellbear Smashers. At least they got the Luna kill, so that helps a little bit. But even still, they're being out-farmed because of these Midas on the Invoker, right? So, I don't know. This Brewmaster here is so hard to execute. It feels like even when they get a relatively good fight, it was 5 versus 4, still doesn't look that impactful. I don't really know why. I'm not sure, you know, if Smashers know how to play against it, or it's just like the hero not being as good. You really need these eggs to start being useful.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. If we look at this, is it really that great of a Brewmaster game? When I think of like a good Brewmaster game, I think of like a hero that you want to lift and keep out of the fight as long as possible, like a Bristle, a Timber, you know, in the off-lane role, maybe mid lane. If you can catch like a Puck, they're gonna get Tofu, but of course he's just buying space for the Aegis. That's gonna be first Aegis, 17 minutes in, so that's completely normal, right? That's the reason I say it like it's an everyday thing. He's a support. That's what he does. But this game, you know, you can lift Underlord, I suppose, but if you already started channeling his ulti, it goes through that.
Exactly.
Finding Invoker, I think, is a bit of a tall ask, because he can tornado the Storm Panda, of course. The Earth Panda is immune, so you can toss a boulder at him, but you know he's might be able to just walk away. Like there's no real great lift target this game, is I think what is a major problem as well. Are we still rushing this Ags? We are. We're almost there. But I think that's why, like, it just doesn't seem so great. Like, we watched, Alvo and I casted a game, I think it was a Fantastic Five game even, where he built Ags, and it was versus a Faceless Void, right? And he lifted Faceless Void 3 times in one fight over the duration of 2 casts. That's what we're looking for, right? But it doesn't feel like there's that kind of hero in this game.
I totally agree. And I think that goes back to the fact that they are banning the Terrorblade when they have first pick and just, letting them get this Luna. We were talking about whether, Luna was the reason they won or not. And it's not like, how can I say this? Like, Luna is not carrying them right now, but all things equal,
Oh, curse.
I still feel okay.
Everything for this Storm. There's he can't leave, of course. He knows this. Nah, he's going to be hard-pressed to get that kill with Cold Embrace. Good damage otherwise, especially with the Vessel up, but he's going to be allowed to just sustain through that one. Nice kill there. Curse and Haunt used, but killing the Stormer is very nice, and he's going to hate that because his Midas is off cooldown.
The bane of every Evoker player.
Oh, yeah.
All right, that's a good haunt. I think one thing that really made them struggle a little bit in the mid game was the fact that they used that haunt and didn't catch the Invoker. So this time they do. Really done. Wonderlord maybe?
He's a hard catch here, Bowie. He's got Greaves, he's got Hood. We'll see. They've got a Veil of Discord on Ladan, though. This is good damage. Gilker is starting to get through the scroll, though, with the Life Drain, and the Spear is going to shish kebab her. They're going to Primal Split for this. Can they finally get through General at last? He will fall in the river, but they're going to kill the Panda. They got through all of the Brewlings with the auto attacks from Ace, and that looked relatively easy for them there as well. So offlaner for offlaner, plus the position 5.
Yeah, Luna is not that hard of a counter against the Brewlings as a TA, but if you just keep them all together like he did there, it's still gonna hurt, because so much damage coming from the Glaives now that Luna is level 15. You have to either split them or you have to lift the Luna. If she can attack, it's just so dangerous for you. They still have these Ages. I think it's gonna be a tier 1 going down, but I don't think Hellbear's Mesher is going to pressure that much more. Even though there's cooldowns yet to get up on the side of Fantasy 5, I think that tier 2 is a tough ask for them.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
We're going to smoke up now for the Hellbear Smashers. Tofu's got Blink. We can get off some really nice arenas here. Where are we looking here? Next item for Stormer, by the way, after the Vessel, is going to be the BKB, as they're going to try and just scout any possible rotations. Ladan is in the area, but he wasn't quite there. But he's not going to really be able to defend this bottom tier 1 by himself. He's just but a mere squirrel versus a Luna with BKB and Aegis. That's a bit of a tall ask.
They're just going to control the triangle here. Nicely done by Smashers. And looks like, since no one is actually here, they're going to try and force this, see what happens.
Yeah. Ladan's just trying to get through the wave, but General's actually into Greaves for it. They do find Ladan here. Can't quite chain the stuns together. The scurry through the trees, but there's a big old spicy meatball courtesy of Stormer. And really, especially with the what's the Q called? Just the Firestorm on Underlord. It just leaves him nowhere to go. It's actually a really... Underlord's a great hero at stopping Hoodwink from doing these otherwise mischievous things, isn't he? I kind of just realizing that myself.
Yeah, like, it's not a hero that was being played at all when Hoodwink started getting popular. I agree. It's really, really strong.
And
I don't vision, cut those trees.
Yeah, and I don't think the hero is necessarily good, but I mean, you take a look at this draft from Fantastic 5, and this is a hell of a good Underlord game, isn't it? I see why they picked it now. I mean, here we go.
Really good versus Void Spirit as well.
Okay, perfect timing. What? Tofu.
Wow.
Tofu's a support. He's a support. What? This guy, he plays Enchantress. Did you see that? That was better than some offlane Mars I've seen. I think General even is like, damn, that was slick.
Max range spear into arena afterwards.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm actually speechless. That was so beautiful.
That was a thing of beauty. They're going to go top lane. They want to hunt for the Spectre, but she's going to get an inkling that something's coming here with that big old Dark Rift animation. And so she's out of there in time. That was genuinely a very good play for Tofu. Wow. I'm impressed.
MJZ gotta watch this, because I was like, in my opinion, MJZ was the guy that's popularized position 5 Underlord, and sorry, Mars. But, Tofu actually made me realize there might be better 5 Mars than I anticipated.
That was genuinely, I think, kind of incredible. Though. I think,
yeah.
like the instant 4 tips as well from his teammates, because he's just He's like, don't worry, guys. I got this. A Void Spirit is definitely not a counter to me. You know, you can't dodge my spear in my arena if I get them timed perfectly here. Fight's breaking out. Primal Split's going to be thrown out here as well as the Haunt. They're going to go for Gilger first. Good damage on in general. He's taken down, especially thanks to that sharpshooter. BZZ being kept at bay, though, by Ace, who's now going to BKB and look to pop the Eclipse. They're going to leave BZZ alive for now. It's just Stormstormer trying to get through him, and instead focus their attention here towards Creedon. He's going to try and escape. The arena wall's erected in time from Tofu, leaves him no discourse, but now Ace in a bit of a rough spot here without BKB, bushwhacked and killed off. Fantastic Five turn it around. They get through the Spectre, but it just took about everything they had. Stormstormer focused his attention there towards stopping the Wyvern, got the kill, but meant he wasn't immediately available for all of these utility spells in the bulk of the fight, in the main fight, I should say. And they're still going for him. They got him with bushwhack here. There's the Aether Remnants. The Ladon still alive, might tick down to the vessel. No, he's totally good to go. That turns into a full team wipe here in favor of F5.
Wow, that was so impressive. I think the reason they won that fight is that they aggressively used the Dark Rift top, so they couldn't actually disengage. It was really weird because Spectre actually haunted in and attacked the Nether Ward for like 4 seconds until it was down. I was like, I mean, this haunt is terrible, but because they killed the Pugna early, they just want to fight. The Spectre is starting to get really tanky, even though Luna used BKB when she eclipsed. The Spectre actually survived everything. I'm really impressed. I didn't expect them to win that fight. So there might still be some fight left into Fantasy 5. And they were pretty far behind, right? In terms of net worth. Yeah. So the fact that they took that shows a lot of promise.
Something like 8K, not quite 10K, but they were getting there. Yeah, and I think it's a lot about the threat of this curse, right? It's great versus any edgy carry, right? Full stop. There are some nuances with Luna though, because her glaives bounce off of anything, including her allies, and they don't bounce to other allies; they bounce to enemies. So that's still like a small concern, right? Because she's still quote unquote attacking if she's not the main target. But for the most part, the threat of the curse there keeps Stormstormer out of the fight, and he's crucial. He's got so many of the teamfight spells, right? Tofu does amazing. He does a great job to make sure he can get the arena out and at least force the Spectre to fight. Because I think Spectre at some stage after the Blade Mail wore out wasn't really too interested in that fight anymore. But Luna just by herself doesn't really have the damage items, right? Yeah, Bowie, she's going to get Crystallis online, and I think that's when this begins to change. But she's very tanky. Hard to kill with BKB, but as soon as that's up, that's really about all they got.
Yeah, I think a reason they also managed to win that fight is that you have to isolate the Luna in a way that when she attacks, there's no bounces to any heroes, and it was only the Spectre hitting the Luna. So as long as they can like spread the fight in like a meaningful way, they might be able to keep winning, even though there's a BKB on the Luna. And you know, she can take towers really easily, but you gotta win fights. And so far, it feels like Fantasy 5 has the advantage.
Yep, absolutely. Well, for now, I think they've got momentum, right? Because that's outside of this kill here mid lane, where Tofu just decided to make an MVP, an ESPN top 10 play right there. It's been the past 2 fights have been definitely going the way for Fantastic 5. This is Ags, for Asgold making a really big deal out of this. I think amped, of course, by Vale. We're going to amp this even more. I'm looking at Ladon here, by the way, who's got already the point booster, quickly building into Ags. That's a lot of damage amp here, especially for a Void Spirit. I mean, he's going to love all that damage amp. But what's next here? What's next for Hellbear Smashers then, I would ask? Actually, let me check in with Spectre. Spectre is going to have BKB though. That's going to be pretty big for him.
It's all about next Roshan. Whoever gets the next Roshan, it either allows Hellbear Smashers to go high ground. Oh, wait, did he just use Underlord?
Yeah, he did, and he went onto a Forge Spirit. They might not expect him here, and in fact, Spectre isn't. She's going to walk up just to farm some Ancients. Oh, Tofu with another max range arena into the Sunstrike. Everything in the kitchen sink here for the Spectre, but they've gotten the kill, dead for 50 seconds.
I hope everyone can hear me clap, because what a freaking smoke. Into was the Forge Spirit even smoked? I don't think it was.
No. So the Forge Spirit just they just sent it in here, right? And they didn't have any wards on the high ground here for Fantastic 5. So
man.
So they just went on in. They just use it for the utility. What a play here. It reminds me of the wagon or whatever, the play into the Roche pit. Remember that one as Ladon's going to be picked off by Gilgr.
Or the Envy Underlord. You remember that?
Oh, yep. Just going to end the game, buy back and end the game.
Yeah.
Yep. So much like classic play potential right on this hero. Like that was amazing. Oh, okay. Askel's a bit too fast. General, yeah, he's gonna try to predict him. General's real good at this, though, I will say, because you know he's been a mid laner, so he thinks like a mid laner. To beat the mid laner, to catch the mid laner, you have to be the mid laner, right? And General's been there. He's had some really sick plays, especially as Enigma. You know, with these preemptive black holes catching people as they blink away. It's he makes them look silly. He makes it look easy as well, is what General does, but. Askeld's a little bit too good here on the Void Spirit to let that one happen.
Yeah, that said, they took some time to get Roche, so there is haunt potential. I guess there's no... they did zone everyone away, so even though they have the Spectre alive, there's no way they can contest this. Okay.
That's Aghanim Shard. I think Stormstormer took it, did he not? Or Luna took it?
Luna took it.
Okay. The Stormstormer bought his.
Maybe. Actually, I don't know who bought it, but they both have the shard.
They both have one. They're very suspicious off this second Roche. BZZ potentially in trouble. They're going to hit him with the bonk. Tofu not going to be caught here, however, by that bushwhack, so he'll be safely away. Oh, Enchanted Quiver with Luna. Thank you very much, especially with the shard. Bowie, please enlighten the fans in case they don't know how busted this is.
So yeah, when you cast Lucent Beam, now you can actually ground cast it, and it is going to proc Glaives out of your Lucent Beam. So against a poor Brewmaster that doesn't have level 3 ult, doesn't have the HP talent level 20, you're gonna take a lot of damage. It also, allows you to stop blinks and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. And
initiated.
Oh, they got him with the tornado. It's a Yules though. Yeah, he's gonna be all right. They've broken Tofu, trying to keep that Blink Dagger at bay using the Ignite and now the Arctic Burn. And yeah, the great thing is that it works with Enchanted Quiver. So every 5 seconds, she's just going to be throwing these projectiles at you. And they do a lot of damage. She'll be sustained now by Gilgr with the long duration life drain. Full channel? No, not quite full channel.
Okay. Yeah, this is why Daedal started to become a popular Luna item. It was actually not popular at all. But the fact that you can do so much damage from, away from everyone makes it really strong.
Yeah, it goes well with the regular Luna items too, right? Like you get Satanic, you need to heal, you pop Satanic, you throw it on a beam, and all of a sudden you're full healed. It's really good. It's really good.
All right, so time for the neutral items here. What do we have on both sides?
Looking for a flicker.
Actually, okay, he actually gets the tunic on the Luna. Actually prefers it over the Enchanted Quiver.
Attack speed's nice. I'm surprised though. I thought the Quiver was going to be the play because I think maybe we give it to Invoker then. Like I think
the evasion is probably the reason he's going for it.
16.
Pretty decent.
Okay, versus the Spectre, I could see that being a pretty big deal. They
yeah.
Gonna find an Enchanted Quiver for themselves though here. Our Fantastic Five, along with Spider Legs, and I do like me a Psychic Headband. That's always a nice item to have. So no Spider Legs, no Spider Legs. That's the biggest difference I would say here, right? We got Spider Legs for F5. That item on a Spectre into the late game means she can disequip the boots. They're jumping onto Ace, though. He still has Aegis for quite some time. Tornado is going to catch the Void Spirit. He still has Yule's Scepter. We'll get that off now. Has another Silence, has an Astral Step, so he should be fine here. But the Glaives are going to chase him down as Credo is now deciding to man up versus the Ace Luna. The rest of Hellbear Smashers, though, just patiently waiting to re-engage here as they lift him up, down now into the 8th element. He will go, but being sustained here by Gilgr, and the heals coming out from the Greaves of General means that they safely evacuate the Luna, and they've basically just waited out the entire duration here of the Primal Split. We have a second one, though, of course, here with the Ags, but now here's Daedalus for Ace.
It's so hard to defend against this. Like, what do you even do?
Onto still ready. Askel was sitting next to a buffer building, took a bunch of damage. Kratos is returning a fair amount here as well, but like you said, Gilgr is going to just be able to sustain them very easily. More healing than an Abba. More powerful than a locomotive. He can jump over skyscrapers in a single leap.
Oh, I love this. All right, they're going bottom. No ward so far, so let's see if they can... Now, okay, Luna's going to show probably. But gotta be careful.
Big old Spectral Dagger here. Not going to nuke the wave.
What
do we have?
High grounds?
We've got a minute left of Aegis. That's what I was looking at as well here. We just got Daedalus online. Maybe we wait for Lotus. Lotus is kind of a big deal here. Versus the silences, of course. I don't believe you... Yeah, you can dispel Bushwhack, but it's just easier to break the tree if you can.
Yep. And it's just a safe item to have on your Luna as she goes high ground.
Oh, DD. They're going for it. Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
What a rune. We have a Eul's, though,
nice.
so we can dispel it. Or we can just kill her. Curse. Pretty good, but there's the Decrep. It's not going to do much versus General. Good damage, though, and the good setup here onto Ace, but Tofu's in. He's found Ladon. That's the Squirrel. Bushwhack's not going to get him quite out of dodge. It's the Haunt now, but Gilger, he's going to be fine. The Decrepify keeping him alive. Askel popping the BKB. They want to take down Gilger at the very least before they start the fight, but Decrep's making this a bit of a tall ask for them, as basically full BKB duration has been used now without the single kill. Luna is going to respawn after winning the 1v1 versus Kredos, who's going to pop the BKB, and the Blade Meld, just trying to fight versus Ace. Here comes the magic damage, as they have now at least gotten rid of Askel. Stormstormer finds him on the backlines after his dive, and he's going to punish him for that one. Oh my goodness, the Panda Illusions, they're all just dropping one by one. The Storm one's the last one alive. He's going to have to end it manually, but Tofu pins him to the buffer building. Sunstrike incoming, and plenty of damage courtesy of Ace makes this a very easy kill, with the triple meatballs proving unnecessary. Oof. We've got buyback on the Panda, and no ulti, though. Pardon me, that's the diamond is a bit bugged, I suppose.
I mean, it's really hard for them to defend right now. They are out of spells. They do have one primal split that they just used, but
no, they don't. That's the thing. It's that's
weird. It's bugged.
Kredos?
Right.
Yeah, he's away. That's the diamond. The square is what I look like for the ultimates here.
I see.
Kredos,
yeah,
though, great spear again by Tofu. There's just no escape. He's got buyback. We've got the Void Spear back in 20, but there's the Sunstrike into the Cold Embrace. That's a dieback now for the Wyvern. Megas as Ace just continuing to hit buildings, and finally the GG will be dropped. It's going to be the 2-0. Pardon me here, as the Hellbear Smashers continue on their flawless streak here into day number 5 of the tournament.
I think this was a better showing from Fantastic 5. They had a better laning stage. I think they had a better draft, even though Hellbear Smashers still was favorable, in my opinion. The biggest problem I feel like is the opener here, just giving Luna away, banning the Terrorblade when you have first pick, and on top of that, they are consistently picking Brewmaster versus the Luna, which I feel like it's a mistake. Like, you just counter the Brew so well. Like, you just stand your ground and you hit them. So, if they want to ban a carry, I think you actually give the Terrorblade and you pick the Brewmaster, because you can dispel the illusions. He's much weaker against Brewmaster than Luna is.
Yep.
But, yeah, I mean, it was a good showing for them. I think they had their couple of moments here and there, but they felt, I think they were a little bit anxious in the way they moved around the map.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this was another last pick Brewmaster, right? And it's it felt like one of these games where you look at it, you watch the replay, and you go, okay, Brewmaster for what? And there weren't a lot of great picks granted in the off lane, and again, not knowing the position or not knowing the player too well, Proletary here, not really sure what other heroes he's got in the hero pool. Like that could be potentially an issue that Fantastic Five were running up against. But still, like you're saying, there are other ways to amend this in the draft, right? Get your offlaner in early.
Exactly.
Something like if it's that big of an issue, you can't let it destroy your game, because, I mean, not like I think you can afford to do this with your position 4 or 5s anyway, but like your offlaner is huge right now in the meta. Like, he needs to come in and make a lot of space. Like, we saw how impactful General was in this mid game, right? And we just didn't have the same effect from this Brew. So that was. Yeah, maybe something to work on, right? Drafting, I think, was a little lackluster, but I agree with you. I think the second game was a much better showing for the F5 team.
I also love the Spectre. I think it's one of the answers. At least they're like, all right, we're gonna give Luna away. Let's pick the Spectre, and it worked pretty well. I think he had a good game. It's just much better play coming from Hellbear Smashers. They the Mars styling up, I think they're definitely feeling themselves right now. They're looking really good.
Yeah, seriously, Tofu, what a game out from this guy. I mean, an absolutely incredible performance. And off the back of that, that's going to lead us to our another 2-0 here in the tournament. I think had 2-0s yesterday all day. We might now be going encroaching on a couple of days straight of just 2-0s. We had a PuckChamp Winstrike go 2-1, but this could very well be our third 2-0 game, at least, if the rest of the day continues, because yes, that's right, we have more Dota games, but not for a while. We're going to be going to a bit of a break, guys. We are back in about an hour and 10 minutes, and when we return, we're going to have our second match, which is between ASM Gambit and the Chicken Fighters. Seek & Strike and Bowie on the call for you guys for the Dota 2 Champions League on Tab TV Dota, organized by the Epic Esports events. We are back again in an hour for our second match. We will see you then.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Dota 2 Champions League. We're now live for our second series of the day. Apologies about the lengthy delay, guys. It's we initially paused for 5 minutes to get you caught up. It was none of the players, unfortunately. One of our casters' PCs blue screened, so he's currently battling Windows right now in a 1v1 in the mid lane. But he's got a real bad matchup here, and he's not really getting any rotations coming through. So he'll be joining us shortly. Bowie currently not on the line because of the delay we caused. We got a draft penalty level 3, so he'll be hoping to join us here after the draft, which means you only got me for now. So you can strike, bringing you the coverage of the Dota 2 Champions League. ASM Monaco Gambit so far 1-1, 1-2, I believe, these guys, as they started off with a win. We're looking pretty good, but have now faltered twice. First, the Hellbear Smashers, but also versus Winstrike yesterday in a 2-0 victory. They always come out strong in game 1, and their game 2 tends to be a little bit weaker. So I'm hoping that no matter what the outcome for game 1 is, that we'll see some improvements in that regard. I want to say for the past 2 days in a row now, we've had GG calls around the 23 and I want to say 19, 18 minute mark here. So we're hoping for a bit of a closer one, and I think this is actually quite the exciting draft. We open up with the, very quickly, because I do want to point out these bans. Supreme has been playing an excellent Viper, and Charlie loves going for the carry axe, but Charlie also loves going for the Faceless Void. Chicken Fighters, they feel like this combo of the Void Invoker is strong enough to first phase just straight up, which is fairly impressive. I think there's a bit of counterplay here. That being said, Lorinov also feels confident enough to pick the puck into the Faceless Void, hoping to be able to down for those Chronos. So already quite the exciting series. Chicken Fighters, they can run this off lane for sure, by the way, for this Faceless Void. If they get just an absolutely terrible matchup, say, well, I was about to say maybe a Wraith King, but of course he's already been banned out, and that is the nice part about first phasing your carry, especially one with such glaring weaknesses as a Faceless Void, really just to the Wraith King. Now it becomes about securing the lane, or looking to secure the lane as much as possible. We have one of the better counters already out, being the Viper, as we get another carry banned out here with the Terrorblade. Veno is not really too pickable. I'm trying to think about Afterlife's heroes here as to what he would want to go for, but they have, some time to think about it here. Lots of time, actually, early on in this draft dedicated to just the bans and these first opening picks. ASM.GMB pretty quick for the AA, but spent about 30-40 seconds with that in the banning phase thinking about what they were going to do, and Chicken Fighters also hesitating to pick up the Void. Snapfire banned out just makes the Faceless Void lane really, really easy. A little bit of save and, of course, consistent damage into the Chronosphere. We're going to be looking to avoid that one like the plague. That's the Skywrath Mage also getting a ban. Strong pick versus the puck. It's got that synergy, obviously, with Faceless Void. Professional players love Circles of Death, and those are two of the more powerful ones in the entire game, I would reckon. Disruptor, of course, not the best synergy with the Faceless Void because it's a bit redundant, but Skywrath Mage brings the damage that a Void would otherwise kind of lack in these early Chronospheres. And to me, that's a bit of the concern right now that I see with this Faceless Void pick, especially with a mid lane Invoker. I am expecting this eventually to be, the Cataclysm combo, but initially I think it's going to start off as a Quas Wex Invoker, so it's going to be a little bit more about the support, trying to lock down and control the rest of the team while the Faceless Void fights into the Chronosphere.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Here we go then with our pick. There's going to be the Lion. Great catch versus the puck, actually. Not too surprised to see it banned out, because I think there's a lot of pucks who don't mind as much playing into this matchup, even though as scary as the Hex and Earthspike combo is, not much of a combo, of course. You press Hex and then you Earthspike the puck, but that's usually what you need, right? Versus the Spirits, versus a puck, you just need the one stun, the one Hex, the one interrupt, basically, and then the rest of the team can come in and usually throw down their spells to look for the kill. DK throws a bit of a wrench in this plan, though. He's actually a pretty decent laner versus the Faceless Void. Can go toe-to-toe with him in the laning stage very, very nicely. Yes, he's about the burst damage, but a lot of it more is about just getting that Dragon Tail stun and looking to secure CS, and most importantly, denies especially over the Faceless Void. Last game, we saw General put 3 points into the Breathe Fire during the laning stage for the 3-1-1 build at level 5. I am expecting a little bit more of like maybe a 1-2-2 build here this time, perhaps for Afterlife. We'll see. It depends what they really want to lane it with as well here, because you can go a little bit more aggressive, or if you want to make the DK's lane a little bit more independent and send your position 4 to rotate over to the mid lane, we could also see a 1-1-3, but that's all going to depend on the pace of play here. And speaking of the pace, Chicken Fighters taking a bit of time here for their 8th pick, for their 4th pick, I should say. They'll go with the ABBA. This is actually a really nice solution. Strong Dispel available in the laning stage, can fight very easily with the DK. DK is now faced with a bit of a small dilemma, where if he looks to stun the Faceless Void, it simply gets purged off, and if he stuns the Abaddon, then Faceless Void gets the CS, right? Not to mention, of course, the potential for you to get ran down with a Curse of Avernus, plus the time dilation slow. That's really, really strong. 1 value point in time dilation to punish a DK for using Breathe Fire, for example, could line up a kill. So I really like this Lina pick then. Not only is it a decent matchup versus the ABBA, because you can slice through his HP pretty easily through that borrowed time to get the kill, but you can also, of course, provide a secondary stun here to make it a little bit more difficult. You also are good at preventing the before-mentioned kind of just running down Dragon Knight with the Curse of Avernus and right clicks from the time dilation slow and time locks from Void. So I like that lane. It's a red lane, which means we have a blue lane potentially up top with the Ancient Apparition. Won't be the blue of the PL, though, or the dark blue of the TB, or even the I don't know, magenta, which is not really a blue, of the Wraith King, because those have been banned out. We're going to expect probably 2 more hard carry bans here as well from Chicken Fighters. I'm trying to think of other heroes here that we'd want versus the Faceless Void. Chicken Fighters, though, they're going to have last pick. So it's important that ASM.GMB kind of cover their bases here to make sure that they don't get completely screwed over. Having a Timbersaw, despite it not being a great Timbersaw game, because we've got a lot of magic damage for him and a coil to hold him down, this is a hero that does make the game really difficult for Dragon Knight to play when they eventually start butting heads. We want Dragon Knight to eventually be able to push these towers. Right now, outside of like a heavy commitment of like Chronosphere and maybe a Lion Finger, he's not really too easy to kill. But all Timbersaw needs is just the 1 value point in Timber Chain, and he really kind of stops him from making space in the early game when Puck is looking to get their first item online. So I do like that ban quite a bit. I'm not sure if it's so indicative on what safe laner they're thinking of, because, again, the biggest one I was thinking was, of course, this Wraith King, but he's already been banned out.
Dire team ban.
Tide Hunter then, so we're probably thinking a melee hero. I think that makes sense, then lines up with the Timbersaw as well. Banning out a couple of Shibe heroes, as the Luna will take a leave of absence. I don't know if we can afford to have drafted something like a Luna anyway, because like right now, DK is the only one who ideally you'd want in Chronosphere. Again, Wraith King would have been just the dream pick here, right? But obviously that's been long banned. As Chicken Fighters will look to remove the Spectre. I think that's another very reasonable ban here. We still had answers to Spectre with something like an Underlord, which gives you more damage into Chrono, for example. But Underlord would have also maybe suffered a little bit in that lane versus the slight damage versus Ancient Apparition. Cold Feet would have been tricky for him to avoid with how slow he moves around.
5 seconds remaining.
What will we see then here? Last pick for ASM.GMB. We need a carry. Ideally, not too bad of a matchup here versus the Faceless Void. Wraith King, Luna. I don't know why I'm blanking on these heroes' names. TB, PL, and the Spectre all gone. Naga Siren is tempting. I'm not going to lie. Naga Siren is tempting here. I think there's potential for a CK here as well for ILTW. Just because you have the stun lane. Yeah, and it's not a bad matchup for the Faceless Void because you can absolutely blow him up, potentially even pull him out of Chronosphere or just toss a stun in. So I really like that pick here from ASM Gambit. How do we deal with this then? The thing is, actually, no, this isn't an issue, right? Because compared to TB, whose Conjure's images are illusions are regular illusions, these CK illusions are strong illusions. They don't get instantly killed by Hex or things like Mana Drain. And of course, Medusa, when she turns them to stone, isn't going to instantly kill them either, because that hasn't been a mechanic for years. And I bring this up because I was playing some 4K, granted, 4K garbage pubs compared to the pro games, but the Lion was just, fingering these CK illusions, and I was like, what are you doing? Because he thought they were real. He would Hex and Mana Drain them, and I guess he thought they were real enough. But no, you can't get that one done. So it's not as weak to the Lion, despite being an illusion hero. It's not actually that weak to the Lion. So I like this pick from ASM Gambit. Good farming potential, good physical damage as well, closes the gap to the Invoker, can close the gap to the Medusa, but it's going to be the Charlie Dusa then and the Shibe offlane Faceless Void. There's a little bit of the switcheroo here then, as I just have to monitor some messages here, pardon me. As to what draft I prefer, I don't really like CK into Dusa. I will say that. That in particular does not tickle my fancy. I think, although he's got good and potentially overwhelmingly physical damage, the matchup there has got to be Dusa favored. Even though like the Shard and the Ags is not the popular build, I might consider it this game, just because anything CK is going to do to you, besides obviously just casting Phantasm, but his two core abilities, which are required for him to fight, are going to proc that Cold-Blooded Snake, and with Ags are going to completely reduce his damage potential here by turning all of his illusions to stone, right? They don't kill him. Again, they're not going to kill him, but they are good for that. Puck as well is going to struggle to really get through that mana shield. And I don't think really that we can afford to go for this Diffusal Blade build that a lot of carries have decided to go for these days when dealing with the Medusa. So I like the last pick here quite a bit.
Here I am. I'm not sure this was a smart move, but I take it.
But I take it. Ornoff very quick to get in the mid lane here to set up the ward. Supreme, of course, probably going to be expecting that when you play versus the Puck mid lane. That's one of the things you get used to. There's Afterlife then. Not taking any skill points yet. Good moves by Peksu, just making sure you can stop him from blocking any camps. He might think it's already blocked here, but Immersion's actually put down a laning ward here. That will scout out Charlie. We'll see if they know where the ward is, as Charlie, unbeknownst to him, they've got perfect intel here on where he currently sits. Once again, just kind of playing this game, trying to juke Peksu into thinking that, yeah, I'm going to block this camp to make sure you can't get any hard camp pulls. That is the problem with Medusa. She does tend to really, really push the lane versus Mystic Snake, because that is going to be her best ability. Can't escape Divine Llama. That is going to be her best way of actually harassing versus offlaners here. Especially tanky strength-based ones like the DK. Timbersaw even struggles here. It's not as good as Luna because, again, it pushes the wave and it's not a spammable Peksu. He's been juked. I don't know if this has blocked the camp. I would say it does. But honestly, I can't be sure. I wish there was a better indicator for spectators. But honestly, I mean, shoutouts to Dota. You watch TI6 replays and, like, you couldn't even see what was in the quick buy for players. So this is when the Dota 2 viewing experience has gotten much better over the years. We're so spoiled these days. Go here and go ahead and click a button real quick. Go. Alrighty. no action early on here. It is going to be the Quaswex Invoker that we were expecting. Nothing too surprising. Bottom lane, this is an interesting one for chicken fighters. And yeah, Time Walk is going to be able to get him out of dodge. 2-second stun, which is max at level 1. 2.2, I suppose. But it wasn't going to be good enough here for them to find the kill. And they're going to be hard-pressed to find that one. Ooh, bigness on the stun there. I don't think that would have been a kill regardless, as there's, yep, a little Mystic Snake for the slow. It's actually not even Curse of Avernus or an Orb of Venom here. Pexu needing to start off with the stick and the healing salve. It's a good idea, by the way. For offlane DK, if you find yourself really struggling versus him, especially as a support, buy a stick. This guy spams spells like crazy. Probably like 20 to 30 casts or something of Dragon Tail throughout the laning stage. It's a little ridiculous here on that hero. So you're missing out if you don't get a stick here. Not as spammable as PA, but I think it's up there. Bot lane, though, although we're not getting too many kills or procs on the cold feet, we are getting a lot of space for some CS here for ILTW, as he should, yeah, very easily get that deny. 74 base damage will do that for you. Not having any difficulties. Is Lauren off fighting versus Supreme, finds himself on the losing end here, of course, with plenty of burst magic damage. He's actually going to go in a little bit, which will at least proc the Fairy Fire. Nice juke there on the phase shift. It's going to get him out of harm's way. I think Supreme might have thought he had Waning Rift there, which would have made things a bit scarier for him. That will block the camp. G's going to know about it, but the important part is that he's not going to be able to pull this creep wave back, right? As this lane is... Well, yeah, it's going to push because it's just been reinforced now. So this is going to give Shibe a lot of leeway, even though it is going to be instantly dewarded. This is why you bring sentries to the lane, by the way. G did at least get a good block here onto this camp. Putting the ward in the river there does block it. And he's juking out Era here to make it even more difficult by actually fighting him in the rune and body blocking it. So Era's got no idea that this camp is blocked, while G does know that this one is blocked. Should already be a ward on the way. Yeah, indeed. So nice plays here, actually, from both supports. But this is still going to be a pretty big win here for Shibe, who desperately needs farm. Good effort there, trying to pull him back with the Reality Rift, but he still breaks the distance he needs. And even though it's not the Faceless Void, you know, ABBA lane, the same concept still applies here. You can see that they're not really enjoying the lane too much versus him now that the curse is especially up. But whenever the Aphonic Shield is used, it's going to be basically all systems go, and that's a big one here onto Immersion. Pexu, he's not fast enough, luckily, especially thanks to the Fiery Soul, even with the slow. 304 to really get in too much damage without taking a whole lot back. But again, great space created from Pexu. G as well is quite the ABBA player, so it's really cool to see some two strong ones here for now. Mid lane, Invoker is CSing pretty nicely. 14-1 compared to the 18-3. The issue, and where we'll start to see Supreme kind of fall behind a little bit, is that he can't farm side camps especially quickly as a Puck can. Nor does he keep Puck tethered in the lane. So Puck can TP away to the lane and look for a quick kill, as Sunwise is level 6 here. But Invoker rotating is pretty scary, right? Especially Quaswex. He's going to try and get this urn up first, and it's actually already on the way. So he's expecting some fast rotation. Sometimes you'll see Invokers finish off boots first. I think the Null Talisman, yeah, is already completed at least. But he wants this urn up because he's expecting to be rotating away pretty quickly. Speaking of boots, Brown Boots finished on the CK. I mean, he is really living the dream. Again, Shibe is mostly just going to be here anyway for the Chronosphere. And because of the builds that you end up going for these days on the Dusa, Dusa will actually have decent damage into these Chronos, because it's all about the Dragonlance now. Gone are the days of the Dusa where I mean, Dragonlance is so in. If you guys don't know, you really should by now, because it's 2021, guys. Come on, everyone's building Dragonlance in 7.29D. The item may get a little bit of a nerf. It is a little bit bonkers. I think if Meepo was pickable, we'd probably see him start stacking Dragon Lances again like he used to back in the day. But for now, there's nothing here for them. This top lane, sorry, has been really difficult for Afterlife. He's still getting a decent amount out of it, though. 19-0 is not bad, and he's now got a big old wave underneath his tower. So that's going to need to reestablish equilibrium. So he'll be able to catch up a little bit here. as this is really, really good stuff. Yeah, Ira, he finds this camp blocked, and again, he's just going to feed this lane. He really would have loved to pull once to make sure that this wagon wave is a little bit farther. But ILTW and G playing really, really, pardon me, playing very, very nicely together here to make sure that they got the equilibrium in their favor. This is Puck missing off the map, and he might rotate to, or he might TP, sorry, to a different lane. So this is why we see Chicken Fighters already backing off, right? This is really, really good discipline by them. Instead, we're going to see now both supports look to rotate mid lane here at the 6-minute mark. This stack is going to be scouted. They're going to know it's a big old double stack as Abba able to grab the DD rune seemingly through the stun there. He's going to go ahead and steal that away. There's the Dream Coil, so now we're not scared of the Puck rotations as the Tornado actually will still sweep around up. Abba, a little bit low on HP. He's on the wrong side of the river, though, so he's he's vulnerable to these rotations like one out from G, as they will be able to pick him off before they get that counter kill onto Immersion. His first blood as well into the pockets of the AA, even though I don't think he has pockets in that big old icicle outfit of his. I don't know if Shiba got that time walk off. I don't know. The problem is, especially now that it's a little bit of a longer stun, he might not have gotten that off, because especially because he got a Chaos Strike immediately after, so it doesn't look like he got too much of that damage off with a time walk. So this lane is now starting to get a little bit difficult here, as there's 2 points in the Chaos Bolts. I think if you can put a third in here, and really, really, I mean, if you get a third in with what is it? Yeah, 3.4. Shibu, I think, has to go elsewhere for farm. The cooldown is just way too short here on Chaos Bolts for you to really be looking to time that walk off aggressively or defensively. Especially because if you get the long distance, like if a 3 shows up, like he doesn't time walk off any damage, basically, and that's a problem for him here, as they're going to rotate Immersion NG on through and pick him off relatively quickly here with that Phantasm, especially. Counterplay, not really available. Charlie into the jungle immediately, has had a relatively easy laning stage, so they're letting Pexu soak some experience. This is the nice part about having the Abba as well, is this is a hero that doesn't mind laning versus other melee heroes, even if he is going to be a little bit further behind. You can see how eager he is for the last hit on the range creep, and he'll get it. He'll get it. Dragon Tail comes through because Lorinov is actually going to rotate up top lane. Just walked here, and that is going to result in a kill then onto Pexu. He dodges this rotational ward. This ward is more to scout really super aggressive plays into the jungle. So that's a safety ward for Charlie, more than it is a rotational ward.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Supreme has the Urn of Shadows then. He's going to go next into the Hand of Midas. Pretty low-key game, I think, as we more or less expected. This is a big stack, and I mean, I would say I'm surprised it wasn't contested by Chicken Fighters, but now that I look at their lineup, the natural question is, well, who is going to contest it, boss? Medusa? Not really. Mystic Snake and Split Shot, it's not that strong yet. She doesn't have the Dragonlance either, and you don't want to go and fight there. Invoker, level 1 Meatball is a joke. You know, Italian Grandma spit on level 1 Meatball. They don't respect it until it's maxed with the Shard. And Lion, of course, he's too busy down bottom here, trying to protect Shibe, trying to get Shibe a little bit of farm. And now I'm really curious, actually, as to what we're going to see here on the Faceless Void build. I'm trying to reminisce, and you'll have to pardon me for this, but I'm trying to reminisce back on what Universe would build here on the hero. Because to me, at least anyway, that was the last big moment I feel like we saw a lot of offlane Faceless Void. It was with him. And unfortunately, though, now that he's retired from the scene and moved on to bigger and better things, I don't really see it too much. I imagine the builds have changed quite a bit because, you know, there's a couple of new items these days. But I don't know. I think the playstyle is going to be still slightly similar here. The issue that I see, though, is that Chronosphere's got such a long cooldown. So I don't... And again, we don't have the best combos with this Chrono until the late game, really. And actually, I hesitate to even say the late game, because this Midas is going to be online mighty quick. Supreme has not felt the need to go for a Spirit Vessel this game. I think they can get away with it because we've got a Finger, we've got Mana Snake. Like, we might be able to kill the DK. And that's where my concern comes from, because I do like the Vessel a lot versus the Dragon Knight, obviously. But it's not really that good versus the rest of the team. CK, of course, he carries a Dispel on the Phantasm, so he doesn't care about that. So that's where I think the hesitancy to buy this comes from. It might also come from the fact that, like I said, this offlane Void is more of a setup than anything. He can tank a couple of spells, and that's nice. As he might have to do that now. Charlie, ASM Gambit, they make this rotation a bit too late. They'd love to come and catch Charlie probably like 20 seconds ago when he was almost finished farming here. Oh, they're going to try and get through Shibe. Oh, good job there. Purging off the cold feet might just save Shibe's life here. The Aphotic Shield is too strong here. Immersion can't blow through it with the Dragon Slave. And now actually Afterlife with a big old wand here. Keeps himself alive a bit longer, but he's going to be sent right back into the Finger of Death as G still fighting here over Peksu. But it's been an unsuccessful incursion here into the enemy triangle as Chicken Fighters successfully repel the invaders using a couple of ultis here. Finger of Death and Stone Gaze being the big ones, but Chronosphere still available. So I don't really see Chicken Fighters making a similar play here for quite some time. This is going to be like a little bit more silence in this cast. I hope you guys are okay with that. Still waiting for Bowie to get rejoined here. Unfortunately, having some slight issues with his PC today, and we're hoping that gets sorted out here pretty quickly.
Let's push.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Let's go ahead and listen on in now to the ILTW farming noises. A little bit of an ASMR stream while I sort out some issues here.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. Just dealing with some issues here, making sure we can have a caster in for the next game to make sure you don't have to listen to my dumb voice all the time. And there's something else to lighten it up a little bit. Tower will fall top lane. They, in the meantime, will find G, who is rotating over in the river. Nothing too huge, but they are doing a good job now of forcing ILTW out of his jungle. This ward is a pretty sneaky one. It's pretty clever. I'll steal this one. Very unlikely to be dewarded, in my opinion, because most of the times you want to check for the ward basically in the vicinity right outside of the outpost. This one is good if you're sieging tier 2 towers, but normally like the jungle ward goes somewhere around the outpost from what I've seen. This one's a little bit too deep for this stage of the game, especially when the tier 1 tower is up, so I think this one gives you a lot of really great vision here. It's going to allow then Era just to soak some levels down bottom, maybe even look for CS. Give Shibe plenty of confidence here to take some dangerous farm, because he still does need items. Again, what's he going for? Solar Crest after the Hooded Defiance? Yeah, so he's playing like a bit of a traditional off-laner then. Of course, much more around the Chrono, but he needs to be useful outside of the Chronosphere is the issue that he has. And although I can't say for sure, because I'm not much of a Void player, and especially wasn't back in 2015, 2016, but I would hesitate to say that Void had a longer Chronosphere cooldown back then. This thing has gotten insanely long over the days, and again, this is why we mostly see him played as the safe laner. But in we go. Could potentially see now the first Chronosphere immersion. Just farm and caught by the tornado. There's some support coming, though. Lornoff might be caught off guard. He's going to go in with the silence, though. That's going to connect onto Shibe. They have gotten a nice stun here onto 2 as Lornoff disarmed here. Currently, Shibe, time walking forward, catching 2 now in the Chronosphere. Finger of Death used, and we didn't even need the full duration there. It's Chicken Fighters picking off 3. And they are looking then to get this tier 1 tower here relatively easily. It's just as easy as that, folks. Really, really nice initiation. I think it was the Earthspike there that caught the puck. Indeed, it was Earthspike Hex even, which is why this is such an issue. And I'm not sure what Afterlife is doing here. ILTW as well as TPing on in, but he can't do anything versus the 5 heroes. Oh, thank goodness he didn't connect on the Reality Rift. As now Immersion almost swept up by that tornado. ILTW wants to at least go for Shibe as they desperately try and defend this tower, but there's not much they can do. They're going to have to let this one go. Was a nice first Chronosphere here from Shibe. That'll get the medallion online at least. Oh, he's changed it up. He's going for Over Corrosion now, pardon me. I thought that was a medallion into the Solar Crest. But speaking of, building up items here, as we will keep our eyes here on this incursion. Last time it didn't work out too nicely. This time without Chronosphere, but still not having Stone Gaze even. It's a lot better for ASM Gambit. Here's the rotation from behind from Supreme. Tornado's going to be juked, though, by Lorinov. He'll sidestep that, but with 3 seconds of time dilation, so he can't get back in here. And now a big ol' Ice Blast onto 3, but ILTW's in trouble. Has the Satanic active, but can't get anything else off. Big Coil, though, finds 2, and that's going to be a nice Illusory Orb that's going to clean up the heroes caught by the Coil there. Leashed down with the Witchblade as well. Plenty of damage. They might even find Charlie, who was going back into farm. I'm not sure why or where he was going, but either way, he'll find himself killed up and decimated by the Laguna Blade here of Immersion. Ira's the only one not in that fight, and he's farming top lane. What was he farming for? A Blink Dagger here. But we did end up using Stone Gaze in that engagement. It's at least going to line up pretty nicely here with the rest of the abilities in terms of what they're coming off cooldown. So that's going to be pretty nice. But they've now lost a mid-tier 1 tower, which is pretty crucial here for them. They do essentially have 2 heavy farmers on their team, right? Shibe, again, we can see how unimpactful he is, really, as an offlane Faceless Void without Chronosphere, right? With Chronosphere, the game changes, right? It's a little bit like Plane versus the Enigma. When he's got Chronosphere, you gotta just play the game a little bit differently here. As G, yeah, he's gonna go down, gets the Ice Blast off in return. Illusory Orb from Lorinov's gonna allow him to close the gap, and the Witchblade projectile, along with some magic damage from the Waning Rift, secures the kill. So not a very good trade here for Chicken Fighters there, as they'll lose the mid laner. Chicken Fighters, they are, well, currently unbeknownst to them, just chilling underneath an Observer Ward, so this has given a lot of confidence to ASM Gambit to continue sticking around in the area. If Chicken Fighters look to go and make any silly mistakes, right, they could have pounced there. There's no Tier 1 tower up. The closest place they could have reinforced to was the Tier 2 tower, but of course, they are very cognizant of the fact that with Chronosphere, Faceless Void is terrifying, so they want nothing to do with him here for now. ILTW is continuing to farm. I like this build, actually, on the CK quite a bit. It's a classic one, right? Hand of Midas into the Armlet, looking to accelerate his farm. And he's actually going to be turning this Sange, he's about to finish up now, into the Heaven's Halberd. A 5-second undispellable disarm here for Charlie. Also versus Supreme, which, you know, now that he's got a couple more points in the Exort, is not insignificant. So that could be quite major here. But now we see Chicken Fighters back on the prowl, as they're looking around the map here. All the ultimates ready to go. We don't have Elder Dragon form either, as Shibe is going to go ahead and lead the charge. Power Treads, Orb of Corrosion, a couple of stats now from the Crown. He's proven to be pretty tanky here, even having still a couple of infused raindrops and the Hooded Defiance. So he can definitely tank a couple of spells here, and his team would be very thankful for him if he would. Oh, pardon me. Late game is a bit weird in this one, isn't it, right? I want to say that ASM Gambit need to make a little bit more happen here in this time. Of course, they're going to find it incredibly difficult thanks to the team fight that they're presented with from Chicken Fighters. Because late game, essentially, Shibe, without a lot of farm, pardon me, but even just with like experience, and then when you get a little bit higher level, you get a 300 damage talent, right? You get the 40 attack speed or the 2-second time walk, like, and then stats, of course, like, you're still going to be hitting pretty hard here. So I like this call to go for Roche. Chicken Fighters, I think this is actually a missed opportunity for them, because I think now ASM Gambit can look to bring the fight towards them. They smoke immediately into the Sunstrike, but of course Chicken Fighters would have known that something was coming anyway, so they fortify around this ward spot. Gambit likely know this. I don't know if they have any choice but not to fight into this. It's terrifying, though. Even with Aegis, this Chronosphere, not quite Cataclysm, so I think they're going to have to go for it now. As ILTW, he's just going to break the smoke. Of course, he can afford to do it with the Aegis. Chicken Fighters, they're going to position themselves a little bit more defensively, as now they've lost the ward. And they're going to lose the sentry here nearby to boot. They're going to venture down into the low ground. Again, Chicken Fighters, they're fine with taking this late game. I think Gambit need a lot out of this Aegis. I said a lot like it was my first time reading the word, because I'm not sure how much they could get out of this one realistically. Especially while we hold on to these crucial abilities, and especially in about a minute when Supreme is going to be able to show off this Ag Scepter. Like, this is a huge timing for Chicken Fighters coming up. We're still getting some nice items online, though. ILTW now has finished up his Evans Halberd. So the Sange, of course, component does synergize beautifully with Armlet and Chaos Strike. This is basically the same exact reason why we see Lifestealers go Armlet into Sange these days over what has been the more popular builds of previous days, such as Battle Fury or Desolator, or even Maelstrom, right? We used to see a lot of, and we still will see Maelstrom, don't get me wrong, on Faceless, or sorry, on Lifestealer, but the other items have fallen a bit behind for sure. Afterlife with Blink now is making good progress on that BKB, and my goodness, I hesitate to call these guys tryhards because obviously they're professional Dota players, but this guy he tread swapped for the TP scroll, which makes sense because TP is pretty expensive, but you love to see it. You love to see it. Just the maximum efficiency out of these guys. That's not something I would have been expecting to do, to be completely honest.
Radiant's top tower.
Alrighty then, Gambit again, just continuing to farm. Make that Chicken Fighters continuing to farm. This scan is going to snuff them out, though. We have, of course, the Cataclysm for this fight. Shibe leading them into battle. He's got only level 1 Chrono, but that's long enough here. Could find a big one in the river, but the blink out from Lorinoff is going to dissuade him. He put both hands up as to summon the Chronosphere, summon the strength, but not better of it here during that delay. Careful, though. Gambit in a good position. Okay, this is just immersion, though. Shibe, he's got to be careful and not committing the Chronosphere here, but they could be collapsed on from behind as G's let in rip the Ice Blast. That's going to find 2 heroes. They're going to blow through Era here as he shatters to the Ice Blast damage. They actually have procced as well the Stone Gaze, but they're onto Supreme. Glimmer Cape saves his life for now, though, as he's able to escape on 60 HP, and the Chronosphere, it does catch the Dusa. He didn't mean to do that, but they still kept Supreme alive as he's going to drop the Cataclysm. Doesn't prove to be enough damage, but it should leave Dusa with Eye of Scotty now in a good place to at least get this first life, if not even more kills here off of the Gambit lineup. ILTW is going to respawn after the Aegis as Supreme still kept alive. The Puck now in a bad spot, has 4 stacks of Time Dilation slow on top, so this Arcane Rune's not doing jack diddly squat. Gets the Blink Dagger off, but there's no other abilities ready to use. Ice Blast to try and catch Supreme is going to miss, and that's a major win here for Chicken Fighters. That's going to guarantee them at least another minute or two of basically free farm on their cores. Dusa coming in clutch there with the Eye of Scotty, and Time Dilation slow, man. He's max Time Dilation over Time Lock. We saw how much this previously in our fight when we went into the triangle, we saw how much this hampered actually Puck and being able to get damage off, and it was the exact same thing here, if not worse. 4 stacks of this, man, on these heroes that like to re-engage, go in whenever they have their salvo of spells. Puck very similar to this. A Void Spirit very similar to this, and Tiny, of course, is kind of the king of this. Time Dilation is going to completely screw them up. Just had no impact on that fight after he dropped what was a pretty well-placed Dream Coil, all things considered. But ASM Gambit, again, they were reluctant to kind of just let that Roche time out. Kind of felt like they got forced into that one, and does not work out very nicely for them whatsoever. It's going to be a big win then for Chicken Fighters as they'll pull ahead by 4 kills, 13-9. We head now definitively into the mid-game. Now with Eye of Scotty, Dragonlance, we're going to go next into the Butterfly for Charlie. Not feeling the need, interestingly, for a BKB. BKB strikes me as a strong item this game, I'm not going to lie. Especially as Lorinoff decides to build into more of a defensive type hero, right? Like, we've got Aeon Disc now. We're going to be heading into the Sange and Kaya, which is really, really great because this is going to allow our Puck to tank a couple of spells. This status resist, man, is going to be amazing. I mean, 11-second duration on Time Dilation is a killer. It basically removes... it takes you out of the fight for 11 seconds, quite frankly, is what this does, right? Because... not only is it a slow, in case not everyone knows what this does, although I'd be surprised if you didn't, if you get 3 or 4 stacks, it's going to reduce your cooldowns by even 60%. It's ridiculous. It can't be done. Avoid now with Avoid now with the Solar Crest is what I meant to say, is going to now actually look to finish up this Pipe of Insight. I really like this build from Shibe, and actually they have a kill here onto the Afterlife DK, as here's Era, plenty of redundant stuns as Supreme tornadoes him away from the EMP. Not like it matters because this is not a Wraith King, this is a Dragon Knight, hexed up and finally bashed to death. It is going to be Supreme getting the last hit there. Ice Blast is going to whiff, apologies for the camera there, but it's not going to do much.
Radiant are scanning.
Alrighty. This is good, decent farm on ILTW, though. He is starting to get pretty scary now with this Blink Dagger online. This Chaos Bolt shard is amazing. This is a great item. It used to just last as long as however your stun from Chaos Bolt is, but nowadays it just lasts a full 6 seconds, so it is going to be absolutely amazing.
Top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Up they go top lane.
Tower is under attack.
As Chicken Fighter is feeling very confident here. I mean, look at this Solar Crest, Alacrity, Dusa here with a Butterfly, and Eye of Scotty. These buildings, I actually think Chicken Fighters could look to force the issue now here. There's a DD rune in the river. This is going to be scouted by a couple of the couriers, but for now, I think they know that we just simply can't fight into this. We're holding on again to all of the ultimates here, notably the Chronosphere and this Cataclysm for Supreme. Lornoff is going to try and lock down Shibe, but the Aphotic Shield will dispel him. Ice Blast is going to completely whiff on everyone. Chicken Fighters, so far, just content to hold on the high ground for now. Aksu, continuing to just hang out here. It's got Glimmer, which already has saved the life of Supreme previously in this river fight we took, allowing him to then get crucial kills there, utilizing the Cataclysm into what was an amazing chrono. Well placed. We have the Kaya first for the puck. Afterlife closing in on the BKB. He's going to have it shortly, but I think this farming period here is going to be sniffed out rather quickly from Chicken Fighters. They should be able to get into the base here. And yeah, actually look for a second building here. DD Rune, Solar Crest, there's the Alacrity again. Goodbye to all of the buildings. Oh my goodness, it's a little ridiculous. That's just that's the second lane of barracks already. Afterlife trying to get in there with the Breathe Fire to reach, but can't, quite simply. And that's 2 lanes of melee barracks without even Roche. Roche is up in 2 minutes. And again, Chicken Fighters, they're totally fine. Like, this isn't even the window they need to play in. There's the GG call. As Gambit are, they feel like that they can't get it done here. The disconnect's coming through, and that is it. I mean, the reason they call it is because this is when Gambit were supposed to be looking to push up high ground and end the game. The game plan falls apart as soon as they lose that one fight in the river. And I think this stems from the draft, right? When you have to like win crucial fights against what is just overwhelmingly supreme team fight. No joke, no pun intended there, by the way. But the team fight, they just didn't stand a chance, right? With those bans on the Wraith King. And I think although Chicken Fighters may or may not have had this off-lane Faceless Void in mind from the get-go, in my opinion, it's a not. Either way, like, you still ban in ways that are super conductive for forcing these awkward issues for ASM Gambit. Like, they make the right call, they go for Roche and they look for a fight, but because it's not perfect and because your initiation wasn't immediately there, it's just an untenable fight from there. Like any other fights, they would have had the same issues, unfortunately. And well played to Chicken Fighters for forcing this game to be a little bit awkward for them here. A little bit awkward for ASM Gambit. We'll see here. I'm hoping Game 2 is going to be a little bit closer. Previously, we have had even faster ones go, but we shall see as we are going to go to a break. Guys, when we come back, we will be live for our second draft between ASM Gambit and Chicken Fighters. Thank you guys for dealing with me. It's just me for now here, as unfortunately Bowie has been hit by the blue screen of death, and he's had to take his PC to the repair shop. But no fear, guys. We're going to be going to a short break. When we come back for the Dota 2 Champions League Game 2 between ASM Gambit and the Chicken Fighters, I'm just curious because I want to take a look here. Yeah, rough game for these guys. Rough game. We'll see if they can get a better one. It all starts with a better draft for Game 2, guys. So make sure you join us in about 10 minutes when that one goes live. Until then, well, we'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Dota 2 Champions League resumes with our second series of day number 5. Happy Friday, everyone. Hopefully, you had a nice day at work, or you have got good plans for the weekend, or ideally both, as we've got ourselves some great Dota 2 for today. Unfortunately, Bowie could not get reconnected in time, couldn't hail the other co-caster during the break, so it's going to be up to me again, so don't worry. Got a cup of Joe here along with me, but it's just myself, so you can strike here on the call with you guys. Thanks for tuning in. ASM Monaco Gambit versus Chicken Fighters Game 2. Solid effort from ASM Monaco Gambit Game 1. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, outdrafted, and this one is something we've seen before here from ASM Monaco Gambit. It's a little bit troublesome. Let me get you guys caught up. ASM Gambit here, obviously not qualifying to TI was pretty brutal for these guys. You can see Dream is nowhere to be found, right? We're playing with ILTW instead to answer what seems to be the question that gets asked every single time. And in fact, generally speaking, this is going to apply to almost every single roster change you see in this tournament, is that we don't know, basically. Is it a stand-in? I don't know. Probably, yes. I think that's the official answer. Is he permanently on the roster? Probably not. Is Nigma disbanded? No, of course not. You know, don't be silly. So it's one of these things, right? Where we're kind of in this pseudo off-season for Dota 2, especially if you're not a TI attendee. You're very much in off-season mode. And that's the best way I can describe how ASM Monaco Gambit have looked in these Game 2s, right? Off-season mode. It's been very precarious. The last two series, let's break it down, and win a lot like Game 1, where there's some problems with the draft that they had that could definitely have been overcome, right? And they fight hard for 25, 30 minutes, and then they call a GG. Usually they've been after fights in Game 1. Game 2, however, is where things do kind of fall apart for them. Usually it feels to me, and I watch a lot of Dota, like it's a little bit on autopilot, if that makes sense for ASM Gambit. They're making these mistakes, and it's not really... They're not very characteristic mistakes of these guys in, like, on LAN mode. You know, it looks like a different team, almost. And that, to me, is what I'm afraid of we're going to see in Game 2. And the reason I say this is because we've seen it twice in a row now, right? We'll take us back in time here, just to what was... in fact, 2 days ago would have been Wednesday, right? Their series versus Hellbear Smashers, where we had a very similar draft here. They did get the ILTW TB. They first picked it, and then pretty heavily counterpicked immediately afterwards here. Or in fact, they were in the opposite shoes where they tried to counterpick the TB, pardon me. That was a short game. 23-minute GG call after the game got really, really difficult for them. They ended up falling quite far behind. Game 2 yesterday here was also pretty similar for them, and was an 18-minute call after a 24-minute Game 1. So if this pattern continues, and especially seeing how they GG'd out of last game, I think this could be a fast one, is what I'm saying. I'm hoping, because actually I like a lot of these picks coming through from ASM Gambit as we get into this draft. That's not the case. We've got G on the... characteristic, you know, Enchantress. This is a hero he's played for a long time, especially in the mid lane as a support, whatnot. Lena here for Lorenoff. Of course, the L&L connection there. It just goes together. Tidehunter in the off lane for Afterlife. I really love him on these high-impact offlaners like the Tide. His lane is going to be decent as well versus the PL. The difficulty is that I don't really think Tidehunter is very well suited to counter the current PL out of the lane, right? He's got a good lane here, and that's what I love about this Tide pick. But what I'm not in love with is that PL now these days, that they go for, like, you know, Hooded Defiance to fight early, they go for a casual Yasha to farm, and then basically at 20 minutes, ideally, you've got 1,400 gold in the bank, and you can get this Shard online, and very frequently we see, like, Octarine Core, or, like, usually, like, Heart, Manta-style Octarine Core in the right order there. And I don't think Tidehunter does very nicely versus this playstyle. After the Diffusal Blade, of course. You always go Diffusal, of course, on this guy. And that's what's really scary, because... TB already had a bad matchup here, and this Ag Shard makes it so much worse, and there's not a lot Tide does to help you out here. Our illusion clear is decent, right, with Alina, and Ench can steal those illusions as short-living as they are, to at least relieve a little bit of pressure. And I'm a little bit surprised, in fact, now taking a look at the bans, that ASM Monaco Gambit decided against the Lion, right? Because he wasn't banned. It wasn't banned. In fact, we got rid of probably some better counters to the PL, right? With the Lesh, the Timbersaw, and of course the Darkseer. But Lion strikes me as a decent one, especially because it could have also been picked very realistically by Chicken Fighters to shut down your own TB. That would have been done nice to help against the PL, and that's the biggest reason why Chicken Fighters feel so confident in this 8th pick Puck, right? Because they see the support duo, or at least they see what is likely the support duo already, and they feel like, yeah, we got the green light on this Puck. Oh my goodness, this is just an impossible game for TB and Tide now. This Doom pick is so good here. It's going to be an offlane Doom for Shibe, but he's going to have items is the thing. Like, he's going to have a blink super fast. I don't think this is a game where you need to go Midas on Doom. I think you just build boots, and then you basically go straight blink here. They will get the Magnus out with the TB. Not as bad a combo as most people might expect it. It's no PA mag, right? Because PA by far and away is the best one, because obviously she's a melee hero. She's got the dagger, which does receive the Empower buff and can cleave, but she also loves to build stats. But so does Terrorblade, right? So the Empower bonus damage he receives is still very, very impactful at all stages of the game. That's what I do really love about it. What I don't really love about it is they're still playing into what are some pretty brutal matchups, right? You've got this Doom and this PL. Doom is terrifying because he's tanky, so unlike a hero like a Pangolier, who sometimes will just get killed when he's rolling towards a TB, Doom's not going to have the same kind of problems until ultra late game. And the Doom is so strong versus you, right? It's the TBs, a big part about them, it's like last game, right, where we saw Shibe. Whenever he had Chronosphere, ASM Gambit played differently in the fights. It's a lot of the similar playstyle, although less dramatic, when TB has Sunder, right? If Sunder no longer becomes a concern, TB no longer is really the howitzer cannon that he'd love to be. And that's what Doom does to him. Tidehunter as well, of course, has problems because you cannot dispel Doom, whereas normally he would love to get rid of the debuff, right, with just the Kraken Shell. Furthermore, Tidehunter, as an offlaner, of course, not really one to go for like status resist items, right? Especially versus a PL. I think you can make a case if you're up against like a TA and a Medusa and you need a disarm, but that's just not going to be the build for him this game. It's going to be difficult. This is not a draft I would be envious of playing, right? If I were needing to pick one of these drafts, I think we might have the 2-0 here. Just really, really strong drafting from Chicken Fighters here versus Gambit. A moment here. Open it up for everyone. As we'll open up game number 2 now. Thank you again, guys, for sticking with me. Another solo cast here, but, a little bit of a change of pace, and not to worry for our next and final series of the day, which I would encourage you guys to stick around for, even if we do end up having a bit of a break. It's going to be PuckChamp versus Unique. If you're like me and you watch a lot of Eastern European Dota especially, I think you're going to recognize that this is a pretty good match. Just results-based, Unique have not been the most impressive team. I think that is fair to say, as brutal as it is. But that doesn't really tell the full story, right? Stats may not lie, but they don't tell the truth either, is what I like to say. And that truth is that Unique have really been improving in these past couple of tournaments, and I think that is going to be shown in their match versus PuckChamp. That's coming up a little bit later, though, for our final match of the day, so I'd encourage you guys to stick around for that one. Alrighty.
30 seconds to
G in the mid lane. For now, of course, not permanently laning as the Enchantress.
But I take it.
I'm not saying like.
What are these lanes? So how do we fix some of these issues for Gambit then becomes the question, right? What do we do to try and mitigate these issues, right? Because the TB's going to have a bad matchup no matter what versus the PL. Unfortunately, in what otherwise might have been a bad matchup, for example, PA, oh, it's a mid lane mag. Okay, I'm sorry. It's a mid lane mag, which of course makes sense because it's Afterlife with the Tide. What otherwise might have been a good solution So like the PL problem, if you had like a TA, a PA, or an Ember with Empower, like it's not the same, unfortunately, for TB. He is going to suffer this this problem about being able to find the right PL basically all game, full stop. There's nothing he can do about it. What he can do is just look to get uber farmed, right? And at least that's where Mag is going to come in. The reason I love it's a mid lane Mag as well is this is another one of these tanky heroes in the mid lane, a lot like a Kunkka, a lot like a DK or a Tiny, that the puck just really doesn't have the damage for. Especially if he does decide to go for the single bracer, which I would like to see for him here. Nice double stun top lane here, by the way. Gush level 1, so Peksu's in trouble. Aphotic shield belt will get him out of there in time, as well as, of course, dispelling the minus armor. Scary moment for him, and he does have to use the healing salve on himself, so he's probably going to end up having to call another one out here after his courier gets back, but that'll be some time. So Charlie actually is a little bit vulnerable here in this lane. This could be huge, actually, if ASM.GMB could leverage this. This is a tiny, tiny thing, but like it's going to make a difference, because if you can at least force the courier, you know, to make another round trip, that's like a minute in the early game, and if you get good damage onto Charlie, who just has a stick and a stack of tangos, he might not be able to contest creeps versus the PL. That's big. That's big. And then of course, the Tidehunter just gets a lot of farm that otherwise he wouldn't be able to get. So I'm looking forward to seeing that play out. But first, let's check in down bottom, where ILTW, taking level 1 Metamorphosis in order to secure the first couple of waves for himself, does well in that respect. But of course, you never really keep a Doom away from the lane, and you never really stop him from farming. And again, the reason why this is the issue is because he's going to get a Blink online, and Doom is just such a damn good spell here this game. In the lane, Lorinov 9-2 compared to the 9-0. So going just about even here, as he's now got the bottle online. Same time as Supreme has got it, though. Lorinov does kind of lack, unless he goes into the Shockwave builds, which of course might not be advisable versus Phase Shift. Good CSing there, though. He might lack kind of the long-range harass that like a Breathe Fire or a Tree Toss and an Avalanche kind of has. So I don't think this matchup, or even like the Tidebringer, of course, right? So I don't think this matchup is as good as those previous, but he's not going to struggle too badly compared to other heroes, just because of how tanky he is. So Lorinov should get good levels. Good levels means probably eventually a maxed Empower, which means a happier ILTW who's going to be able to farm a little bit faster and punch harder in these fights. Nothing else of interest here. The early Ring of Protection, of course, like to see it. This is fascinating. Orb of Corrosion for Afterlife. So they're really looking to put all the pressure they can here in this top lane. I like that idea a lot. Of course, Anchor Smash applies any debuffs that you normally would on attacks. And you can attack immediately afterwards. So Peksu is going to struggle here with the frequency of the amount of debuffs that they have. In fact, you can already see him getting run out of the lane by the Lina, as I believe that is going to reblock the small camp. And again, here's another healing cell for Peksu. So he's kind of been forced to leave Charlie to fend for himself here. Now, granted, Charlie's doing a really good job here, 15-3. The Tidehunter matchup is not really one that's too deadly for a PL, because you can still sit really close to the creep wave and not really worry about your life. But the problem with it is that you don't stop him from farming. And that, again, is, I think, where ASM.GMB need to leverage this matchup. ILTW now, with the second use of Metamorphosis, gets some good damage in here onto Era and Shibe. But Era, with a really long-range stun here that he can just kind of throw with the short cooldown, is going to be hard-pressed, or rather, that's going to make ILTW hard-pressed to really get full utility out of meta. Peksu, he's fine. He's fine. Big stick on Peksu. 8 charges here, so I don't think he's going to get popped too easily here. Damage over time from the Lina, though, is a problem for him. So it'd be a good game, by the way, for Alina Shard. That's a great way to counter a PL. Oh, we've just used Aphotic Shield, so Peksu, ooh, he's going to be fine. Again, he's really utilizing and leveraging the stick charges he has, but ASM.GMB, they don't take the bait there because they recognize he doesn't really have that much regen left outside of the stick, and in fact, neither does this PL, right? Just the 10 stick charges. This is a bad lane for the ABBA, obviously, which is why we don't see the points in Curse of Avernus like we saw last time. So it's good to see an ABBA who's worth his weight in salt, or gold even, change up the builds. We'll listen in bottom lane here to the lovely auto attack noises of the TB, as he is starting to get a really good start here. 33 and 10. 10 denies onto Shibe does hurt. Because again, you don't stop Doom from getting gold again with Devour, but you can really slow it down. And that's through denies here. So he is really stopping Shibe from getting the maximum efficiency here. There was a rotation as Era did look mid, potentially for a ward or for a kill, but Lorinov TP'd back home. Or sorry, he walked back home and TP's to the lane, which Supreme I think is going to mirror now. Potentially rotate to a side lane, and that lane might be bottom. So I think, like, this is what I love about, like, pro Dota players. Like, see how they react to the fact that this puck has now been missing off the map. And even ABBA, right? ILTW, he's going to take it easy. Does not want to get Dream Coiled right now. Because although he's got, you know, all this physical armor, he's not going to do anything against the puck's coil. Pexu's going to TP top as he's had to ferry more regen to the PL. This is really going to slow down Pexu's game, though. He does not have boots. Luckily, Immersion doesn't quite have the gold for it either, but if he did, Pexu would be completely zoned out of lane here by the Lina alone. He already struggles here thanks to Fiery Soul, but it would be pretty much an impossible matchup. Supreme showed back here in the mid lane, so ILTW can continue business as usual down bottom. Third use now of the Metamorphosis, all in this laning stage here, really just to secure CS. So I think this is really wise, though. The Doom is a really hard kill, because you don't really have the best catch for him as the Enchantress. Top lane, they're going for a dive onto Immersion. Afterlife does well to put a stop in its tracks, though. And with the 3 stacks of Fiery Soul, even at level 1, he's off and away. Afterlife continuing to hunt after Pexu is going to get a Spirit Lance thrown at him. Pexu, 2 stick charges as G's actually rotated top lane now. Double Aphotic Shield the RP casually. They wanted to get rid of Charlie, and they will get him for first blood. Bonus going to Afterlife, as they are going to have to lose G's Enchantress in the meantime. A Skewer actually pushes him outside of the Dragon Slay, but it's not going to matter much when Lorinov is able to secure the kill. He just wanted to make sure he got the kill, and it wasn't stolen. But ILTW in the meantime, after they rotate G top lane, is going to suffer here. They dive his tower, and unfortunately, juking through the trees is never a successful strategy versus the Hoodwink. Not much else he could have done there. They at least cancel the PL at the same time as he does, and they don't kill him during meta, so he can come back and look into the jungle basically straight away. I think Era, recognizing this, he's going to put down a pretty deep ward. Look at how early... Wow, I can't believe this camp is blocked already. And Era, he's probably going to, look to put down this ward as Chicken Fighters, lines drawn on the map there. I want to apply some pressure now to this mid lane tower. There's a great skewer back, though, onto Pexu. Aphotic Shield isn't going to save him here. Supreme, with no coil, is not going to have any recourse here to look for a counter engagement. So just another kill onto the ABBA. Afterlife, though, he's having just as good of a time, if not much better of a time, as this Doombringer is. And again, 37 CS, respectable at this time. Pretty good, actually, for Shibe. His farm, he's the richest on his team, right? I mean, even in a lane that was starting off fairly difficult for him. We'll keep it on CS just for a little while here as Charlie looking to force G away. He's going to be able to leave, though. No stuns here. And that actually is a pretty big issue now that I take a look at things for Chicken Fighters. We're pretty reliant here just on Bushwhack alone to stop people here. Not the biggest problem for them, though, right? We take a look at ASM.GMB, and their most mobile heroes, like an Enchantress. Magnus, of course, with Skewer can be, but when Skewer is so important to put like a PL out of position or to put an ABBA out of position to make sure he cannot save whoever the TB is going on, I hesitate to call that mobility. So it's really going to be Era and Puck's Coil here, probably going to eat a Stompy Camp here at some stage for Shibe to make sure he can contribute a bit to the lockdown. Immersion, though, he's going to TP down bottom to make sure that they can't push this bottom tier 1 tower for free. He can do a good job to zone out the Doom by himself while also securing some CS and helping out his game a bit. He had a decent time top lane, but that's not really too well reflected in his net worth because it was mostly just zoning out the Abaddon. All of his work really is going to show up now with Afterlife being the richest hero in the entire game. He's actually going to Ravage Era. He wants him dead here, and he's not going to get him. He is not going to get him. Arrows off into the tree. Fairy Fire saves his life, and that is a bit of a tilter. I'm not going to lie. No tips coming through from Chicken Fighters, though. Good sportsmen. Instead, they're just going to look to gank bot lane onto Immersion, as they will mirror the movements down bottom. With this kill, they will be allowed to then push this tier 1 tower basically for free, especially because now, without Ravage, they don't have a lot to fear. So that's a pretty big move from ASM Gambit, and it's going to be a costly one after they don't get the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
DPs are coming bottom. I don't think we defend this. In fact, I'm not even sure if we're scared of Afterlife. He does not have Hooded Defiance, so they're just going to Doom him, and I think he's dead. Without Doom, though, maybe we can look to turn. There comes a bit of healing. Lorinov is nearby now, hasted up with the RP at the ready, trying to juke Supreme, Supreme's not going to blink, though. Quite literally or figuratively. The silence is good, but it's not going to stop Immersion from just absolutely murdering Peksu. There it is. Third time's the charm for Lorinov. Do we have the damage for Supreme? Yes! The mini skewer. And a mini skewer was important there because it's the auto attack of Immersion that did a lot of work there to get the kill of Supreme. Really, really good job there. And they actually still managed to defend this tier 1 tower and keep Afterlife alive all at the same time. It turns out, what do I know about heroes that can live or not? And I guess this goes to show how much Afterlife is farmed. I thought for sure one Doom and he's a goner, but just tanks through that entire thing. Nice rotations from Gambit. That's huge, actually, because now basically we get Ravage up while Doom is not, right? It's these two long cooldown abilities with very, very similar cooldowns. I think Doom's a bit longer by, what, 5 seconds? Yeah, something like that, right? Actually, Ravage is longer than Doom. Holy moly. But basically, 5 seconds is nothing in team fights. So we can use these to offset themselves and try and look for a fight now from Gambit while we don't have the Doom. This is going to allow Tide to play a lot more aggressively here early on. It's going to allow ILTW to join the fight if he wants. He might just continue farming. Gives you a lot of flexibility. Afterlife is getting to work now on the mid-tier 1 tower. Without Doom, it is a bit harder to defend this, but we still have, of course, the Dream Coil ready for Supreme. He's going to have to use this rune defensively. Nice job there using the phase shift during the during the invis delay. Make sure he doesn't break that. And still use this one aggressively, too. Afterlife, though, he's going to plant himself in the mid lane. He doesn't even have a full hood up yet, but even still, he's a little bit too hard to kill. Bit of extra HP from the Orb of Corrosion, and of course, bonus armor from Soul Ring and Phase Boots means he's pretty tanky here, as we will now get a disconnect, or sorry, just a quick pause from Lorinov. ILTW is bringing in the boys mid lane. He's maxed Metamorphosis. He is not holding on to his skill point because he's taken the 16% evasion talent. And we'll see. They might know that he has no Sunder. Either way, doesn't have the mana for a Sunder at current moment, at least not a Sunder and a Reflection. So Chicken Fighters might actually look to jump him. Doom is down in 12 seconds. Supreme almost finished up with his Witchblade. And we're actually just rushing immediately this Diffusal. Is Diffusal about to be online here for Phantom Lancer? I think it is, right? Recipe? Yeah, just the recipe and the robe. So he's got full Diffusal Blade going for Manta next. Okay. I like this, actually. I said earlier how this new style of PL likes to go for the Shard and whatnot after like a quick Hood or the Yasha. But versus PL, like, this is a very traditional counter, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious that the TB, he's going to suffer versus basically crowd control, right? That's his biggest counter. So maybe just trying to play this like a traditional way, you know, not going for this new style build, just going for a pretty straight shooting PL build might actually exacerbate this weak matchup the most, right? Because if PL is just on top of TB in the fights, right, that's so much chaos. Because then everyone's going to be focused on this PL. Puck and Doom are still a really big threat. So I like the idea of this. We'll see here how he's going to look to build into this and what he decides is the best way, really, to counter this TB pick.
Radiant are scanning.
That little fortify, though, buys enough time necessary, or buys the time necessary, I should say, for Chicken Fighters to get that Doom back online. So in they will go to the enemy jungle on a bit of an incursion, and this could be bad for ILTW. Again, no Sunder available for him. Supreme without a blink. ILTW, he knows something's coming. Now he's going to find one. It might be too late, though. TP's instant out from G, but what can he do to stop this from happening? Because there's already the sharpshooter in action. They need one more auto attack, and they're going to find it. RP, though, catches 3. Oh, the punish is here. As ASM.GMB find 3 enemy heroes way too deep. Shibe is nearby, but they don't have vision on him yet. Peksu tried his best to self-dispel himself, and then a Photic Shield and try and save the puck, which is why we saw a phase shift, but it's just too fast there. Immediately into the LSA. Beautiful stuff from Gambit. That's tilting for ILTW, but I'm hopeful that, you know, the 3 kills immediately in return, just for using the 1 ulti, because we still have Ravage, are going to do well to cheer him up a bit. LSA stun, finds Shibe. It's Afterlife. Still trying to get this tier 1 tower out from that. Is going to be unable to do so. Immersion, experiencing the power of the Diffusal Blade, is going to be dropped. That inhibit is going to basically not quite literally remove, of course. Nothing removes Fiery Soul, but it does, you know, basically nullify it and gets rid of the move speed advantage you would have otherwise had. Afterlife, Blink queued up next, but he's still 1,700 gold away. With Doom, but without Coil here, with Ravage, without RP, and I think most importantly here, not quite Metamorphosis available yet. I think that ASM.GMB, doing the math, have to let this tower go. Can't quite go for it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
G, farming aggressively in the enemy jungle, just kind of reducing efficiency of the farm, is probably going to be farmed up himself now. Peksu, yeah, he just wants that Witchblade projectile out to tick him down. -101 a second, counted a bit by the Nature's Attendants. They actually commit Coil, so G is doing his job, as Peksu's going to come on over and try and get one auto attack off before he goes, you know what, Miss Coil will kill you even faster to secure the kill. Afterlife should be pretty free for this tower now. He's really only afraid of a Coil and to really being put in out of position. So that's a nice play from him, as they will at least go equal here in terms of map pressure. Charlie, though, again, is really the elephant in the room for ASM.GMB. Normally, I would say the TB farming is the elephant in the room, but he has his difficulties this game. It's up to ILTW to really outperform, because he's got the deck stacked against him a bit. Quick break here in the action as we have to chill out just a little bit. In the chat, Peksu, though, he is going straight into one of my favorite builds for the ABBA, Holy Locket. This item is bonkers. 15 talent as well is just hugely, it's a huge heal, right? Especially for a PL who's not really going for any defensive items. He's relying pretty heavily just on backup from his team, which I would say is pretty reasonable this game, right? Puck is doing a lot of the same, right? Going for this Blink Dagger immediately after just stats and Witchblade. So lots of damage here and a very potent fight for Chicken Fighters, but it does rely heavily on the ABBA. Like we saw in that last fight, though, right? When we went for the dive here underneath the triangle, Peksu has a lot of counterplay here, both versus RP as well as versus Tidehunter Ravage. Essentially, the combo is, especially for Ravage, right? You instantly get hit with a stun, or you just run into the stun as fast as you can. You pop Borrowed Time, and immediately a Photic Shield one of your cores to try and save them from a similar fate as you. Usually, you end up dying, and it's not the best use. I mean, it is the best use of Borrowed Time, but that's the combo 1-to-1. The issue is we have redundant stuns here. What screwed him last time and what made that combo look really, really bad, it was the LSA immediately to follow up. It looked like a stack stun, but Immersion, who dies mid lane, is just way too smart, right? He's a 9-head gamer. He knows that the ABBA, of course, is going to borrow time himself and try and save the puck. So he's just instantly there with the LSA stun to make sure that doesn't happen. Otherwise, you have to like double commit Ravage, and an RP and a Ravage is a lot, because then that doesn't really stop Doom from ever running in. Speaking of Doom running in, he's not running anywhere. He's caught by the RP, forced into the river to get his feet wet. Will pop this BKB though. 9-second duration, still holding on to the Doom as Ira, the Bushwhack, only finds Lauren off. Not too successful there. Blink Dagger not quite ready for Afterlife, but now that BKB is down for the Doom, they will feel confident enough to head into Roshan. Chicken Fighters, they're going to know about this. With the Blink Dagger on Supreme, he could look to make some fancy moves here as Roche is falling fast. Bodies are now coming here for Chicken Fighters as they're going to look to remove vision. Roche is really low, though. 2,500 HP is not a lot. That's maybe just at the stage where you can afford to leave it and not have it get sniped. Supreme is in onto 2. Nice 2-man silence. Doesn't like what he sees, though, and is going to immediately jaunt out. They will find him with 2 here. The LSA just nicks him from the low ground, and that's going to be the Ravage, which catches 3 heroes on the high ground. Fortunately, though, for ASM Gambit, or fortunately for Chicken Fighters, they don't have vision of that now, as ILTW getting the mana burn. Needs to hold on to 100 here for the Sunder. Keep your eyes on that mana bar for him here, as Peksu forced to pop borrowed time just to get rid of the Enchantress. Now Enigma here feeling a bit emboldened here by the death of the puck. Peksu, without BKB for 10 seconds or Blink Dagger, is going to have to walk in, hoof stomp, and then get the Doom off. Charlie throwing in the illusions. We're fighting, though, without the Metamorphosis. Ira still nearby, plants the tree, finds 2. ILTW in trouble. He's been doomed, and even if he can't get the Sunder off, well, he's not going to do much of anything. Shipping with a 3-man War Stomp there, as Immersion's going to pop to the bubble. Lauren with a skewer, trying to get away, but brings all the enemies with him. Will be killed in the medium camp. And that is then going to be Roche going the way of Chicken Fighters. ASM Gambit couldn't get the Roche down fast enough, and they pay a heavy price here, losing 3. Great job by Shibe there. He just walks up, man. That was a 3-man Ravage with a War Stomp without a Blink Dagger on Doom. Oh, Afterlife, you madman, he's in, but another War Stomp here as they don't finish up Roche. He tries to get the steal, doesn't even get the kill onto Roshan, and that is going to then be an additional death as ASM Gambit try and get whatever they can out from that Roshan fight. And now there are issues. Immersion was farming top lane. I'm not sure why, as he is taken down and picked off pretty much immediately. Yep, there's the choo-choo of the feed train pretty much, because Afterlife and Immersion both went on in. All aboard. Oh, goodness.
Top tower is under attack.
This is just silly.
Is a little bit silly now, as Charlie is just going to continue building basically whatever he wants. That's going to be an energy booster. Not the most normal item, of course, for PL if you're just tuning in and haven't watched a lot of Phantom Lancer in this patch. It's the Shard build into Aether Lens, and it's absolutely ridiculous. This is it in its nerfed form. It was even stronger in the earlier versions of the patch, but this one is absolutely fantastic.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Echo Saber, though, for Lorenoff, it's a really strong build for the mag. You can see how much faster he farms along with this. But despite this increased farming speed, and despite even Empower now on TB, which gives him a whole plus 88 damage, and the Cleave, not to mention, in melee form anyway, they're really far behind in net worth. 9k already, as Afterlife just going in, you madman. He has got Ravage, but very quickly he's going to run out of the mana to use it. He has Soul Ring, which is not going to give him enough mana. He needs to be on a buffer of 50, or, you know, just not dead to be able to use that Ravage. Ooh, with mana burn, though, Kraken Shell makes sure you can get up to the high ground. That was close, though. That was close to basically another free kill, as he jumps in to try and just waste a bit of time, buying as much time as he can here for ILTW to get the BKB online. And it is now, again, a tough game. As I said before, the deck is stacked against him. Yes, now we have solved the issue of the puck. We've solved a bit of the issue of the PL. And heck, we've even stopped Hoodwink from getting a long-distance bushwhack into you. But this is not going to stop the Doom. Especially with the Blink Dagger now. taking this shard, which is going to be a great percentage-based damage for our Tidehunter, for our Magnus. Because to be honest, they were having some slight damage issues, especially for how quickly they burst through the mana pool here. I mean, they don't have mana issues versus G, but there's going to be a little bit of a fight. The Doom's immediately onto ILTW, though. He can't do a single thing. The Ravage is going to be out, but he's just immediately dead. RP to try and turn this fight, but he's gone into the coil. They at least find Shibe. Pexu's still alive. Borrow time already utilized, but it's 3 dead, and the GG's been called already. Lorinov is out of the game, and ASM Gambit once again with the early GG out. Another 0-2 defeat for them here. Makes it 3 in a row after a strong opening. Down they will go. That's tough for them. Looking, of course, at the other hand of this is going to be Chicken Fighter's first victory, and I think this is quite a victory for them. Taking down what I think a lot of people, at least in the group stage teams, would have had for a favorite, even and especially with ILTW, but they just cannot get their drafts together. I mean, it is not working out. I think regardless of you know, post-TI Blues mode or whatever you want, it's just impossible, it feels like, to play these games for them when they're constantly up against 2 or 3 counters. And it's one thing for you to be countered by a support. I think at some stage you kind of have to expect that to happen. But when it's 2 cores that counter your hard carry, what do you do? What do you do here if you're ASM Gambit? Tough game for them, man. As they look for fights, they almost get that Roche up online. After that, there's like a glimmer of a hope. There's maybe a little bit of light at the end of that tunnel. Unfortunately for them, though, that light was the Doom freight train from Shibe, who just absolutely ran them over. What a game from Shibe. What a series from Shibe, actually. Regardless or not if they had already, if they were already rather looking to run that Faceless Void as the offlaner, I think Shibe made it really look good here. He even made it look viable, I dare to say, right? And I don't really think that's something we're going to see too much. It's kind of just a Chicken Fighters thing, and I think this is the game to show us why it is their thing. ASM Monaco Gambit, though, their thing has been taking 2-0 defeats, so I'm hoping they can turn it around here, as that is going to be them dropping to 1-3. With 10 teams, we're about to hit the halfway stage point for them in this group stage. You need to make it in top 6 to get into the upper division of playoffs, so that's what they're going to be looking to do here. Still very doable, but they need to get better drafts, quite frankly. I said this getting into the game. I don't envy ILTW's position in this game, right? The lane's fine, but as soon as the game actually starts here into the mid game, he can't do anything. He can't do anything, man. 4K hero damage. I mean, he tried too. He really did, but the counters were just too much. And that's that. Another fast 2-0 here for ASM Gambit, this time at the hands of Chicken Fighters. But once again, well played to Chicken Fighters, man. These guys looked amazing during the TI-10 qualifiers. If you're not a fan of them, you should be, in my opinion, because they've been playing together for a long time. And I think that really shows here. I'm happy to see them continue to find success here in this tournament. Well, guys, that's our second series already done. We are going to be going to a pretty long break here, guys. It's, once again, about 1 hour and 10 minutes. So when we come back, we're going to be live for our final series. And I get it, you know, solo casting, it's not great. I apologize, but unfortunately, we had a last-minute issue with the co-caster. Bowie was here for game 1. PC crashes, it happens. But hopefully you've enjoyed at least the solo cast, although it was... not something I anticipated doing today. But luckily, when we come back, I'm going to be joined by Kips, and it is going to be a classic Eastern European matchup. What I think is going to be very quickly become a classic here. PuckChamp taking on Team Unique. Definitely recommend you guys join us for that in about 1 hour and 5 minutes time. Until then, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. I've been Single-elimination. Feel free to drop us a follow on the channel to make sure you're notified whenever you go live, because we're still only day 5 into something about 22 of days into this tournament. So a lot more Dota to come up, guys. And hey, it's Friday night, which means we've all got a lot of Dota to look forward to this weekend. So thanks for stopping by and spending your time here with me and us here watching the channel. We'll see you after 1 hour break for our final series of day number 5. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Dota 2 Champions League. I'm Single-elimination. I just punched my microphone, and joining me is going to be Kips for our third and final series of the day. Team Unique going up against PuckChamp.
Yeah, and let's hope I can keep you away from violently taking out your instruments here.
I don't know what it was. I did like a very... Obviously, we don't have cameras on. I just did it again because I was imitating what I did, and I punched the mic. I did like a very hand-wavy thing when I started the introduction for some reason. And yeah, and it's that resulted in the microphone getting punched. Hopefully, we could look to avoid that. But something we haven't been able to avoid too much, Kips, is just first phase TV. It's all over the place, and Unique are no exceptions here as they pull it out as their 1-2 punch after the hoodwink is through.
Yeah, like if a hero has a 75% win rate, roughly, why wouldn't you? I think it's gone down a little bit since I last saw the stats, but Terrorblade is absolutely ridiculous. And especially if PuckChamp does not want to pick the Drow immediately after, but they go for the, the very classic Puck here, then yeah, you can just ban several of those counters, and it looks like Unique actually want to take their time with that too. Dipping into the reserve time already after getting rid of, indeed, the Drow Ranger.
So what the Drow out? Do you think that? I think Puck obviously is great for PuckChamp because it's in the name, right? And Desperate's great at Puck, especially in games that are kind of anti-Puck. But do you think it was a little bit better to maybe go for a Drow? Like, is that the pick where you need to kind of deal with the TB? Because you do get 3 bans immediately after, and as Unique are doing so, I think they're going to get rid of probably just one more carry as a hard counter here.
Yeah, I can see a place where they just say, nah, that's an Enchantress, the Drow lane's probably going to be hard, we're going to look for something that will just play decently up against both of them, and we're going to out-tempo the Terrorblade, for example. Okay. So the Puck is a very good pick for that. And of course, maybe you're hoping that, for example, this PL makes it through, but you can't just PL in the first phase here.
Radiant team ban.
That's the unfortunate truth of the matter, is that TB is definitely... TB's counters right now are not actually that strong, which is why the hero is so strong. But if you're picking a PL here, there's still a ton of options. Not actually the DK, but a ton of options for the Illusion Clear to deal with him and still give the Terrorblade a good game. So, yeah, that was kind of the option. Now you're just going to have to out-game plan him, so go faster. I see that they're banning out a bunch of pretty good space-making heroes for FN here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also banning out Krelat's Morphling over on the side of Unique. And PuckChamp are actually the ones to take to banning out the Lion.
A bit surprised.
Yeah, I think they really want Desperate to just be able to play an aggressive game with this, right? Because obviously that's a hero that I think Unique maybe had in mind of banning. To me, this is like really getting into the minutia. Before we get into this Rubik, because that's really exciting. I thought, like, for sure you would have waited to ban the Lion, because I think that's a hero that Unique would have banned first. So if you can get them to quote-unquote waste a ban, because you're like, we don't want to play against it, but maybe they'll ban it for us, right? That's how I thought we'd want to do that. Do you think there was something they didn't want to reveal then with this TA or DP ban? Because that, to me, is just more generic, very obvious anti-Puck heroes. Like, I don't know. That's curious.
Yeah, a little bit curious to me as well. I think that if you're just drafting straight up, you want that hero to be gone. There are just days where you're not in the mood for these mind games, right?
Okay, fair enough.
And especially if you're not looking to run any of the carries that they might counter, like if you're not trying to squeeze something through, then just ban it yourself, get it off the table. That way you don't have to like have it sort of hovering in a corner of your mind while you're trying to puzzle out the rest of the draft. And they got the ET here, which is really great pick for the Terrorblade, of course, taking away all of his armor. The Terrorblade does not build any plus armor items normally. He is going to be paper to any kind of physical damage once the Elder Titan gets on top of him. Of course, the ET might not last very long there, but now it's for PuckChamp to decide who is actually going to bring that physical damage. I kind of would like to see this Elder Titan in a core role to have him be a bit tankier. I'm a sucker for offlane ET.
It's actually, I like the idea. I think the lane's a little bit too hard though versus a TBN, right? Because you lose.
Well,
okay. Well, that's an answer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen how desperate this lane is for Terrorblade yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah.
Dang it! Like this keeps on happening with this guy. Why does he have such a nice
10
caster
seconds
word name?
remaining.
Yeah, it's I like it a lot better than a lot of like the
Seconds remaining.
NA team names, you know, like Team for example. So you'd say, "Hello
yeah.
guys, welcome back. We've got Team versus Team Unique." And you'd be, "What? Did the caster just have a stroke?" But Mela's Broodmother is quite the pick. He really does like these. I don't want to call them cheesy heroes in the offlane because he plays a real main offlane Mars. But he's very well known in my mind for the Batrider. That one will always stick out, even in this meta where he's not super pickable. If the game's right, he's going to go for it. And the Broodmother as well. He's also a hero that he excels at. So this is a scary lane because there's not a whole lot Ench does here to help mitigate that. Do you think we just go for the lane swap here and try and throw the Sand King to the Brood?
I think so, yeah. We've seen several Terrorblades try to deal with this lane now and fail. There is just no way that he
5
actually
seconds
trades through her.
remaining.
It's very... It's near impossible. And you can see that they banned out the Mars themselves on PuckChamp as well, knowing that that's the one pick that can hunt down the Broodmother, that can also deal with her in the lane. They're not even giving that option here. Sand King will do decently. He is going to get into a bit of trouble once she gets the spiderlings up, though. Like, pretty much everyone. Like,
Dire team pick.
you need to calculate right, and you need to get the spiders on you with the caustic finale in order to be able to pop them all. And the Broodmother can play around that. It's very conditional.
Yeah, that's true, but I feel like this TB or this Brood into TB really just feels even worse at 6. Like at least
Yeah.
Sand King's got a little HP to tank it. Like you do basically
seconds
half of TB's HP once you hit level 6, and it's magic damage, so it's pretty darn
Yeah.
effective. Like I feel like it's worse than trying to play like I don't know who's like a really hard like it's worse than like DK safe lane versus a Timbersaw. Like it's really awful for like Sand King's. I don't know. I feel like maybe that's just it's not ideal. As you say, there's counterplays. It's a lot like how, Beastmaster, he just plays around with the boars. It's even easier for Broodmother because those things are very fast. But I think your TB is going to thank you for your trials and tribulations if he can get any farm. Wow, a Faceless Void.
Choose your hero.
Talking about the man.
Yeah, there he is. Okay. It's
Up by Petushara.
Yeah, and I like the team fight from PuckChamp here. I think it doesn't really seem too nice though, because I think like something about Broodmother and Faceless Void irks me, and I'm not sure what it is yet. I'm trying to find the words here for it, but I do like at least Chrono into Puck damage, into Hoodwink setup damage as well, and of course Earth Splitter is fantastic, right? You've highlighted already how big of a problem that is for TB. TB a little bit more mobile than Drow slightly, but they both have the same issue where like this thing, it's like death for them. They have to avoid this Earth Splitter no matter what, and it goes through BKB, so it's really annoying throughout the entire game. But I don't know, something about this Brood Faceless Void just doesn't sit well with me.
I mean, there's definitely a bit of anti-synergy, right? The hero that you have to run in with, the Broodmother, is going to most likely end up getting caught in the Chronosphere. And she doesn't do well when she can actually not fight back and not regen off of the insatiable hunger. So that might be what you're feeling here?
I think that's pretty accurate. I would say some of it as well comes down to like I feel like to me Faceless Void, especially in the carry role, because we got to see Shibe run him as an offlaner earlier. He very much benefits from like this lane swap, right? Where it's like, okay, where I'm gonna go push top lane or the off lane, and generally speaking, and just start to farm up there a little bit, and have my off laner swap with me and take the dangerous farm. With Brood, that's not the easiest thing for Broodmother to do, at least very quickly, right? She's got to get all the web set up again. Like, she can definitely, push the tower, have Faceless Void come and help her if she needs it. I doubt she will. But then, like, she's going to be best at just taking over this entire part of the map. But then where does Faceless Void farm? Because he's pretty vulnerable here, I would say, to this Rubik, to this Beastmaster. That's what kind of scares me a bit here. Also, is this a mid Beastmaster? No, off lane.
No, it's
FN
offlane.
mid Sand King.
Yep. And we're going to have to see if they're actually going to swap the lanes right at the start, because there is, of course, the option that, once again, our safe lane Terrorblade tries to survive and get a couple of levels on that bot lane, and then they try to swap the offlaner in as soon as the Brood hits 6. But mixed success on that one, especially because the TVs just at some point seem to get run down every single time and lose at least 2 lives in the laning stage, which is really not good enough. Your offlaner's never going to be able to replicate that success, so they're going to come into the lane with a disadvantage. I'd like to see them swap right from the start, but running an aggro lane with a TB is not the easiest either.
Yeah, because it's, I mean, we've seen some like really early deaths as well in this lane, even before you hit level 6 on Brood, just expecting to be able to fight through her, you know, expecting your physical armor to help you a lot versus the spider, which is a fair assessment, you know, what, 7, 8 base armor here on the TB, like that's a lot, even more now thanks to the +6 stats, like, but it never ends up going that way here for TB, so that's the one thing I'd be cautious of. We do have good ways of hunting the spider, though, right? Like, that's nice. Beastmaster with the axes, Sand King, just generally his existence. And this mid lane Sand King, talk to me a little bit about this. Like, what is this? What advantage does this hero bring in the mid lane compared to when you just run it normally in the off lane to you?
Well, the biggest difference are the higher levels, right? But you do have to get a very high impact with that. You need to have a very fast blink dagger. Around 10 minutes is ideal. And then make sure that your first couple of ganks with the epicenter, while it is still effective, really, really pay off. So it's rather conditional, but then again, that's the same kind of playstyle that you can say about a puck. And of course, FN is primarily known in my brain at least as a puck player. So he's very comfortable with playing these very the first couple of ganks gotta go right kind of heroes.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, and I think he's got pretty easy targets here. Epicenter into, well, what follow-up stuns do we have? Because by the time he's looking to gank around 10 minutes, we'll have telekinesis probably just level 1 here, as Seam of the Slayer's already committed for the first point in Fade Bolt, so it'll probably be like 1, 2, 2 maybe at level 5 by the time Sand King comes to gank. There's not a lot of follow-up stuns, basically, is what I'm getting at early on.
No, not early on, definitely.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's going to allow Krelat to just time walk off damage. Like, I don't think you go for him, basically, is what I'm saying. But then to catch a Broodmother, even as a Sand King with a blink, might be a tall ask. So I'm really curious, like, where his first rotation is to be honest, as well. I think that's going to be interesting to look at.
Definitely. I'd say it's still going to go to the Broodmother lane, just because every minute that you keep her off the tower is a big win. But we're gonna have to see if he actually gets the opportunity.
Oh,
for now, though.
What a block.
Yeah. Well, I'm watching this bottom lane because this is the Terrorblade versus the Broodmother lane. We've seen how the one turns out before. Slayer is going to have to do a hell of a job with these Fade Bolts in order to make sure that anytime the Brood wants to go for it a kill, they cannot. And it also means that you can't use it defensively.
Nice job, Astral, securing the first creep. First point in the Acorn shot. As, of course, you're not really too concerned. As soon as you see Reflection out, there's really no need for the instant Bushwhack, especially because Rubik, you know, probably takes Fade Bolt, because level 1 Telekinesis is not really good for anything but canceling an early TP, I guess, is like kind of the only use I could see for it. And even then, you have to lane with level 1 Telekinesis.
You don't.
Yeah.
You don't. Anything else than the Fade Bolt is griefing, in my opinion.
True.
Like, unless you're griefing the enemy and you're cliffing them.
Yeah. Yeah, true. I
That's
could see that. I could see that.
Arguments to make.
You gotta be fast with that Fade Bolt, with that Telekinesis, though, right? Because it is not a lot of time, so that'd be impressive. But you were saying about Fade Bolts.
Yep, that was exactly what I was talking about. He needs to hold it until Melis goes for space here.
Well, so far, so good. Being able to give some space to space underneath the tier 1 tower to secure some last hits. Nice job using the tower effectively there. Desperate already taking a bit of damage here. FN going for a very aggressive, quote-unquote, offlaner type build, right? The 201 for now. No points into the Sandstorm. I think that makes sense considering you're against a puck. Lots of AoE damage in here. I mean, just take a look at that. So it makes sense to me. But this is it was a little short there. Still level 2 FN. Not quite that long yet on the Burrow Strike.
But
be
you
able
can
to
see him here
damage.
trying to keep up the pressure on this puck, trying to make sure that he can always push out the wave still. That's what the caustic is for as well. Otherwise, he loses out on the lane equilibrium against his puck immediately. So he's got to continue applying this pressure on the mid lane. Otherwise, if he loses control of it, if he gets stuck under his own tower, the puck can go for him side camps. The puck's gonna go maybe make some moves through the jungle, and you can't really afford to get behind like that. So he's got to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, and speaking of pressure, there's a lot of pressure right now for I think D2CL to find like impact in this early game. He's going for a pull, but it's only against 2 Vul assassins, so that's not going to do a whole lot here to the wave, especially because Bignum I think is going to steal the last one anyway. And a big issue is really just enchant in this lane. Normally you take the Astral Order and you see Beastmaster kind of getting ran down, but that's not going to happen with the Enchantress here. So it's he's going to be hard pressed to really support Faceless Void outside of just pulls, as Astral's yeeted underneath the tier 1 tower. He could be dead, but a nice bushwhack could get him out here as well.
I was watching Astral in the bottom lane, hacking a few tower shots. Nothing happened there, luckily.
Yeah, nice telekinesis play. There's that level 1 telekinesis though. That's about as good as it's good for, you know. It's trying to put enemies underneath the tower.
Yep. And since he can't harass with the Fate Bolt right now, that is a very good source of harass anyway, letting the tower do it for you.
So this is actually a question I'm not sure the answer to, and I suspect it's a no, because other force movement abilities don't work like a force staff, but Hook does. Can you, with this Rubik Shard, which allows you to grab allies and toss them, or even yourself actually, if you're not silenced or stunned otherwise, can you lift allies out of a Chronosphere?
No.
Okay.
I feel pretty confident saying that.
Okay. I think that makes sense. First blood, top lane. Bignum is really putting the pressure on to D2CL here. Yeah, pretty easily finding this kill. This is a big counter here, this Enchantress, to the laners especially, who depend on the buffs like the ET and the Darkseer.
Dire's structures
Really
are
nothing much for D2CL to do. He's just going to have to soak up some EXP in the top lane and hope that they don't lose this lane to the point where Krillat has to leave. Because as soon as that happens, his Beastmaster pushes through your tower, and you get the situation where the TB can retire to the jungle early because your Beastmaster is freed up to go to the bot lane.
Bignum just, with one little bite, a big bite actually, out of the Wildwing Ripper, is going to find the courier of Krillat. That's going to be annoying for him. He at least got the, what looks like the gloves of haste delivered, but he's going straight Midas here, Krillat, as here comes the Ripper yet again. Lots of armor, so he can tank the tower for quite some time, but he's going to keep it alive a bit longer. We haven't seen the tornado yet. There we go, right
There
on
we
cue.
go. Oh, the annoyance.
What an ability. 40-second channel, casually. Onto Krillat. Yep, time walk it off, but that tornado's going to chase you down. There it goes.
At the very least, the enchant creeps time out.
They do. They do. As tanky and as annoying as they may be, that's a benefit here. We're starting to see a little bit of a situation play out in this mid lane, though, as FN, I think he had to run home to refill the bottle. He's now 13 denies behind here. I suppose 12 denies behind. 2 points then into the Sandstorm after 201 starting off. And here's his level 6. Normally, off-lane Sand Kings will not immediately take Epicenter. Do you expect him to do the same thing here? I think he will go for abilities as they get another kill onto D2CL's top lane. Actually, middle, even.
Just chased all the way down here.
Yeah.
Nothing much that he can do.
That's wrong.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think what he wants to do is he wants to hit that Blink Dagger as fast as possible, so you really punch up the numbers on that Sandstorm, you push these waves as fast as possible, you clear the camps as fast as possible.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Because the Epicenter's not going to do anything for you until you have the Blink Dagger.
I haven't seen TB fall too low. I've been keeping an eye on his health. It's starting to get a little bit more difficult here now that we've got the Silken Bola, 2 points in the Hunger, and more webs we can throw down freely. And now Orb of Corrosion, especially, mostly for the move speed slow. TB's got so much armor, he doesn't care about the -2 or 3. But my goodness, this tower's already gone down top. Patushara, along with Bignum, just really able to force Krillat away from it. And ET just doesn't stand a chance up top. That's a super early tower.
It is. I was expecting that lane to go a little bit better, but mad props to Unique because they have a lot of space to move around right now, and Krillat is not going to jungle nearly as fast as Space is going to do.
Now Melis here. He's about to hit level 6. I think Space is... he's got to fill out the retirement forms here rather quickly, I would say. A little pull from Slayer, but I think we're still too close. Yeah, even if I think these creeps were denied, he'd hit level 6. So Space, very quickly, he's going to get to enjoy the spawn spiderlings. Yeah, that didn't take very long. Didn't spit it at him, though. Instead, just looked to nuke the wave, and then he immediately leaves. Yeah, that's the right move. That's the right move. I think yesterday we saw ILTW try and fight it out a little bit, which did not work out.
Are fortified.
A bit of a yikes if you ask me, and they're going straight onto the mid lane now. First call of the game.
Yeah, it's a good one as well. Onto FN with the detection down. Ducalis in with the briefcase. Finally not immediately dispelled by the enchant. Finds a kill onto FN. Big Num with good damage here onto Desperate, but he's got the Illusory Orb. He's actually going to use it aggressively. Enchant in a second, but the Wild One Ripper is here, and he's going to die for that. Okay, and now, yep, just a casual rotation. The Primal Roar, Petushara, he's not here to kill heroes, Kips. He wants to minimize that, because he's here for the towers.
Are fortified.
He is, and this is a great way to counterplay the Brood on the map. It's like, fine, you're trying to take one tower down bottom, that's very nice, but we are taking 2 of yours. And this is going to slow down the Brood a lot, because she won't have as much backup. The team can't come join her, because there's just, if she rotates to the mid lane, there's so much space for them to cross first. And then we have FN guarding this bottom tower now. He needs to be careful, though.
Am I correct in thinking that Ags this game for Sand King is like basically a nuclear bomb? Because it doesn't work on illusions anymore. Remember there was like all those clips of PL getting blown up with a bunch of juxtaposed illusions back when that applied. But you will hit these
That was so
spiderlings,
great.
wouldn't you?
Yep, you would.
Radiant's bottom
And
tower
it
is
goes
under
boom.
attack.
It goes boom. Anything around there is going to go boom as well. Because what, now you take, I think, up to 22% max health as damage with all of those
of course.
spiderlings, Kips.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have that much
HP.
HP, but it's still pretty significant.
What
It's
is it?
the same as with the Elder Titan Spirit, right? Of course, we're on the same team right now, but
Yeah, no,
if
that's
you get all of the spiderlings, it's still pretty hefty, even if they're not much individually.
That's true. That's true. It's about 90 damage each at max level of Caustic Finale, with before reductions, of course. But yeah, if you got
So-
this kind of an army, that's
Yeah.
oof,
Here's
fun.
Melis's rotation, but
Radiant's middle
Steam, of
tower
course, does
is
not
under
have a
attack.
tower here to back him up with. I'm
Radiant's
actually surprised to see that he gets to hit this tower at all.
Well, I won't be able to do it for
Fence
long
flying
with
in the
the
Blink
fortified.
Dagger, that's it.
is under
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's pretty well timed here. BOT's next for him to be able to continue farming and scaling later on, not just depending on finding kills. You've got to be able to rotate somewhere else if the smokes don't work out for you, and being able to do so instantly with the bots is super nice. Let's check on Krelat briefly. Actually, I don't think we're going to get the chance. I think they might just show off this Blink Dagger mid lane. Yeah, FN under the smoke. He's underneath a ward. Desperate,
orb.
though. They've got him here. And with the Fadeable Telekinesis, there's absolutely no chance here for Desperate to escape.
Like, even if they didn't have that many disables, the timing at which he chose to throw that orb out was terrible.
Yeah, unfortunate.
That's a better word.
Oh, what's going on? Melis, he's too fast. I don't think they can catch him, even with his Blink Dagger. But now they know about
We're
it, so
gonna try it.
you can already see they're doing a great job of forcing him away. As, I just wanted to see Krelat. Okay, so he went straight for the Midas. Brown Boots and then straight Midas here. Has it online now. So decent attack speed. Do you think we're going to be able to find the time for this to pay itself off? Because it seems like...
Yeah, I think so.
PuckChamp are going to be hard pressed. Okay. Oh, yeah, get the Fadeable bounces in there. Thank you very much. Oh, okay, and the Hadouken. Not bad at all.
Look at how much attention this spider is getting. Like, this is the first 15 minutes secured, and then after that you still have a puck for at least 5 more minutes.
Coil is going to, I don't think, hit anyone, right? Or maybe that hit FN? No, it didn't hit anyone.
No? He tried to hit everybody and got nobody
No,
inside.
he got nobody. Just stuck around voluntarily inside that one in the Sandstorm FN. I think maybe even he thought he was cool. I think he showed up immediately afterwards, which was what
Yeah.
confused me. And my goodness, is Petushara farmed, isn't he? He's going for Helm of the Overlord.
He is.
We've seen this previously, Avo and I have, this kind of Helm Rush, basically straight away, actually. And in fact, was it Petushara that did this? It was yesterday in their match versus Chicken Fighters. So this is something a little bit new that I've seen.
Because we did see Afterlife go Dominator on Tidehunter as well. I believe.
True, but did he get the Helm of the Overlord?
He did not.
Ah, okay, yeah. That's the distinction. I think I've seen a couple of other. I thought straight Helm was interesting, of course, because it was like I forget the lane. It was a lot of physical damage, so they decided to get it. Yeah, that was the one, right?
Great armor item.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, but this is always fun to see. Last time he was rocking the golems and the dragon. We'll see what he goes for this
very
time.
far.
Yeah, but they are gonna lack the damage and the catch, and in fact, in comes a big old Chronosphere. They are gonna have the kill there. They don't even need any secondary ultimates, and in fact, they might get Slayer for free. We can spawn Spiderlings in a couple of seconds. Stolen Chrono, of course, doesn't do anything here against Faceless Void, and almost let him get away a bit faster. FN's gonna buy it back here. Epicenter being channeled up. They've got nothing to cancel because that Primal Roar is coming through from Petushara. FN, in fact, is gonna cancel it himself, as they didn't even need all that damage. Desperate, at least holding down these back liners, supported a bit more, and in fact, it's the Echo Stomp, whatever, that gets the kill here onto the TB. Just a little bit too low in the HP. That's a max sump. I was about to say that was a lot of damage. I wasn't expecting him to fall there. FN, speaking of falling, on the Arteezy spot here, is going to be forced down, as FN proves to be king of the hill here, and Ducalis cannot escape either, as his TP is cancelled by the damage of Bignum.
Great buyback from FN. That turns the entire situation around. They really need not just the stuns that he brings in, but also definitely the damage from the Sandstorm to deal with a lot of these targets, because PuckChamp can definitely outlast them if you don't bring extra DPS in. And they hold on to their middle tower. Actually impressive. PuckChamp dedicated a lot of resources to that, bringing in the Chronosphere as well. For them to not get it is pretty rough, especially with that Midas on their Faceless Void. This was the only thing he was ever going to do, and now he's maybe going to have to do it again.
Yep. Chrono at least is up in around a minute. He's going to continue getting that farming, scaling, damage item, Maelstrom up next. But FN, as the mid laner, he's right at home here, of course, on the Sand King, defending this tower pretty darn easily. And like you said, the resources we committed, a ward, I think that's now a couple of deaths, the second attempt that they made for that tower. And they're going to have to go again if they're hoping to get that thing down. Helm of the Overlord's about to be finished for the Beastmaster into then the Aghanim Shard. These dive bomb hawks are kind of ridiculous. Have you seen them yet?
I have, and I love them. And I think that this is one of the reasons that Beastmaster is such a good pick versus the Broodmother as well, because you gotta catch her first, right? And he makes it so easy to actually follow her around and then get the initiation before you yourself are in vision.
FN, speaking of vision, looking for Astral, should find him relatively easily. Even with the DD rune, barely needed but a couple of those pulses for the epicenter. Circles drawn on the map as Ducalis and Melis once again find themselves in the mid lane. Spell stolen is going to be webs. I don't think you... Oh, okay, Rubik will put a couple of those down, but I don't think they disappear, and Melis can also use those, so he's given a lot of mobility here to Melis. Look, he's just spitting them all over the place, Kips.
Yeah, it's surprising. I guess one of the things that it does help you out with is you'll have free pathing versus there are two heroes who have free pathing.
True. He's
so
also...
you're still winning slightly more here.
He's so fast. They're like, where did that Rubik come from?
Oh. This man is such a troll.
I mean, that's the Rubik hero, right? In a nutshell, isn't it? Yeah. Right. So I guess he is doing it justice. There he goes. So you don't need all these webs. I think you can. I think actually no. I don't know if you can, because unlike a Chronosphere, webs are actually like, I think they're ward units or something like this. I'm
not sure, but like ever since you said it, I'm watching the indicator on Broodmother, and I think it's actually not triggering on the webs that he placed.
Yeah, that's what I think it's about. Otherwise, you could just counter the Brood by stealing web spin and then just TPing home and spamming it in the fountain, which would be so silly. I think they must be different webs then. So trying to differentiate between your own webs and Broods must be difficult.
I mean, you can both watch the indicator, right?
True. Yeah, they show up on the minimap. A little confusing.
But remembering which one's where, that's a mess and a half.
Oh, he did lose the webs, actually. He stole Acorn shot as they get the kill, and all the webs have disappeared.
Yeah, they just popped.
Okay.
Today I learned.
Today I learned as well. That I don't know if I've ever seen that one before, to be honest.
Dire's top tower
Okay, there's going to be a nice find, though. Melis going pretty deep. He's going to try and outrun, but he can't outrun the damage here. And even if he could go far, that impetus shot is going to even do even more damage to him. They're going to try and turn. Coil committed here for FN. He'll just snap it. Krelot nearby. Oh, he can't get in time, though. As once again, Melis dying that far out means that they're hard-pressed to land that Chronosphere right in time.
Bignum going forward.
It's a lot of damage into here, and yep, there it is. The extra attacks out from Time Lock when it triggers make it very nice to take down the Enchantress, untouchable or not. And, well, I mean, during that time, actually, after the skill onto Astral, they got the Tier 2 tower basically for free, and mind you, Unique are still holding on to this Tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Exactly, that's the point that I wanted to bring up. With all of the space that was being, well, bought by Melis on the bot lane, I would have hoped that the backup that was coming in would rotate towards his middle tower instead and just sort of give it a tap. It's very close to getting knocked over. And you'd really get yourself a bit more time to move around the map without this middle tower constantly rebuffing creeps, producing teleporting heroes. It's providing a lot of cover for Space as well, who by now has recovered and is sitting pretty at the top of the net worth.
What is this? What is it? Stealing Waning Rift is actually pretty huge here. If we just hover over what Slayer's cast range on this, it doesn't show, but it's pretty nice. I don't know if your distance is going to be affected by Arcane Supremacy. I imagine it would be. Would be. Yeah, we'll see here as soon as he, yeah, right. As soon as he gets that going. Oh my goodness, that was a lot of dead spider lanes there. And here's the Ancient Granite Golem. Gives you a 15% armor buff here. Quite the tanky lad himself as well here. As you can see, that spawn spider lanes didn't really do much, but add, it looks like he's in a mocap soup now, really, is all that is done. Frenzy from the Thunderhide is always fun to have as well. Chronosphere is going to catch 2 into now at least a nice little Earth Splitter. That's great damage and even more courtesy of the Sharpshooter, but we've lost the ET in response to the FN Epicenter. Haste activated here for FN. Is going to allow him to get out of dodge, though, as the Coil has already been used here to try and just hold down Bignum. This Tier 1 tower is still up as the Ancients get to work now on Puck. That'll force back Desperate, but FN continuing to give chase is going to blink down into the river here, finding the Broodmother. Telekinesis holding her down, and Space popping the Metamorphosis, easily chews through the Spider. Payback for the laning stage there for Melis.
As soon as those big ultimates are down, there's nothing really that Puckchip can throw in the way of deterring this Terrorblade from marching in like that. And I imagine that now, they're going to look at the Roshan pit. They have a medallion over on Bignum, so this is going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy for Unique. Another benefit of having that middle tower still up, it's PuckChamp is suffering so much from this building.
Yep, and just take a look at this bonus damage here. If we will use it on... I think we should... Well, we're not going to use it. We're going to hold on to the mana, I suppose. It's a lot. 75 bonus attack speed it's incredible. It's quite the buff here, especially for a hero like TB who can certainly use it. So it's quite the item here. I really like it because this game, although TB doesn't strike me as that kind of hero as much as like a Luna or a Gyrocopter, he still does benefit in the same way where you can give him a Solar, if you can give him attack speed or an Alacrity, right? Yeah, that's the big one. So the Frenzy, 75, that's nothing to sneeze at for 8 seconds, so it's pretty darn good. Good one.
I'm really enjoying how this Beastmaster's playing this game so far. Look at Petty Charge is guarding the mid lane again.
Yep, he's got the boys here. The Ancient Granite Golem's a little bit lower on HP. Just a bit. But he'll be able to heal up soon enough. Bignum's going to get bushwhacked here. Astral's got the Sharpshooter, but even an Enchantress is going to be too tanky here to take down here from full HP. What have we got now on Krelot is my question. Not much. Just the Yasha completed here. Making good progress on the Sanj. But, again, it's not going to help him a ton. Finally, Melis is allowed to get this mid-tier 1 tower, by the way. In exchange, they find the Puck, though. FN to chain the stuns together. Astral, or the Stomp, rather, is going to give Desperate enough time and space to back up, though. Nice job there.
I'm just looking at the damage here, and I feel like PuckChamp is going to have trouble after this Puck's power spike here wanes off. We're going to get a little bit more of a boost once the Saiyan Jinkaya is done, but after that it's really all going to be Faceless Void, and I'm not sure if he's quite ready to start bringing the deeps. They don't have these buffs at the ready. They don't have an attack speed buff sitting somewhere.
No, you're right, actually. We've gone into the Force Staff for the Titan, which is nice to have, right? Versus the Sand King, versus the TB. Very kiteable core. But, yeah, you're right. It's really just the ET, the Natural Order, which, of course, you're probably not going to be able to use in the Chronosphere because the physical armor debuff anyway, which is the meaningful one for the TB, is on the hero himself.
Exactly.
So you'll at least get through and be able to do more magic damage to him, which is very nice because that's what he's, that's what's lethal to him anyway. But they're going to have problems. And just as Desperate here, who's been caught and killed off by Big Num, although FN was the one to find him there with the Blink Stun. They also find Ducalis as Space is just going to eat him alive as he was trying to rotate on over to save the puck. Wasn't in position that time around. And Space now with the BKB is no longer even really weak to this magic damage, is he?
He is not. This is a huge problem. They
Dive
cannot kill
bomb.
him during the window.
Oh my goodness. There's the
All those big
dive bomb.
ultimates.
Yeah, reminds me if I don't do it next time he spawns a hawk to just hover over. Okay, here it goes. Thank you for the reminder. Look at this AOE on this dive bomb. It's huge. It's basically a whole screen. If I zoom all the way into what you normally see, you can dive bomb a whole screen away for a 2-second stun. It's not a bad shard at all for the Beastmaster.
Right?
Dire's bottom
It's huge.
tower is
Like
under
in general, just buying an extra stun, buying an extra spell is massive.
Yep. And it allows you to move the hawks, which is like already almost kind of worth it, to be honest.
Yeah, just that alone would be worth it, but we're getting a bonus.
Or get the bonus, yeah, and it even got buffed. It always had the dive bomb, but it was like an even longer channel for an even less of a stun.
Telekinesis on the bot lane?
Yeah, Krelat here getting caught. Do they have a follow-up stun? No, not yet. So he's going to be able to time walk away. Space in the meantime held down by the Bushwhack. We have a Chronosphere. Bignum trying to TP out. He's going to actually cancel it here as they're going to look back towards Krelat. The reflection giving them the vision they need to chase. A stolen Bushwhack finds the both of them into the Fade Bolt. Can they miss uphill? They have missed a couple. Krelat taking a lot of damage from that last impetus, but he proves a little bit too tanky to take down here. That's, I think he's got the Sanj online now, right? Yeah, the Sanj,
Yes,
25% status is just really helping out a lot there versus the Rubik. Not as lucky, though,
That's
it's
the
going to
only
be
reason he
Astral.
lives.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Astral is going to be taken down. That was weird. It looked like he got denied by something. But, like, the little deny thing came up. But, he was killed. FN got the kill there. And now, this is not really the Broodmother's strength, is it? When you have to defend high ground and you're losing all of your buildings one by one.
No, it's not. She was removed from that Radiant jungle quite a while ago, and all the space that she bought, I mean, it's all up to
Top lane.
Krelat now.
Sorry to cut you off, Kips, but they're getting another big kill onto Desperate. As he will fall, Waiting Rift yet again stolen. Dead for 50 seconds here after basically just respawning from getting killed. And Krelat, they've got a Roar. The dive bomb, which he time walks away, is going to trigger the Roar. There's Frenzy for more attack speed. It's actually onto Bignum, who was pumping out damage. Krelat has to chrono the both. In comes Melis, but he can't quite get in there for the melee attacks. Melis then forced to run as Ducalis forced to ask Krelat away. They're going to be able to disengage, but that's Chronosphere for basically just the life of the Faceless Void. They've at least waited out this Aegis duration, but my goodness, that Frenzy was something else on Bignum.
It was, and here you're gonna really see the damage problems that PuckChamp now has, because yeah, you were right all the way at the start. Brood and Faceless Void, she's not ever going to add anything to that Chronosphere. You could see her throw a spawn Spiderlings and then walk in. That's the extent of her involvement. You waited out the Aegis, but this Terrorblade is finishing up a Skadi right now. So you're going to have the same damage problems with him as you have with bringing down Petushara.
Yeah, he's now pretty darn tanky. 31 base armor. Lots of damage, buffed even more by the meta. It's going to be an issue here for him. Especially this blink on Seam of the Slayer has been absolutely huge. He's been finding pickoffs left and right since he's gotten it online. Really being like a super, super solid 1-2 punch with FN's blink stun. Both being some of the better ones in the game, of course.
And it's a 1-2-3, right? Because the vision that he's getting is from the Hawks.
True.
It's first the Hawk, then the blink on the Rubik.
They're baiting.
Salvador said.
They're baiting Desperate. They knew. Look at that. He was killing Spiderlings here. The Roar is, going to be used, and that is Desperate. Baited and killed. Third death straight here for the PuckChamp mid laner as he just struggles to find farmer space anywhere on the map. There's going to be the dive bomb onto Ducalis. Ooh, We force him up to the high ground. FN's going to blink up as the impetus shot's doing way too much damage. Bignum, pardon me, with 2 kills now, as they will at least proc that Aeon Disc from FN. But all the Spiderlings are going to be cleaned up here by Petushara's Wild Axes. Straight onto the high ground they go. That's not Demon Zeal, that's Frenzy that's making space attack that quickly. And they're going to go right back at it here, as they didn't even get through the creep wave there with the Fortify.
They have one last fight in them. They gotta land a really big Earth Splitter. It's gonna be right on top of the Chronosphere. And you can see space. Careful. Make sure that none of his teammates get caught in.
We hear FN just toying with it, of course. Now that it's not a channel, you can afford to do that. Kind of a little bit of pre-casting, right?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Alright, well, they're going to at least repel the invaders for now with the buyback out from the ET. And that's bought enough time for Chrono to come back. Now we just need to connect the combo. Desperate once again will head out into the base, but his Illusory Orb is going to be scouted here as they fight the Hellbear Smasher of Bignum. Petushara nearby. He's got the dive bomb at the ready. He's going to find Melis with it as well. There go the Ancients, and all the creeps here are getting to work here onto the Broodmother, as in comes the Spiderling army. Good damage here, but FN's now in with the Epicenter. Burrow Strike doesn't find anyone with it, but the damage is good onto Krelat. Not good enough, because he gets the time walk away. Space, who's committed Metamorphosis, continuing to chase after. Melis even almost getting killed on the high ground. Another dive bomb here with damage, but Krelat, they're going to find a 3-man Chronosphere as FN barely gets out of it. It's not big enough, though, Kips. Everyone's still good to go. There's going to be a coil on top, but it's not going to do anything to the BKB to TB, and Ducalis is going to have to tap out of this one. GG, well played is called. The Broodmother could not get them out of this one here. Unique take game number 1.
Having to break through that middle tower for just... That was most of the gameplay for PuckChamp this game, and they were just getting thwarted at every angle by both the Sand King as well as the Beastmaster. And especially losing that top lane so hard, like, I didn't quite expect it. I don't think PuckChamp quite expected it either. But that was huge, and that gave Petushara so much momentum to then move into that mid lane, make sure that PuckChamp could never get it, and empower his team that way to chew up the entire map in spite of having a Broodmother on the opposite team.
The ET pick, unfortunately, I think versus an Ench, you're always going to be... You're losing like such a big asset of the hero, aren't you? Like Echo Stomp build is decent. It was actually kind of the preferred build even for a while. I want to say in this patch or last patch, we saw a couple of ET5s just max Echo Stomp and go for just a lot of laning damage. But I think that removing like probably the biggest part of the hero here, especially in a game where you'd like to be using natural order, like you said, it'd be cool to see this ET as a core, but the Ench just stops that from happening, and then he's very limited as to what he can actually do in the game. They hunted out Desperate super nicely with, as you called it, the 1-2-3 vision with Hawk, Blink FN, Blink Slayer, and just the instant stuns are too fast for the Puck. You know, PuckChamp, they banned the Lion for the Hex, but Team Unique find 2 other basically instant stuns to get to the Puck.
Yep. Really, really well coordinated by them. They just, I mean, I used the word yesterday, natural, but this game too looked very natural from them. And I really liked seeing FN keep it cool, calm, and collected, even though his middle lane was a bit of a bust. He just did his job. He moved around the map. He made sure the Broodmother had trouble pushing down that bottom tower. And then after that, as soon as he gets the Blink Dagger, that engine gets rolling.
Oh, yeah, and it did roll. A natural game for Team Unique, and unfortunately, natural order unable to be used for PuckChamp. We shall see if we're going to have our first 3-game series of, the past 2 days now, or if it's going to be another stretch of 2-0s as Unique leading into the break. Guys, we're back for Game 2 in a bit. Hello, everyone. We are now live and back for Game 2 of our third series of the day. Happy Friday, Friday Night Dota. Thank you guys for joining us for the Dota 2 Champions League. Season Strike and Kips on the call as Unique lead 1-0 over PuckChamp. Already, though, despite a strong duo here from Unique in their 1-2, I am really liking this PuckChamp opener. They get the Viper versus the TA. And unfortunately for TA, this is much like a Batrider scenario where even if you want to send her safe lane, which is a viable option, it's also viable that the Viper just follows her there. So it's not really something TA can deal with too easily here.
Yeah, what I'd like to see here from PuckChamp is an Abaddon ban or or from Unique in a Abaddon pick to take off those stacks once they're on the TA, but they'll have to run their safe lane for that. And not every team is even willing to do that. Sometimes you just see TAs basically sucking it up, endeavoring to burst down that mid wave, and then staying as far away as possible from the lane. No denies, just side camp.
Yep. Question for you, Kips. Because let's say that PuckChamp, hypothetically, they don't ban the ABBA, they don't pick it, they let Unique take it. Because that's a bit of an awkward support duo, isn't it? The Shadow Demon and the ABBA, like
quite awkward.
Like that to me is one of those things where I think like there was like a puppy interview or something where he's like, someone asked him like, why didn't you ban this thing? Like it was a problem for you in the lane, and he's like, yeah, but like in the game it was really awkward. They couldn't do anything. Like, is it one of those scenarios you think here with these supports, especially because TA lacks the lockdown? Like, do you even dare let them? Like, maybe you don't ban it, right? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's very possible. Like it would be a laning solution, and in the end, like a Templar Assassin game is about the TA, especially now that her Cyblades scale so well, and you get to buy the Aghanims and the Shard as well. She is your carry in this game, but you're going to run in trouble in the mid game if you have two supports that both can't really make plays happen and are just enablers. So yeah, completely agreed with that. And if you're PuckChamp, you might as well say, all right, yeah, sure, make our Viper's lane a little bit less good. It's not even bad, it's just less good. So that is indeed the question that you should be asking yourself, both as PuckChamp and Unique here. You might just prefer sucking it up in the mid lane and getting yourself a POS 4 who can actually do something.
Yeah, I think that might be the plan here, because that doesn't strike me as a very good one. I'm open for a lot of support duos, but I think we've all had those games where you've queued up and you have to first pick as a support, and you come back and you're like, what has happened to this draft?
Yeah.
And I think a Shadow Demon ABBA is definitely one of those. A little bit too passive there between the two of them. Okay, well,
you could like pick a hyper aggressive safe laner and then a hyper aggressive off laner as well. Just go for like the two off laners and a mid carry kind of thing. I wanted to say Mars, but Mars is banned, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And a lot of the heroes that would fit well with that strat actually have been have been removed. So.
Yeah, I'd even throw like the Petushar Beastmaster in that one as well, right?
Yeah.
We've seen him be very aggressive with that. Yeah, exactly, right? That could buy you some space for a TA to maybe not get completely, just spit on by this Viper. We shall see, because there's still problems for TA. Like, even if she has Aphotic Shield, like, it's going to stop you from ticking away, but, Nether Toxin is going to break all of your attack range and your Cyblade. Like, it's just... It's a problem here. So maybe just build 4 staffs, pick a different position 5, and tell TA, sorry, man, you just got to embrace the suck this game. It's not going to be fun, but you got to play into it. As boxers say, you have to lean into the punch,
Yeah, exactly. And that's, I think that's exactly what they're discussing right here on this pick. And yeah, they go for something wildly different. That's definitely a support that can make things happen as well, although it's more of a punishing the enemies for overextending kind of thing. And overextending does have a different meaning when you're playing up against a disruptor.
It's true.
You can't necessarily go to the places where you normally could.
Yeah, it's a lot more lethal, right, isn't it? It's what otherwise might be a totally normal dive underneath a tier 1 for a Viper, for example, to kill a TA. All of a sudden, you have to be mindful of, is the disruptor on the map? Is he TPing? Is he missing? Because that glimpse can catch you out from afar. And, there's another hero that you would think is actually really good at getting through refraction, but magnetize only ticks twice a second. So actually, I don't really like him into the TA. But you do get on top of him, as Unique will go back to the Sand King. With this
Wondering.
ES is great actually versus Shadow Demon, because you can force him to disrupt himself, silence, and he's basically useless. So that's what I like this for. Yeah.
And the same goes for the Disruptor as well. Like if the Earth Spirit gets on top of the Disruptor, you can force glimpses with that. That stuff has a massive cooldown.
True. Yeah, no, very true. I mean, I believe there's even, what, a minus 8 second glimpse talent at level 25 for him. That's how big of a cooldown it has. It's a big one. PuckChamp with the position 4 still might need to flex this Viper, though. Like, I think with this draft, Sand King can go mid or off lane, but TA can still go mid or safe. I think either way, you want the Viper to chase her, which is why PuckChamp have to think a little bit on this pick. So they're going to pick their safe laner.
Yeah, because you see, I thought I saw their safe laner like right there in the first pick.
That's a good point.
I mean, there were certainly things to be said about this TA Luna matchup where both of them really, you know, accelerate towards this farm point where they want to be ahead of the enemy, and then in the direct matchup, the Luna is actually not that great. All of the physical damage and especially minus armor from TA works really well in the man fight. But I did not expect them to straight up demote the Luna to a support here.
Yeah, that's what they've done, right? I was about to say, and it's a position 5 at that. I think.
Yeah, that's fine. Luna.
Yeah, I think ES needs to be the 4. I don't know if I've seen him play to 5 too successfully. It's just a bit too dependent on actually getting a couple of items and especially XP. So how does this change then? Like, what does the Luna bring you as the 5 besides that burst magic? Like, because it's not going to be, you know, exactly as fast as the Luna 4 is, for example, Aghanim Scepter. Or wait, no, there's no way. I was about to say maybe it's a Viper support, but then like it's Luna mid or something. Like it's this. I think it has to be
Luna spec. Yeah, there's no way there's enough space on the map for both of them.
Yeah,
there isn't.
No, yeah, it's like, you know, you walk into a saloon and Spectre's already there. Luna can't fit in. You know, this saloon's not big enough for the two of us, partner. One of us has got to support. One of us has to stack.
Yeah, and as much as like I don't think Luna has a great support right now, the Spectre is definitely even worse. So Luna, you know, if you get some loosened beams, you get some of your aura going, you're a harass machine. You deal a lot of damage. You're just also extremely squishy, and then of course your scaling is kind of questionable as a support. But as far as, you know, pos 5 laning function goes, sure, she can fulfill that, and she can maybe even fulfill it better than a bunch of supports that will do a better job once the laning stage breaks down.
Yeah, and actually the idea of a long-range, low-commitment with Shard, of course, Blink, Dagger, Cancel Machine on this Luna versus a Sand King versus, a TA with Refraction, so maybe not. But with a Shadow Demon, potentially, as well, with a Blink Dagger, because it's probably a Shadow Demon 4. Like, that actually... Yeah, you know, maybe I'd rather have a Venomancer, but, you know, Luna, like you said, for that specific role... Not bad as well out of the laning stage, so I guess I'm not completely against it. You've put me more on the fence here. At first, I wasn't very enticed by the fence, but now it doesn't look not too bad up there.
Looking a little less spiky.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a tricky one though. Like, I think for PuckChamp, this is way more about them more liking the Spectre in this game and just needing to demote the Luna in order to get that to happen, and that they actually wanted to run this Luna support from the start.
I think PuckChamp are struggling to find a hero. Again, still keeping in mind they would like to really ruin TA's game and lane the Viper versus her, but you can't grief your own draft either because you already have a Luna Spectre. So you have to kind of take it easy with this last pick. Okay, that was the one pick I was going to say, a DP who can mid or off, and now it's going to be up to Unique to find the pick here, to try and force something, to try and force an unfavorable laning matchup somewhere, so that maybe PuckChamp have maybe a couple too many gears, or not enough gears, too many wrenches is what I mean in there.
Yeah. Ooh. I'm going to have to see if PuckChamp actually put a wrench in their own plans with that Luna demotion. Hey, but yeah, The truth of this game is that so many of these flex heroes got banned out that you'd rather do that right now as well over on Unique. They already have one. They'd rather have 2 of the flexible ones as well. That would put them ahead with all 3 heroes being able to go to different lanes. But there is not too many left. There is Razor and the...
Choose your
eh?
hero.
Okay.
Yeah, not quite the
We're
flex
going
hero we were
classic.
expecting. That's
Yeah.
yeah, Petushar off. Yeah, it is very classic.
I am just not too big of a fan of picking like a proper carry hero together with a TA, at least in this patch. Like the sort of double scaling offlaner thing that I said before suits her way more, because this Jugger, if he doesn't have good enough of a lane, if he doesn't keep on rolling in the game, there's no jungle for him to retreat to. That's offense.
So, no, I mean it is. I mean, what's the lane look like though? It's gonna be Disruptor
Death Prophet.
Jug versus the DP Earth Spirit. You can roll, can you? Yes, you can roll out of a static field, if I'm correct, because you don't actually you don't move you don't move when you're in Rolling Boulder, basically. So static field wouldn't stop you. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of that lane either, to be honest. I don't know if that's really too
Juggernaut
good.
versus ranged does not feel great. They can always take down your healing ward, basically. And the Death Prophet is decently fast as well once she gets the phase up, so it becomes very hard to actually get spin kills on her, because you're not going to win the trade. That's the brutal thing with the lane versus DP as a Juggernaut, is you're not going to get any of your regen off unless you hide that healing ward really well, but all she needs is for you to come close.
Yep. And that means, and if you can't play like a little bit up, barring your turn, if you can't play up with healing ward in the lane, then you're basically just, might as well buy healing salves and back up then at that stage and pick a different carry.
Yeah. I'd like to see them surprise me on this bottom lane, but I'm not convinced about the Jug pick. At all.
All right, well, we'll see. I would say as well that shifting Luna to the support role also makes the Shadow Demon feel a little bit less impactful, right? So that's not going to be too fun, but he still can find a place in this draft. I think they're going to do a little bit of a toilet bowl here. Yep, there they go. Lush, and no one's going to be able to find each other here. As, both teams, I think, kind of recognizing what's happened, or at least PuckChamp are with the uh-oh. We're going to see the very rare counter hold here. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Got such a good position on PuckChamp, though.
FN. They're asking for the high five. The Lucent Beam stun to kick it off. And, at that stage, don't take any points in anything. Nothing can save you from that one, as FN is going to be finished off.
Unfortunate. Clearly, PuckChamp recognizing what was going on there, and Unique not quite on the ball. They thought they went to top. Or, excuse me, team names the other way around.
Yep.
They were swapped across the river.
They were swapped across the river. Yeah, it's a bit confusing, right? When Radiant start on the Dire and Dire start on the Radiant, and it's confusing for Melis, who honestly probably wasn't expecting that many heroes to still be located in this area. PuckChamp had split trying to collect a bunch of runes, and I think actually they will end up going, no, the 2 for 2 actually, as Unique with that kill onto the DP find themselves the both bottom runes. So pretty even. Who did First Blood go to? It did go to Desperate. Oh, that is that's a bit of a challenge here for DP.
And FN has chosen for the suck it up method. He's just going to have to deal with this Viper.
Well, there it goes. And now he knows there's a ward on the high ground, but there's the 5th poison attack. And with First Blood Kips, unfortunately, it's not even a thing where I can say, well, he's going to run out of mana real fast because he's almost at the bottle already, and FN can't touch the creeps.
Yep, and he had mangoes at the ready too. This is brutal for FN.
Yep. Yeah. All right, well, there's a deny at least, but FN, finally able to touch a creep, is going to pick up a little bit of CS. That's going to be a tough time here, for sure, in this lane, as both supports down bottom are fighting over the campsite. I do like and also don't like how much position 4 has turned into skipping waves and preventing pulls. I think it gives a new dimension to the off lane that I really enjoy, but I don't know, there's something about it when Dota's developed to this point where, it's so much about the creep waves and equilibrium that I don't know. Maybe I'm just not good at it. That's why I don't like it. It's really cool to see, though.
That's possible. I mean, I really think that we were on our way to this for quite a while now. And I think people have always underestimated the impact of the creep waves in all phases of the game.
Okay, here we go, right? Astral. Oh, he's looking for the courier first. He's not going to find it. Is he going to skip? Yes, he is. There he goes. Base is going to look for maybe some harass here, but of course Astral is going to be a bit too fast, especially for Simi the Slayer, chugging along at 295 move speed as Desperate. There's the first kill onto the TA. Not too surprising how that one went down. In fact, there's even a tip from Ducalis here onto FN. So this mid lane is probably going exactly how we expected it to.
Yeah, maybe even a little bit worse. I think FN, with hitting level 2 first, thought that he maybe had an option to put slightly more pressure on Desperate, but
yeah, and that's a long meld, right, just to make sure he doesn't get more poison stacks up. But guess what, Kips? FN has no regen, and he's already 1/3 HP, so a difficult lane. He's not going to find a water rune, doesn't have a bottle, so he can grab the bounty, and even his side camp is blocked. What are you going to do but just stand here, take a deep breath, sigh, take your hands off the keyboard, stretch, maybe take a sip of water, and get back to it, because oh boy, FN, that's not what he wanted. Waited 10 seconds just to ping that yes, indeed, the camp has been blocked.
Outplayed. And his rotation here is being watched as well.
Yep, I know he's moving that into the jungle here. Just needs to get this bottle online. Then he's got a little bit of a chance, but this is like 5 or 6 creep waves where Desperate has just been able to do basically whatever he wants. He's going to find his own camp has been blocked, and honestly, that's fine for him if he's got the entire mid wave to himself. Look, he's even like, hello, TA? Missing TA?
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
This is
I
Ducalis.
expected him to be pinging that right now.
Yep. There's actually, by the way, that was a little bit weird. Bignum just ran right past Ducalis, no interest in him whatsoever. As I think we don't have vision onto Petishara here, pardon me. I'd like to see how this Luna support is keeping up. This is the builds we expected, right? Losing Beam into Lunar Blessing.
Exactly, just be a harass machine. Petishara cannot trade with you.
True. Plenty of mana regen as well, 7 stick charges, and it's a lot of space for Krelat here. 19 and 6. Petishara keeping even here by farming the neutrals, as there's going to be a spin. Oh, but a nice kick out there. Astral went on into the arena, into the static field to make sure he could kick Melis out. That spin level 2 is a little spicy, but if you can get rid of that combo, then that's basically all the killing potential this lane has versus a DP. So good that Astral is ready to save his mates whenever needed.
Exactly. And this offlane is going a whole lot better than the offlane on top, where Petishara, he's going to get some more creeps for now, but his Shadow Demon has already abandoned him for mopping up some of this experience that is left onto the mid lane.
Yep,
FN. Yeah, the TA is not going to touch it anymore.
Yep, I think she was jungling since minute 3 when she realized she had no recourse elsewhere. And this time, actually, Astral was too busy skipping the wave to roll in and kick his ally to safety. So that is a kill onto Melis. Petishara top lane, though, in a bit of trouble. Ooh, Ducalis, he had a vision of him up there, and he's got this healing salve off. He's going to go and hide in the trees. The creep waves, though, is going to snitch him out, though, as to where his location is. Not enough mana for a Lucent Beam this time around. We won't get it either. Although the Clarity is active. Petishara with a level 1 Burrow Strength. Ducalis will have it in a couple of seconds here, actually. Petishara, 160 HP. Yeah, not going to be low enough, but with a couple of right clicks, no, Ducalis has got to back up. But space for Krelat.
Yep. Absolutely. I think I guessed. Oh no, he killed himself.
He did. He did. I was looking mid lane because this is what's popping off. There's a big rotation mid, and they actually have gotten the kill here onto the Viper. Astral next to fall. FN, who's still alive on a hair of HP here. Plenty of damage as both supports end up rotating to the mid lane. Here comes Ducalis, though. Doesn't have enough mana for Lucent Beam. This time doesn't have a Clarity, so he's going to have to go ahead and let him go.
Yeah, and did not have enough mana to have an impact if he TP'd there, so he just had to walk and hope there was something left for him.
Oh, he's at least going to find a bounty rune. That's pretty nice for his case. And is this another blocked camp? It is. They blocked the Ancients. Just absolutely no space, no time for this TA to really get back into this game. I really, really like how much pressure they're putting here. Good effort by Slayer. He's trying to glimpse the Desperate back home to give TA more time in this mid lane, but won't be able to find it in time.
And I think this was Desperate trying to punish Unique for just putting their Shadow Demon in the mid lane. And getting some damage in on that tower. But yeah, if you have the support heroes left over on the side lanes.
Desperate, he blocked the camp, but he didn't get the D ward. Oh, okay. That's 50 gold, whatever. Down the drain. Not really too good though.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright. It's not that big of a deal. That's what, I mean, it's gonna get dewarded anyway, so maybe it blocks one camp and you farm it anyway, yeah. So now Desperate's like, yeah, I didn't want her to block the camp, see? Big Num in trouble though, as he is going to be hit by Astral. Yep, he's going to at least look for the disruption, but they still got off the poison attack. A second will come through, and no uphill misses here for Desperate. 4 stacks of the poison is going to be a lot of damage for him, but with the 1 level in Corrosive Skin, it's not really all too much. As Melis takes another death down bottom. This spin in Kinetic Field is a lot more potent than I gave it credit for.
Yep, like if they manage to actually get the trade off, then there's or that kill off, then there's no need for the healing ward trade. I'm surprised that the Death Prophet is just not healing through it fast enough, but I'm guessing she's had to use those Spirit Siphon charges to just stay in the lane because her support has been roaming. And DP, unlike a lot of classic offlaners, does not do very well when left alone.
Just dead here, actually. He's been dusted up. There's a dive. It's not far enough, though, for Astral. FN's okay. Haunt now to look for this kill here. Is a DD in the river. Will FN reach it? That's a good trap soul here, but Melis as well has showed up to party with the Exo active. They'll glimpse him back. That buys enough time for FN to chug the bottle, but he's not going to be able to get out, Kips. Astral's going to find him. Astral, though, he's going to die to a couple of auto attacks, though, and there they go. So FN will pick up the kill here. Is Ducalis now chasing up to the high ground. More refraction charges here. Now Max, though, as Kreelat's struggling to get through them. He might even go down now, as Slayer is going to keep him at bay here. FN, though, doesn't want to kill himself on this level 3 dispersion, but Kreelat continuing to chase. And I think now that's the DP finally coming back over. FN, another charge of the refraction. And Astral, he's going to guess incorrectly as far as to where he's gone. FN's going to get out of this one alive.
Ouch. That DD rune. Those extra bottle charges really making a difference in the middle.
Top lane, Viper. He's going to be taken down as well. Petashara just connects the stun onto him into the Omni Slash.
What? A PuckChamp, what's happening?
Falling apart. It was looking so good, too.
Yep. It had the TA pushed down. A great start for Kreelat over on the top lane, completely unbothered. He's going into the Echo Saber build now, looking to get a little bit more active instead of the old blade mail stack farming business. But yeah, you might have to get a little bit more active. They also don't have an exorcism for this bottom tower now.
Nope, it's pushing it the old-fashioned way, which is not very effective, as Desperate is... where has he gone? He's gone all the way back home here, actually. Glimpsed home. Epicenter now for Petushara for the Stragglers, as Melis now wish he could have been glimpsed, because he's going to take a dive. Astral has got to leave him. There's a good old Epicenter there. Jug as well showing up to defend the tower. Vision granted now by the Shadow Poison. Is going to allow him to set up the Demonic Purge. Another stun from Petushara, and down he goes. 11-5, just like that. This is not the kill score I expected 10 minutes in.
Definitely not. I expected them to push the advantage from this Viper way harder, and he's trying to with those Boots of Travel, but he's forgetting that if you TP in Vision, then there's a Disruptor on the enemy team.
Yep.
I know we don't see that hero very often, and it feels reassuring, you know, that pro players do that too.
Yeah, true. Maybe, I mean, and by the way, this is what I really like. I love it when we max Glimpse first on Disruptor. You're just such a piece of garbage moving around the map, you know, ruining people's days. Oh, it's great. So fun to watch and fun to play. So he's got a pretty decent farm on this Disruptor for a position 5 as well. So does Luna, though, especially because, of course, she's a Luna. So she's finding pretty good farm here. I wonder what she's going to turn that into, because it's, of course, the very rare Tranquil Boots. Perhaps the only time in professional Dota 7.29D of lots of Luna games where we've seen the Tranquils get purchased.
Yep. And for my part, probably thinking about something like Solar Crest, the kind of support items that Astral probably won't buy. If she didn't have an Earth Spirit by her side, you could say the Urn into the Spirit Vessel could be very good. You'd be looking at Force Staffs, but he is for sure going to be interested in buying items like that, so you gotta fill the gaps.
Another stun down bottom. They're going to kick it off. Oh, everyone's just going to roll right in. The Eclipse is through, but the Creep Wave's here to tank it. It's the Static Storm doing quite a number to Melis. 3 heroes caught inside of it. 1 dead so far. Ducal is trying to escape. Could he be cut down there by the Burrow Strike of Petushara? And Krillet and Astral, I think they're going to be feeling a little bit lucky just to get out of that one. That was ugly for a couple of seconds there.
It was. Well, at the very least, to get the first earn charges on Astral, but I don't think this is the price they wanted to pay for it.
It is not. It's not, and I can now confirm to you, Kips, because I made that Luna Tranquil's comment off the cuff. It is, in fact, the first instance of Tranquil Boots on Luna in all the professional matches parsed on thatdota.com for 7.29. So, little fun fact here. We'll see if it's going to have a 100% win rate or a 0% win rate. What are you thinking so far?
They're in quite a bit of trouble here. They can't leverage either of these ranged cores into getting towers right now. You're supposed to be hard to engage into, but so far with some creative uses of Glimpse and with Petushara keeping guard over that bottom tower, it's been very hard for them indeed.
Oh, yeah, and they're just going to bring back Ducalis. This is, not what it looks like. This is support Luna, of course, and now it's really not what it looks like, because in comes the core Spectre here on Asima the Slayer. They're going to get through him as the disruption is going to be used now to save Bignum from a little bit of damage, but they've gotten through the Luna and the DP after the Exo was used. Big fight, and yeah, the Sandstorm doing a ton of work here, as Petushara is going to be able to get this kill onto Desperate. Astral now is going to be probably considered lucky to escape. Actually, it looks like Petushara now, and maybe this is his turn to stick around a bit too long. There's a lot of damage now out courtesy of the level 1 Desolate. There's going to be another kill here. The trap's low, but Petushara, especially thanks to this Echo Saber, is going to be taken down. That is then going to be an ugly fight, and somehow the Ancients got farmed in the midst of that as well. I'm not sure exactly what farmed them.
They tanked most of an Omni Slash.
Oh, that'll do it. Thank you for pointing that out. Oof, no wonder. Okay. What happened?
A lot.
Oh, by the
Another
way,
glimpse back
another
on
glimpse.
Desperate.
Yep. See you later.
Yep. Most of that is just really being forced with all of their short-range heroes to fight in the Sandstorm after the Death Prophet had died. And she's just never going to get a full exorcism off this game, I feel. Every single time the Sand King's going to be on top of him, and he's the big winner of this fight, I feel. Even though he died at the end there, he got his Blink Dagger out of it.
He did, and now FN feels like he's just having a more kind of a bad time in the laning stages compared to hard countered. Now the Static Storm, this time it's not going to catch anyone, or it's not going to hold anyone down, but Ducalis is going to run right back into it and get himself killed off of that. There's a glimpse to push away the DP a bit further, as Unique don't want to go diving underneath the tier 2 tower quite yet. They'll just take that free kill onto Luna. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and you know that scenario that I was talking about where the Juggernaut maybe does not get enough out of the lane? And he can't play up. Well, Unique have very successfully avoided that. Space is doing just fine for himself, and he is creating, the space just on his own. While PogChamp, they're gonna gear up for this bottom tower again. Petushara is just parked here. He is not moving that van.
Nope. Yeah, and he's got Blink Dagger here. He's going to be scouted, but they're going to try and make a play. Instead, actually, they found Sima the Slayer hiding in the trees. He's going to get glimpsed back, but the damage has been done here. Down he goes. That might give them the space they finally need to get down this tier 1 tower, even without Exo.
Good flanking movement there. I think if they try to go on the Sand King there's definitely going to be support TPs coming in again, but if you find that Disruptor first, there's no way to save him. He's completely out of position, so that secures you finally that bottom tower. And now you can see the line drawn from the Disruptor already. He says they're gonna come for the mid tower now.
And Petushara is going to push a couple of waves out bottom here a little bit, just to make sure that there's nothing coming here. They know that Exo is going to be ready to go. It's still level 1. It's not even close to be level 2. Let me take a look. Yeah, I mean, Petushara is already up to level 12, so you'd expect that similarly, as Ducalis is just really easily picked off there by FN. That's just, that's not even the blink or anything. That's just Deso and the Illusions doing a lot of work here.
Are scanning.
And once again, it seems like we're looking at a game where Unique is just holding on to their middle tower, and
I think this is
PogChamp
Roche.
has no way to get onto the map.
Do we Roche with this DD? Yeah, right? Oh,
They definitely can.
That's plenty of damage here, as There's the farming ping over the Roshan area. Space is going to come help out. He's going for the Manta style this game to make sure he's not going to be silenced. Get rid of those poison attacks as Petushara is holding them at bay. This is a lot bigger of a kill than it looks like because that's a support Luna, but that'll stop him from contesting Roshan. As down he will go. FN claims that Aegis. Just like that, FN's the richest hero in the game by almost a 1k margin here, despite getting, sent to the jungle at minute 3. What a recovery.
Absolutely. Like, that moment there, maybe the camp being blocked was almost like, one of those
Dire's middle
I am a
tower
leaf
is
on the
under
wind
Of
kind
course.
of moments. Like, okay, you know what?
The
This
Joker,
is how it's going to be.
Yeah, that was his Joker origin story, right? He was waiting. He used refraction. It was ready to go. And then the camps didn't show up because it was blocked.
There is at least one other player that I've seen consistently overperform when he's had an absolute crap laning stage, and that's Iceberg. Like, there's a couple of those figures around that if they feel good,
Free kill.
Poor Krilat.
This is just like, we've seen so many Spectres die here, haven't we? It's just such a bait area. Even with the tower
Yeah.
gone, they just absolutely kill him off. No chance to get off any spells there.
But there's really no safer area on the map for him than this. You'd think this is the furthest away from enemy towers.
Okay, but look at this now as Petushara jumps on in. Eclipse is going to be used. They get through the Hood of Defiance. Down he goes. Exo, level 1 has been used. A space. Tanking through the Viper Strike here. Has to use the spin. Maybe thought there was a silence coming. Bignum then left behind. He's going to do a little bit of damage, as much as he can, really, to Melis. That'll slow him to a crawl as the Omni Slash silence before it could be completed. But yeah, that'll be right back on out all. But he bounced to the illusion. It left in the mid lane, or maybe the creep that was left behind. Melis still cannot get a full duration exorcism. All these ghosts are being channeled and rechanneled, and they never get to go back home, Kips.
What a tragedy.
Never thinks about the
That's-
lost ghosts. They'll never find their way home now.
Dire's middle tower
Well,
is under attack.
it probably gets made up for by all those people who just channel exorcism in the middle of nowhere.
True. Those ghosts, they don't even get to see anywhere. I imagine it's a bit like a vacation for them, right? Where they go, oh boy, is it going to be? What kind of tower is it today? Well, perhaps even a Roche, very exotic destination. The jungle. Good spin TV from space. That's something that's going to be super effective throughout this entire game. And until we get a Basher, Abyssal, or really anything on Spectre is going to be needed. Other than that, there's nothing to cancel the spin TPs this game. That's something I just noticed now and is hugely impactful here, actually.
Yeah, all you can do is DPS through him, and your carry is a Spectre. She does best when she's getting hit, not when you're doing the hitting. And this is the other problem with switching out. Of course, the Luna versus TA matchup wasn't great, but at the very least, you would have had
Haunt.
a power spike right now.
In the river,
Nice find.
as they get through the Disruptor. Another Haunt here for Kreelat. It wants Bignum. A bit too hard to find, and already has an Aeon Disc here. First item Aeon Disc. Not even, of course, he probably had the energy booster for Mana Boots for a while, but he disassembles them here. Get them going. BKB now for TA. No Blink Dagger, though, so she's still going to rely on the initiation for Petushara to get these fights started. So far, though, that's proven to be quite reliable, as in he goes again. Kips right on cue to Desperate. The roll through is going to miss here from Astral, as he at least gets off the Viper Strike. That'll proc the Aeon Disc now, as Astral is eating this Epicenter out from Petushara. Kreelat, in the meantime, does not really want to fight versus FN, as the second roll will find Astral behind the Tier 2 tower and in relative safety.
Yeah, PugChamp always intended to disengage, otherwise they wouldn't have had Melis pushing this far up on the bottom side. A little silence there. Lasts so long. No way for Bignum to cancel that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now they're just going to go mid. No haunts. Viper Strike ready soon, but see here what they can look. We still have Aegis for FN as they've Midas the wagon. Good damage onto space, but the Manta style gets him out of a difficult situation. Oh my goodness, this range on the Sideblade spills is a little disgusting. I cannot lie.
ridiculous.
As now,
He's
even with the
looking to burn
haste
it.
rune, they're going to bring back Astral. That auto attack chased him all the way around. A little bit of a U-turn there. As they get the kill, Desperate's going to be up next. He gets the Viper Strike off. That'll at least get rid of refraction charges, but they've got still the disruption to keep him nice and safe. And they're just going to keep marching up to the high ground.
Yeah, I think FN was kind of baiting with the Aegis there, like, alright, commit for me, see if you can take it.
Support Luna. No.
Dire's middle
If that'll
tower
happen.
is under attack.
That will happen. Fortify at least nukes the wave, but they have another one coming. So, and in fact, backdoor is not going to be broken for a while. So look at the tier 3 tower. And they still have an Aegis that's about to be reclaimed. So full heal coming for the TA.
Yep. There's absolutely no way you're holding this high ground anymore.
Nope, I don't believe so. As down it goes, full lane of barracks deleted. We still have tier 2 top and tier 1 bottom, but just kind of an opportunistic moment, right, to go up top lane or to run down mid lane after the haunt was used rather unsuccessfully. We've got Manta now for Krelat, so if you can get onto one of these supports, you can blow them up real quickly. But right now, the issue is going to be this TA and Jug, who, again, to your surprise, have found enough farm to make it work.
Doing real good together. Space, though, is in a little bit of a sandwich situation here.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Ooh, through the Desolate. Not a bad idea here to try and get through the spin TP, but it's not going to be perfect, as Melis is currently stalking Petishara. He's a little bit scared by FN, though. Astral, not convinced he wants to make the jump, but they're going to make the call now for Petishara. He's got the Lotus Orb to get rid of the silence. A second one will come through from Astral, and a great disruption prevents the Rolling Thunder stun, Rolling Boulder stun. Oh, and the stun to turn onto 2. They've got the Static Storm onto Krelat. Also forces Melis in an awkward spot with the Exo level 2 now with the Sange. He's alive a bit longer. Viper Strike now onto the Jug to try and keep him at bay, as out comes the Eclipse. It's going to be cancelled. Not like the spin allowed him to do any damage through it anyway. Spectre, by the way, died to Bignum as he was trying to escape. Only for the life of Petishara.
Right back. And this is a problem for PuckChamp right now. They need to commit so hard for these kills when really the only thing that needs to happen is Bignum needs to be there. He uses the disruption, and then there's so much time for the rest of the backup to come in, and especially for this disruptor to come in and make sure that there is no retreat without dropping a couple of kills.
Well, this is turned into quite the game for PuckChamp all of a sudden these past 10 minutes, hasn't it? They are staring down on the barrel of a 13k net worth lead. A TA who has had BKB for about 3 minutes and has been involved in quite a few scraps since then and has not felt pressured enough to even use it. That's not boding too well here. It doesn't sit well with me. It's for the future of PuckChamp.
It shouldn't. It really shouldn't. That's a sign on the wall. It really goes to show that this Juggernaut has been able to play up and tank a lot of that early aggression. And you can see that time and time again, that they're engaging on the Juggernaut, and then the TA comes in as the backup. And
okay, glimpse onto Melis. They're going to catch him into the epicenter. Petishara's waiting for him, as patient as ever. These glimpse kills, man. 19 assists on the Disruptor right now, making it look like a really good hero.
What if it is?
You know what I'm actually surprised by? Because one of the best parts about this hero right now is his shard. I'm surprised we don't see one. Desperate is at least going to proc Aeon Disc. This is maybe a bigger fight than they're ready for. Yeah, as Desperate is blown up. This time FN pops that BKB. They've glimpsed Krelat now back onto the high ground yet again. FN with his BKB duration really starting to chunk through Krelat. He's got a dagger in a second, but not enough HP to use it as he'll... Yeah, call the GG. I was about to say that spray is going to be indicative probably about how PuckChamp are feeling about this one. It is another 2-0, this time in favor of Unique, who find their second win.
And once again, I don't even think Unique did anything that special during this game. Their smooth switch into pushing FN into the jungle, making sure that the Sand King has enough resources on top before making sure that Bignum gets to wipe up all those extra waves in mid. It really felt like PuckChamp lost the plot for a second there at their attempt on that bottom tower.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to recall exactly how it went, but after they don't get that tower the first time, once again, it becomes such a struggle for them to get anything going on the map. They don't have any playmakers in this lineup. It's really just all the Earth Spirit, and the POS4 can't do it on his own.
Nope, couldn't make it happen. And then again, right, I want to harken back to this Jug spin TP, which was just such a problem, right? If there's one hero who has that liberty to split push these lanes and make your fights even more difficult to start, right? If all your lanes are pushed in, makes it a lot more obvious if you're going for smoke plays or the creep plays are just going to scout you out when you need to counter push them. And you have no way to stop this from happening. And well, you kind of do, or you think with desperate BOTs, but he got sent back to the fountain 3-4 times maybe. Like it just didn't feel like a great game for PuckChamp here, despite what I thought was a really strong opening for them. I don't really think this has much to do with the support Luna. But I'm also hard pressed to think that maybe a more traditional position 5 would have worked a little bit better. But that's what happens when you first phase the Luna. Sometimes you're going to get counterpicked a bit too hard.
Definitely. I think it was a solid effort. I like the Veil pickup as well. I think that they had a lot of potential damage coming from the support duo together with Desperate, but they just never seem to be in a position to be able to output it.
Well, that's going to leave PuckChamp then in the position to get 2-0'd here today. Fast day yet again here. It's the second day straight now of 2-0s and day 4 of 5 of only 2-0s. I think we've only had our first day not result in a best of, and what essentially was a best of 2. Let me just check here to make sure. Yeah, and day 3, PuckChamp 2-1 to Winstrike. Okay. Well, that's going to wrap up our day today then already, Kips. It's another fast one. But I'll just remind you that we've got 3 more matches tomorrow and many more matches to come, as we have now just finished day 5 of what looks like something like 11 or 10 of group stage play days. Tomorrow we kick it off with Fantastic 5 versus the Chicken Fighters, PuckChamp versus Namiga, and wrap up with Unique versus ASM.GMB. Kips, do you have any closing thoughts or comments for today?
Not really. Apart from that, I'm kind of sad that I'm coming in for 1 series a day and then it's such a short one. It's,
well, we'll have you on for we'll have you on for some longer days a little bit later down the line here. But for now, it is the way it is here. 2-0s across the day, but well played to Unique, who prevail over PuckChamp to wrap up our day for today, guys. On behalf of Kips and myself, thank you again for choosing to spend your Friday night with us. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage. If you have, you can find us on Twitter. I'm on Twitter at Single-elimination Dota. Kips?
At KipsPull.
Yep. Or you can go ahead and type !casters in the chat to get hyperlinked if for the lazy or the efficient people in chat. But for now, guys, take it easy. Enjoy your Friday night, and we'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. when the Dota 2 Champions League returns. We are done.